You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher, Chapter 2101, Greatest Reward Ever. For a moment the two of them sat in silence, enjoying and appreciating the moment. Lex, however, had a suggestion for Mary. You know, since you're offering everyone else some advice that you think is common knowledge, but even Tao Lords are appreciating it, why don't you offer me some advice as well? I'm increasingly concerned about how to keep the inn hidden during this upcoming war, as well as uninvolved, he said, addressing his immediate concerns. Mary sighed. I can try, but I get suppressed by the system at odd times. I can make suggestions, but if it gets to the point where the system thinks I'm beginning to replace the role or influence the host too much, it restricts me. But even if we ignore all that, there is one fundamental difference between advising the inn and advising them. They actually have the strength of Tao Lords while the inn only pretends to. A single wrong move could literally end everything for us. I could think of countless strategies to keep us away from any kind of action and keep us safe until you're strong enough to hold your own, but the very nature of the system makes that impossible. So, Lex sighed, mainly because he knew exactly what she was feeling. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum. In that case, why don't you help me with something else? After this tea party, based on everything I've gained, I'm finally confident enough to go after Damien. But at the same time, I don't want to provoke the Heavenly Overloads Association, HOA. To do any of that, though, I'm going to have to gather a lot of information and make a proper plan. Why don't you help me plan out exactly how to get him? That way, you'll be keeping the inn safe by minimizing the chances of getting caught or facing retaliation. Mary's expression slowly became somber after hearing Lex's words. The inn, due to the nature of its business, came in touch with countless beings, many of whom could be considered evil or malicious. But few ever came close to being as maniacal or diabolical as Damien, whose actions had directly harmed Lex and his family tremendously. The greater issue with Damien, at least in Mary's opinion, was that he did not seem like a radical member of a cult. Yes, he acted as if he had the best interest of the HOA at heart. In fact, he humbled himself and played the role of a dutiful descendant just to further his goals, lacking any signs of having too much pride or ego, which is exactly what made him so dangerous. However, there was still something about his actions which made it seem like he had motives that they still hadn't discerned yet. Regardless of all that, though, he needed to be dealt with. Whatever motives he may have, whatever plots he may be concocting, whatever his true or false motive may be, it did not change the fact that Damien needed to die. So far, Lex had not acted out against him because he was not confident in his own strength. It was not that he felt he was unable to defeat Damien. Rather, he was wary of the HOA. Now, though, he was a lot stronger, not to mention that he had made tremendous gains in his understanding of karma. While the conditions weren't perfect yet, he could at least start working on a plan. In Mary's mind, there was one more very important reason why such a thing needed to be done. While this may not be a consideration Lex had made for himself, if he didn't deal with Damien sooner or later, the lack of action may become a heart demon for Lex. Yes, demons were subservient to devils, and Lex could use that as one way of dealing with the demon, but that would not change the fact that it would create a weakness in his heart that would last forever. So whether it was for revenge, or for preventing Lex from suffering from a heart demon, Damien needed to be dealt with. Of course I'll help, she said with conviction. Before we can even begin planning for that, though, we will need to make some amendments to the Midnight Realm to prevent our plans from getting detected. Our protective formations were decent up until now, but considering the enemies we'll be facing from now on, it's best if we upgrade a little. Lex nodded. Yeah, that's next on my agenda after the tea party. Honestly, I'm avoiding making any concrete plans because I'm really looking forward to the quest reward for this tea party. Considering everything that's happened here, I'll bet it's going to be amazing. Mary paused and finally remembered that this whole tea party had, in fact, originated from a quest Lex had gotten. If that was the case, I don't think amazing is enough to cut it, she whispered, a strange light flashing through her eyes. If I'm honest, I doubt anyone in the history of the systems has ever pulled off anything like what you've just pulled off. You are mingling with the literal peak powers of the universe, and I doubt that even all the systems together are as powerful as the beings you just met with. So your quest reward, I think it's going to be unprecedented. I can't even begin to imagine what the system could possibly even have that might be worthy of what you've managed to pull off. Lex paused and then smiled. I wouldn't mind becoming king of the systems, or, the system could just give me a list of what it has in the warehouse and let me pick on my own. Hey, you listening to me, system? Take a hint. You better give me a good reward rather than something super powerful that's actually useless to me. Mary chuckled. Lex may genuinely be one of the only people in the universe whose greatest source of trouble was getting treasures too valuable for him to actually be able to use. Chapter 2102, Deep Talks and Deeper Trouble. Lex and Mary chatted for a couple more hours after that. While they talked quite regularly, it was not often for them to have such conversations. From talking about hunting down Damien and torturing his soul for eternity, to talking about how the system would find a way to screw Lex over in terms of system rewards, to Mary's fashion sense, and how she should try on outfits that were very specific to certain time periods on Earth rather than always just trying different cultures, they talked a lot. Lex briefly even asked if Mary wanted to talk about her previous life. Besides the fact that she was a Celestial, he didn't know much. Yet there was a system restriction preventing her from sharing. He couldn't really understand why, but he guessed that maybe the system didn't want him looking into her life and determining what kind of system she had. In exchange, Mary asked him about his future. Expanding and protecting the inn, getting revenge and raising his cultivation levels were all well and good, but did he have any personal goals? Had he considered dating, or had he thought about starting a family at all? Being immortal basically meant living forever, but that didn't mean he had to wait an eternity before he started living his life. Lex stated that he would always be in danger because of his system, and that he didn't want to start a family till he was strong enough to be sure that he wouldn't get killed, or that he could protect them. There were some mistakes his parents made that he did not want to repeat. For the most part, Mary did not negate nor did she approve of his plans, only listening. She did, however, mention that not even Tao Lords were perfectly safe, not with what was going on in the universe these days. There would always be danger, but that did not mean that he should stop living life entirely because of that. Of course, she did not pressure him or tell him to do anything soon. She merely gave him food for thought since, after all, they were having such deep and honest conversations. Due to the intensity of the conversations, Lex actually ended up requesting the kitchen for some snacks they could munch on while they talked. They ended up getting nachos with various dips, such as guacamole, salsa, and sour cream that Brenda had tasted to make sure it was not the white glue that was used in preschools. From there, the conversation shifted to the inn. They talked about Cowan, Anita, and their daughter, Almira. They talked about Velma, who had been missing from the inn for a while, and about Z. Lex was well aware of the fact that Z had a small crush on Moon, and thought it was kind of adorable. However, she was more or less destined to become a Tao Lord, or at the very least, a demi-Tao Lord. On top of that, her life experiences were destined to be unusual. The first half of her life was miserable, quite frankly, and when she would wake up she would be the literal definition of overpowered. He had no idea how that would affect her psyche or any relationships she might have in the future. Thus, pursuing Moon was destined to be a tricky endeavor. As such, he had not interfered at all. Whatever happened, it would be up to the people involved. All he could do was provide them a safe space in which to explore their feelings. Of course, that was considering if Z's crush lasted as long as Moon was asleep. Who knew how long that was going to last? Then there was Liz. Mary found it highly amusing how thankful Lex was that Liz had decided not to leave the Midnight Realm because she had gone entirely mad with power. It was as if she had turned 13, so all she wanted to do was cause mischief and prank people with her newfound powers. Then the conversation slowly turned to other, random things until eventually the two ran out of things to talk about. They had spent hours just sitting there talking, and not a single Tao Lord had exited a single meeting, all of them too focused on planning for the future. Thus, eventually, Lex decided that it would be best to use this opportunity to head on back to the inn and meditate for a while to recover. Just as the first time Lex came back, his meditation ended up using some of the wisp that he had absorbed in the Archheaven. It took all the Tao aura that Lex had been affected by, and perfectly allowed him to absorb it. Not to mention, it helped him grow the extent of his primordial aura as well as Tao body percentage. If he continued at this rate, he'd be able to form a complete Tao body in less than a year. Heck, even 6 months would be enough. Unfortunately, he did not have nearly enough of the wisp for that. By the time Lex finished his cultivation and returned to the tavern, it was the middle of the 4th day. None of the Tao Lords had exited, which left them relatively free. It was quite refreshing, actually, to not have to worry about everything going wrong at any given moment. That unfortunately was Lex's mistake. To be specific, his mistake was thinking that so long as the Tao Lords were inside their meetings, planning for the future, nothing would go wrong. He had not anticipated that it was within one of the meetings that a major issue occurred, one that went beyond a verbal squabble. It was early on the 5th day, and Lex was sitting on the balcony with Mary. He was avoiding going down to Eclipse because he felt like any random conversation with her could end up causing trouble. Then, without warning, the top half of the tavern blew up. Chapter 2103 was that. "What do you mean pink is a boy's color?" Mary asked. "The system has literally read your memories. All my original knowledge of Earth came from your memories. Even you think that pink is a girl's color." After talking for so long, without anything else to do, Lex and Mary had started talking about the randomest of things. Such was life when doom scrolling was not an option. Lex was about to argue back, ready to state that as he grew his understanding about the nuances of gender and societal norms had evolved, thus leading him to the conclusion that pink was actually a boy's color, as if colors belonged to any given gender to begin with, when it happened. The top half of the tavern blew up. There was no forewarning. Lex's instincts did not warn him, nor had the system detected anything. One moment everything was fine, and the next nothing was left. The explosion contained no fire. There was no element to speak of, only an all-disintegrating shockwave that spread faster than the speed of light. All rooms, all chambers, all halls and pathways above the ground floor of the tavern just ceased to exist, so naturally all the Dao Lords who were in the middle of their own meetings were suddenly out in the open. Clips and Nully, who were both sitting in the garden and chatting, saw the explosion and looked over as well while a protective barrier appeared on its own around them. To an outsider, it may have seemed like the barrier was there to protect the two of them, but in truth the barrier had been erected by the Dao Senate to remind Eclipse that they were there, and that she should not unseal herself if she needed to vent any anger she may feel about the development. Of everyone on the scene, only Lex, Mary, and the mortal workers of the inn were unable to comprehend fast enough what had happened. That was because the shockwave hit them faster than their senses could well sense. Mary, despite being a former Dao Lord, had no actual strength. Her ability and cognition were tied to Lex's cultivation level, just as the services of the inn were tied to his cultivation level. Thus, she too was entirely unprepared when the shockwave hit. Naturally, the Dao Lords present were all able to protect themselves and even enhance their perception of time to such a level that they could take in everything that had happened at a leisurely pace, as if they were watching a hot drama unfold. Thus, the moment the energy of the shockwave began to spread, they had all already detected it. Even before their rooms were eviscerated and they were brought out into the open, they began to pay attention. Two Dao Lords had clashed. Whether it was because their conversation had broken down or because some betrayal or deceit had been uncovered, the observers did not know. All they saw was that at the center of the explosion, two Dao Lords were locked in a struggle. In truth, it couldn't even be called a proper fight. They had only actually locked gazes filled with unrestrained anger, and that alone had resulted in a clash. The energy released was not as a result of a conscious attack. It was merely their power spilling out. After all, it was common knowledge that not all Dao Lords could control their powers. They had too much of it. Thus, many of the Dao Lords watched the scene as if they were watching a fight in a schoolyard. They were amused and intrigued, and they wanted to watch the drama unfold. Some, however, had better sense. One such example was Hurin Kakin, another was Wukong. The moment that they had processed what was happening, dread gripped them. The innkeeper always put special focus on the rules of the inn, and that as long as they were followed, everything was okay. However, if they were not followed, then there would be trouble. Now not only had a fight broken out, but the tavern had been destroyed. Worse still, the staff at the inn would be endangered. Most of the other Dao Lords didn't particularly care. After all, they were only mortals. They understood that the innkeeper wouldn't see it that way. Besides these two, there were a few other guests who were concerned about the staff as well, but they were in the minority. Unfortunately, by the time they had that thought, it was already too late. How could mere mortals survive the aura passively leaked by Dao Lords in a silent confrontation? Heck, even celestial immortals would not survive that. Even if the aura was not targeting anyone specifically, the aura and energy of Dao was not something that just anyone could tolerate. So they watched in horror and spread out their senses to see if there was anything that could be salvaged, to see if there was anyone who could be saved. "You are courting death," roared one of the Dao Lords in the fight. "I'll court your damn mother if I want," responded the other. Things were getting good, at least as far as the observing Dao Lords were concerned. Unfortunately, the aura of over 30 Dao Lords that suddenly erupted outside the tavern and joined together to take the form of a massive spider, towering over the tavern, its shadow oppressing all those who fell under it. The murderous intent leaking from it was literally palpable, and turned the bright sky of the primordial garden black, alarming everyone. They all suddenly remembered where they were, and even the two Tao lords who were locked in a fight forgot their anger as it was replaced by fear. Of everyone there, only Nully did not look up at the spider. After all, from where she was sitting, she had a good view of everything that had happened, as well as a good view of the innkeeper and his assistant. "Was that a butter knife?" she muttered, confused. Chapter 2104, Turning Pink. Ignoring the stern expression on Eclipse's face, and ignoring the massive spider overhead, Nully waved her hand and conjured a mirror in front of her which seemed to rewind time to before the explosion, and played forward but slowly. Even Eclipse, who was already considering how to deal with these miscreants who dared to unleash their power in her domain, was distracted by the mirror and looked over. Since the playback was slow, it allowed them to observe everything clearly. Neither the innkeeper nor Mary made a move when the explosion occurred, nor did they react as the shockwave spread out. Yet just as the shockwave was about to touch the innkeeper, a butter knife shot out of the innkeeper's pocket. "Why was he keeping a butter knife in his pocket?" Eclipse asked, looking at the innkeeper's image oddly. Yet Nully had no reply, for she too was only watching the playback. The power in the butter knife was not strong. Heck, it couldn't even qualify as a proper Tao-level attack. Yet, what little energy it did contain was utilized with exceptional precision. Instead of blocking or canceling the shockwave, the butter knife seemed to effortlessly cut into it, leaving behind a gap so small and exact that it perfectly prevented the shockwave from even touching the innkeeper or his assistant. Yet they were not the only ones protected. With that infinitesimal amount of energy within the blade, the innkeeper somehow managed to create numerous such precise gaps in the shockwave, perfectly protecting even all the mortal workers. Honestly, the fact that the innkeeper had managed to protect himself, and even his workers, from the explosion's shockwave was not too surprising. What was surprising was the way in which he did it. Instead of directly negating the attack, which is what all the others did, he used the absolute least amount of energy required in the most accurate way possible to leave himself and his staff unharmed. In a cultivation level where others cannot even control all the power that they have, for the innkeeper to do something like this was nothing less than a work of art. Nully stood up from her seat as she summoned several more mirrors, using them all to look back in time, watching how each and every worker was saved. Considering that they were mortals, and the shockwave originated from Tao energy, even the minutest possible exposure to even the aura of it would have been enough to erase them from existence entirely. Yet the innkeeper did not make the gaps in the shockwave larger even by a millimeter than what was required. If even a single wrinkle in their clothes had been ruffled by the energy, it would have destroyed them. Yet let alone the creases in their clothes, the gaps in the shockwave were accurate down to the atom. Nully started to hyperventilate as she watched the scenes again and again, her deep blue skin starting to turn pink as she blushed. Nully had flirted heavily with the innkeeper and Mary for a couple of reasons. The first was because they had never met before, so they had not rejected Nully before. The second was because she had only a single factor which determined whether or not she was attracted to someone, how powerful they were. Both the innkeeper and Mary seemed like remarkable Tao lords, both with their own unique strengths and personalities. How then could she resist flirting with them? Now, as she saw the effortless display of absolute control by the innkeeper, as well as his unparalleled fidelity in the application of his power, she could feel her desire to flirt evolve into something far greater. "Not bad at all, and look, the butter knife didn't even break," Eclipse said, pointing towards one of the mirrors showing the butter knife returning to the innkeeper's pocket. Surprisingly, from the start of the explosion till the end, the innkeeper did not move at all. It was only after the butter knife had returned to him that he turned towards the fighting Tao lords, his expression still as casual as it always was. "Considering how much he cares about his inn, you would think he'd be a little more mad about his tavern blowing up," Eclipse commented, watching the many visions. But then she furrowed her brows and looked towards Nully, who had gone from being entirely blue to entirely pink. "By the primordial sands, control yourself, woman. You've turned pink out in public," Eclipse said as she covered Nully with a blanket, feeling second-hand embarrassment because of her friend's actions. While Nully was the only one who had caught direct sight of the innkeeper's actions, she wasn't the only one who noticed what had happened. While the oppressive, deadly aura of the giant spider could intimidate many, it could not scare Ventura. That was why he only casually looked up at the spider, and then back down at the tavern. When he noticed that all the mortals were alive, he did a simple calculation to see how they had survived. It hadn't even been a conscious decision. It was merely something he just did for almost everything he saw. He had enough computational power in his mind to determine exactly what had happened in the location around him going back millions of years, so checking up on some mortal humans didn't even register as something important at all. Yet when he saw the effective use of the butter knife, he paused and looked over to the innkeeper. Damn, he wanted to grab that guy and make him into a teacher. Slowly, the other Dao Lords also began to notice the anomaly. The cow Dao Lord had been concerned about the bartender who had served her various kinds of abominations and called them milk. Wukong was, in general, concerned about the workers since he hadn't been able to act in time to protect them. One by one, they all checked, and all noticed the innkeeper's actions, thus leading to a very unusual set of circumstances. Inside the primordial garden, about half the Dao Lords were stunned and feeling extremely wary as they were being locked onto by a very powerful figure in the sky, while the other half was just staring dumbfounded at the innkeeper. Chapter 21:05, still in shock. Lex did not feel the shock of the boom, nor did he even hear the explosion. In fact, for him, one moment everything was fine, and the next moment the entire landscape had changed. All the Dao Lords were watching either him or the giant spider in the sky. The change was so instantaneous that Lex thought he must have blacked out somehow, or that his memories had been erased. He turned to look at the two Dao Lords who seemed to be attracting the most attention, and saw them awkwardly glaring at each other like two kids from kindergarten who were trying to kill each other through their gazes alone. A lot had happened in the fraction of a moment that was so small that Lex, despite being as strong as he was, could not even detect it. That is why, by the time he gathered enough information to actually understand what had happened, a lot more had already happened. While the inn and tavern could suppress aura that was passively released, if it was released on purpose, the system did not block it. Thus, when the spider up in the air suppressed all the Dao Lords, they were all influenced by it. The innkeeper, naturally, was not included in the suppression, so he felt nothing. You have dishonored your hosts with such a shameless display. Yield and accept judgment, or judgment shall be passed on to you, the spider in the sky announced, its voice booming across the primordial garden. The sight was just as impressive as the aura that the spider released, and the darkened sky was a clear testament to the severity of the killing intent radiating from it. So the question Lex had was, why were so many of the Dao Lords looking at him instead of the spider? Damn it, Brenda, that was not a gas cylinder explosion. It was a damn fight between the guests. Get back in the kitchen. Pierre's voice suddenly roared through the air, seemingly entirely out of tune with the intense scene playing out. Lex looked towards Pierre and saw him dragging a girl down the stairs while she struggled with a fire extinguisher. Where in the tavern did she get a fire extinguisher from? Wait, how had they survived whatever had destroyed the tavern? Speaking of that, how did he survive? The reason Lex neither felt nor heard the explosion was because the butter knife perfectly cut its energy, preventing him from feeling even the tremors in the ground, let alone hear the explosion or feel the shockwave. Lex glanced at his system, and yup, there were no notifications there either. He was about to glance towards Mary, hoping to find some answers there, but a very pink Nully quickly found her way to him, dragging behind her an eclipse that was holding onto some blankets that covered Nully. Innkeeper, the way you used that butter knife to slice through that energy was just so handsome, she exclaimed, retaining none of her previous enchanting and mature charm. Now that she was pink, she had turned into an entire fangirl, radiating the youthful exuberance one could only expect from a young girl newly in love. Butter knife, the innkeeper repeated and pulled out the knife in his pocket. When Lex looked at it, he discovered that not an ounce of energy was left in the knife. Its recent charge using Dao materials had all been used up. When Nully and the other Dao Lords saw the butter knife, however, all they saw was a simple knife that lacked any and all bearing of a treasure. It was as if he had literally picked it up off the breakfast table and put it in his pocket. Such a thing made his feat even more amazing. Nully became even more breathless, and in her eyes the world started to fade, leaving only the innkeeper in her gaze. If Eclipse hadn't been holding her back, she might have thrown herself into the innkeeper's arms. Nully, control yourself. I have business to conduct with the innkeeper, Eclipse scolded, half because she genuinely had business and half because even she could no longer handle the second-hand embarrassment of pink Nully. I can think of a business venture I'd like to, Nully was saying, leading to something most likely inappropriate, which is why Eclipse did a hand gesture to her secret bodyguard, who promptly kidnapped Nully and made her disappear. Even now, no one saw or sensed the bodyguard. While all that was happening, Lex finally understood what had happened. Two Tao lords had gotten into some kind of argument, and the ensuing clash of energies had nearly killed him and the others from the inn. Somehow, that had triggered the butter knife which had barely been able to save them by attacking the energy attacking them with such skill and precision that it shocked many. In truth, Lex understood the gist of it, but he could not even begin to imagine just how much he had underestimated what the butter knife had done. Its application of laws had allowed it to use demi-Dao energy to barely cut open tiny pockets within actual Dao energy overflow. That was a level of skill that had shocked and impressed them all. "Innkeeper, I will allow you to pass judgment first," Eclipse said, her expression and tone becoming serious once more. "This disrespect I will not tolerate, but since your tavern was destroyed, I will allow you to determine how you wish to deal with the offenders. For what it's worth, I'm glad you managed to save your staff, at least. It's quite remarkable, actually." Lex looked at Eclipse, and then at the two Tao lords. To be honest, he felt like he might still be in shock because his emotions had not caught up with the reality of the situation. More than anything, he just felt disbelief, followed closely by immense relief that he had accidentally survived that alongside everyone else. What would he have done if he could never hear Pierre screaming at Brenda again? As soon as he had that thought, his emotions caught up with reality, and a hint of anger started to well in his chest. Yeah, that's right. What would he have done if he never saw any more of Brenda's shenanigans? Those two Tao lords nearly killed her and everyone else. Chapter 2106, Got Off Easy. Of course, Lex would have wanted nothing more than to throw those two Tao lords into a baton, and then watch them be devoured by that accursed place. Or punish them into some kind of imprisonment inside a dungeon. Or trap them for 1,000,000 years. More practically speaking, however, Lex knew that he could do nothing to them. He had no strength to punish them, nor could he ask Eclipse to punish them on his behalf, as that would lower his prestige as the innkeeper. He looked around and saw that all eyes were focused on him. He did not take any Tao lord's facial expression to represent their actual emotions, for they were all too scheming. However, the looks of curiosity, wariness, and even fear and doubt could be seen on all of them. "I'm quite disappointed to see such an unfortunate development," said the innkeeper, his voice genuinely sorrowful. "It seems that cultivation levels can be gained by many, but etiquette and common decency have still eluded some. I have brought you here, opened my tavern to you all, granted you many opportunities, and in exchange you have destroyed my tavern and endangered my workers." Though the innkeeper retained a neutral tone when he spoke, deviating from his usual warmth, everyone got chills when they heard his voice. Some people, even when screaming and shouting, could not create the same sense of oppression and dread that the innkeeper, with a simple butter knife in his pocket, created while speaking in a level and calm manner. Throughout the tea party, there had been no shortage of shocking things, and throughout those periods, the innkeeper's tone and demeanor had suffered not the slightest bit of fluctuation at all. Even the incident which caused them all to erase their memories, whatever it was, had not caused even the smile on the innkeeper's face to flicker. Yet now, that smile was gone. He did not even frown, he merely withdrew his warmth. Yet the absence of that warmth felt more chilling than the killing intent that had painted the sky black. A strange light flashed through Ventura's eyes. Even when talking to a show, despite his provocative nature, the innkeeper had not shown such demeanor. "I provided you with an opportunity to survive war, and in exchange you brought destruction and disrespect to me. From here on out, you two are officially blacklisted from the Midnight Inn, and your invitation for this tea party is revoked. I have no need for your patronage," the innkeeper said decisively. And he found that punishment off. After all that, they were only banished. But then, it didn't take long for them to understand the gravity of that punishment. If the innkeeper could, on a whim, arrange for a tea party inside the primordial garden, then what else might he be able to do? If he planned not a tea party, but a full-fledged dinner party, where would he host it? Moreover, how else, but through the innkeeper, could any of them get the opportunity to meet entities as prestigious as the primordial queen and Ventura? To be banned from the Midnight Inn was truly and genuinely depriving them of many future opportunities. Suddenly, many looked at the two Tao lords with pity or schadenfreude in their eyes. "Innkeeper, this was merely an accident," said one of the two offending Tao lords. "Surely there is no need to ruin our relationship over such a minor accident." The innkeeper's already neutral expression somehow became even more neutral, if such a thing was possible. "An attempt on the lives of my workers is not a minor incident," the innkeeper said directly and without any hesitation. "In fact, owing to my status as a host, I have restrained my judgment in this matter. I can only hope, for your sake, that others are as restrained or merciful as me in passing judgment." Without waiting for either of the two Tao lords to reply, the innkeeper looked towards Eclipse, as if to let her know that he was done. Eclipse could not help but smile amusedly as she witnessed the innkeeper's actions. It was clear to her that he genuinely wanted to do a lot more, but had restrained himself. It seemed like, in his eyes, the value of those mortal workers far surpassed any benefit the two Tao lords could bring him should he react leniently to this occurrence. Such restraint at their level was rare. After all, most of the time there was no reason for them to show restraint at all, the exact mindset which had resulted in the explosion of the tavern. While that was strange enough, his odd valuation intrigued Eclipse. She had never met anyone who had valued mere mortals over a Tao lord. It required a special kind of insanity to disregard the sheer difference in their status, but she did not find such insanity appalling. If anything, she found it slightly endearing. Her gaze shifted from him to the other two. Well, unlike the innkeeper, she had no reason to show any restraint. She did what she wanted when she wanted, as she wanted to do. A guest should act like a guest. I don't like the attitude you have shown in my presence, demonstrating your disregard and disrespect for me, Eclipse said plainly and dismissively, as if she was already tired of this situation. I won't kill you, but if I just let you go like that, people will start taking me lightly. I'll tell you this, though. You're lucky you destroyed the tavern and not something from my garden, or else nothing could have saved you. Without allowing the two Tao lords to protest or resist, the massive spider in the air attacked, swallowing them before disappearing. Where they went, and what their situation was, nobody knew. It was unlikely that they would have died so easily, but then again, none could understand how two Tao lords were just taken so easily. An air of fear and uneasiness spread among the guests as they looked towards Eclipse. Chapter 21:07. How did it end up like this? Everyone stood in place, unsure of how to react. The two offending Tao lords had disappeared. The fact that Eclipse would react so strongly surprised no one. In fact, considering her title of butcher, she had been light-handed in this matter. What surprised everyone was how angry the innkeeper had been. It was just a matter of breaking a few rules. It was entirely natural that the rules that existed for others did not apply to Tao lords. What if the inn's property was destroyed? They could restore it, even improve what was previously there with a wave of a hand. So what if some mortals were threatened? Let alone the fact that they had not died, even if they did, they were the most easily replaceable. Almost no resources were required to get a few worthy mortals. In most of their eyes, none of those should have been enough to anger the innkeeper. And yet, he had blacklisted them without an opportunity to defend themselves. The only thing they could think of that would explain this situation was that they had caused the innkeeper to lose face in front of Eclipse. Alongside the rumors of possible courting between them that had spread amongst them, all the Tao lords suddenly came to the same conclusion. Damn, those two Tao lords had interrupted a date between the innkeeper and Eclipse. Well, to be more specific, not all the Tao lords had thought that. There was one who was occupied with other thoughts. I told you, said Voidmaw, nudging Ventura. She throws a mean fist and is even meaner if you destroy one of her things. I remember one time the bed. Voidmaw disappeared, his body disintegrating to the last atom, leaving behind not even a wisp of his spirit sense. A few seconds later, he reappeared, but all the hair around his face clearly refused to regrow, making the otherwise suave and charismatic bear seem quite comical. Damn it, Eclipse, stop cutting me off, Voidmaw roared, but Eclipse only smirked, feeling pleased at his irritation. Then she gave Ventura a challenging look, as if to see whether he would defend Voidmaw, but Ventura held up his hands as if giving up. This mysterious bodyguard that Eclipse had was too enigmatic. He could not sense his or her actions at all, which was incredibly abnormal. Lex looked back at the destroyed tavern and tried to use the system to fix the damage, but discovered that he could not. The Tao energy had seeped into the wood of the tavern, and the system could not remove it unless Lex sacrificed some Tao materials to the system first. Now that was not about to happen. Dear guests, it seems my hospitality has been lacking, so you will have to make do with only half a tavern, said the innkeeper, a soft yet apologetic expression appearing on his face. Yet his words did not fool anyone. It was clear to them all that the incredibly hospitable innkeeper was incensed, and was leaving the tavern as it was as a form of reminder to them that his hospitality should not be taken advantage of. The innkeeper was a master of using soft tactics, from using mortal foods and tools to remind them not to become too comfortable at the garden, to leaving the tavern torn as a warning without saying words. His meaning was always clear to them. They did not consider, even for a moment, that the innkeeper was incapable of restoring the tavern. Innkeeper, please do not belittle yourself, said Wukong, sounding disgruntled. "This lot of degenerates do not even deserve this much." He was memorizing each and every face at the inn, for he now held a grudge against them all. Wukong had spent some time inside the inn already and had formed friendships with many of the regular guests and workers. When he saw the looks on these Dao lords and saw how they all thought that the loss of a few workers was insignificant, he swore an internal oath to rob them all blind. Literally, he was going to rob their eyesight. "Innkeeper, it is not you whose hospitality has been lacking, but we guests who have been lacking," said Huron as he bowed lightly towards the innkeeper. "Please, allow me to make up for the loss inflicted by the guests I invited." Without waiting for the innkeeper's response, Huron himself began to wipe the Dao aura covering the tavern, and using his own energy to regrow the tavern in the exact replica of how it used to be. The only difference was that the materials used to regrow it were infinitely better. Many of the other Dao lords also began to apologize and then contribute to the reconstruction, hoping to get on the innkeeper's good side. Eclipse, who had been feeling good about punishing those two delinquents, suddenly felt her mood sour. Why the hell was everyone apologizing and making it up to the innkeeper and completely ignoring her? Were they both not the hosts here? This was blatant sexism. Lex, meanwhile, wanted to stop the Dao lords, but couldn't find the words when he saw one of them literally carve out a statue of a giant butter knife right there, in front of the innkeeper, and placed it in the garden in front of the tavern. Another carved the individual rails of the rebuilt railing into the shape of the butter knife, while a third hung up an artwork of a brick of butter and a butter knife approaching it. Just as Lex was wondering if these Dao lords were overdoing it, he saw Mary walking around instructing the other Dao lords on how to rebuild the tavern. She was wearing earrings in the shape of a butter knife, and the heels of her high heels were, well, butter knives. Lex suppressed a sigh and wondered how things had turned out like this. The day had started out so normal. Chapter 2108, Why So Glum? The tavern, the very first tavern Lex ever got, the one he always felt like he tricked the system into giving him, the one that had helped him survive the crystal realm, had now changed completely. If one were to look at it, they would find it familiar, and yet alien. This was because the framework of the tavern was that of the original, but either out of a wish to ingratiate themselves to the innkeeper, or under the instructions of a mischievous Mary, it was now entirely different. The unusual theme of butter knives now covered the tavern, albeit in a tasteful manner. No one could deny the Dao lords of being tacky. Instead of feeling like the design was odd and misplaced, it was worked into the design as if it was entirely natural. The butter knife became more of a subtle insignia, the finishing touches to a masterpiece. The tavern, identical in layout yet entirely different in the aura that it contained, now felt like an entirely different place. Lex internally sighed. Such prestige and pomp did not really suit his philosophy of hospitality. He wanted his guests to be at ease, to be relaxed, rather than to be overwhelmed. There was no doubt that many guests would definitely prefer this luxurious feel over the previous simplicity, and he needed to cater to all kinds of guests. Yet he would have felt better if he had made it luxurious on purpose, rather than it just turning out this way. Midst all the hustle and bustle that now filled his new butter knife tavern, as he was forced to call it, the innkeeper sat on the balcony as he usually did. The only reason there was hustle and bustle now was because the Dao lords were all still excited from the events that had just occurred. Lex expected that soon enough they would return to their meetings. Since they didn't specifically need anything from him, the innkeeper sat in peace. No one bothered him either, because now everyone was extremely cautious of him, not wanting to earn his ire and get blacklisted. This allowed Lex the peace of mind to actually sit and think about what had happened. Literally less than 10 minutes ago, he had been sitting in the exact same spot with Mary, yet everything was different. He sighed internally, and then began to take stock of the situation. The tavern had changed completely, but because the renovations had been done by other Dao lords, he could not control or undo them at all. Functionally, this tavern was done. He would not be able to use it ever again because he wasn't certain if any Dao lords left behind any secrets within the renovations. His system might be able to regain control if he sacrificed Dao materials, but he had no intentions of doing that. Besides that, he had to come to terms with the fact that he almost died. In fact, if he did not have pay-to-play ready, he would have already died. He didn't even know how the butter knife activated on its own that wasn't a part of the original functionality, nor had he received any notifications from the system about it activating it due to an emergency or something. As if that mystery was not enough, one of Lex's first thoughts was to recharge the knife. Unfortunately, it was when he tried to do so that he got a notification from the system, one that he was not so happy to see. New notification. Pay-to-play service unable to initiate. Error. New notification. Butter knife is damaged. Please submit Dow materials to repair damage. Although it could not be said that Lex was fearful, he was wary of what had happened to him and wanted to recharge the butter knife as soon as possible lest he suffer another random blast of Dow energy. Unfortunately, the blade was broken. Even so, he immediately sacrificed a Dow material to fix it, but the process was not instantaneous. Not only could he not submit more materials, he would not know if this was enough or not until the system was done using up all the energy acquired to repair the knife. Unfortunately, he had no idea how long that would take. His newfound safety was, once again, taken from him. But not all the news was bad. While he had one butter knife given to him by the system, he also had one more. It was a butter knife that Cassandra had helped bond to him, and it was attached to the legend of the butter knife deity. All faith, devotion, or fear inspired by the legendary butter knife would, in turn, appear as feedback for his own butter knife, which accumulated a tremendous amount of divine energy. After this latest incident, his divine butter knife, as he called it for the purpose of distinction, had absorbed an enormous amount of divine energy and was undergoing some kind of evolution. Lex suspected that once it was done, his divine butter knife would easily be able to kill immortals. The only question is, what level of immortals would he be able to easily kill? "Why do you look so glum?" Eclipse asked as she walked up to the innkeeper and sat beside him, wearing an irritated look. "The weight of so much ass-kissing wearing you down." The innkeeper chuckled, feeling somewhat better knowing that Eclipse was upset as well. "I was quite fond of the old tavern. The new one is a very gracious gift, but it cannot replace my memories with the old one. What about you? Why are you so glum?" Eclipse sighed and chugged a mug of lemonade. "Isn't it your fault?" she asked, looking at the innkeeper with an irritated look. "Do you know how difficult it is to calm down a pink nullith? You're lucky I controlled her, or she'd be giving birth to your children right now. By the way, because of their incredible control over time, they can give birth literal seconds after getting pregnant. Bet you didn't know that." The innkeeper looked at Eclipse and blinked. "It seems I have to thank you," the innkeeper said after a few seconds of incredibly deep silence. Chapter 2109, The Secret of the Gap. As Lex sat there, contemplating the dangers he had just faced, he entered an unusual state of mind. He was long used to nearly dying. From the very first days of his cultivation, death had been around every corner. But this was the first time he had come face to face with a near-fatherhood experience. While the innkeeper appeared entirely at ease, Lex was internally in a daze. Damn, he had meant the innkeeper to appear impressive, but it was only now that he realized the dangers of being too impressive. Life was truly tough when one was too cool. Lex's mind raced as he went over the past few minutes again and again. His instincts were telling him, no, they were screaming at him that he was overlooking an opportunity of a lifetime. He needed to think back, reflect, and realize exactly what had happened. He needed to identify what that opportunity was. His mind began to race, scrutinizing everything with excruciating detail. Lex had nearly died. The inn had almost shut down. That had happened because he was dealing with Dow Lords being far beyond his level. They were at the peak of the universe, and he was spending too much time with them. It was only a matter of time before an accident happened. He had only survived due to an accident. The butter knife had somehow saved him. The butter knife relied on Dow materials, was the opportunity within the materials. As he went over the events again and again, Lex seemed to enter some kind of trance, though he maintained enough self-awareness to break free if anything requiring his attention should happen. Eclipse had also become quiet, simply sitting in the innkeeper's presence. Perhaps she noticed his state, or perhaps she had nothing to say at the moment. Whatever the case, no one disturbed Lex while he was in that state. Somehow he knew that if he let this chance slip him by, he would regret it. The butter knife was damaged, but it appeared fine. The butter knife could, at most, output an attack at the Demi-Dow Lord level. Somehow, through an extraordinarily precise application of its strength, saved them all from an outburst of Dow-level energy. To repair the knife. Lex's pupils constricted as he realized something. Lex was not easily shocked, and especially when he was appearing as the innkeeper, yet at the moment he was so shocked that he could not restrain himself at all. The butter knife had used a Demi-Dow Lord-level energy to skillfully resist Dow Lord-level energy. That defied sense. That defied logic. This went against everything Lex knew about the Dow. Although Lex had not witnessed how the knife had resisted the energy, he remembered the feeling of using it the first time. Was it possible that there was some way to resist Dow and Dow energy before reaching that realm? If that was the case, then reaching a full Tao body held an entirely different meaning for Lex. Heck, even the partial Tao body that he had now contained far more potential than he had originally realized. Lex suddenly changed all plans he had made so far, coming up with an entirely new set of plans of what to do once the tea party ended. The innkeeper glanced towards Eclipse, who had been silently waiting for him to conclude whatever had been occupying his thoughts. "Everything all right?" she asked in an oddly reserved voice. The innkeeper sighed, breaking from his usual calm and casual demeanor. "How can everything be all right?" he asked, shaking his head. "Lex is eager to return to the garden to undergo more tribulations, and he's asking to borrow some Tao material from me so that he can forge a Tao body. That kid cannot keep still for more than a few hours." Eclipse froze, and then looked at the innkeeper oddly. She had suspected that the innkeeper was plotting something, or that he was getting ready to spring some kind of conspiracy. After all, she found it hard to believe that he genuinely had no other ulterior motives for wanting to hold the tea party at the garden. Lo and behold, it turned out he was just worried about Lex. "This is why I never had kids," Eclipse said, sounding relieved. "Too annoying, and you worry about them all the time. What kind of human tried to go and build a Tao body before even becoming a celestial? You indulge him too much." The innkeeper looked at Eclipse oddly. He had mentioned Lex's intentions, so she knew that he would be coming back for his tribulations. If she wanted to prevent him from coming, she could mention it now. Instead, she continued on about treating Lex as his son. "Your sense of humor is just as sharp as ever," the innkeeper said, hinting that any mention of Lex being his son was a joke. "As for Lex, he must walk his own path. I do not interfere too much, unless he is about to break some of the inn's rules." Eclipse merely rolled her eyes. Seeing that she raised no objections, Lex confirmed his plans to return to the garden rites after the tea party. While he was here, he could, as Lex, ask Eclipse to show him how the innkeeper had used the butter knife. The more he understood about how the butter knife had saved him, the closer he could to uncovering what exactly it was that allowed the knife to close the gap between demi-Tao energy and actual Tao energy. If the future was going to be as chaotic as everyone kept claiming, then he needed to improve as drastically and as quickly as possible. If he could really master the secret of the butter knife, then whether he was a heaven immortal or a celestial would cease to matter. His strength would skyrocket. But first, he needed to get through the rest of this tea party. Hopefully, with what happened to the last two Tao Lords as a warning, all the others would behave. Chapter 2110, Heartbreaker. After a few hours of hustle and bustle, all the Tao Lords once again returned to their meetings. In fact, this time they felt even more at ease owing to the fact that the tavern was no longer a mortal one, but instead a tavern befitting their actual status. They felt more at ease. Beyond that, they now felt even more secure knowing that should anyone do anything untoward, they would face the wrath of both the innkeeper and Eclipse. No one would mess around, at least not unless they had a death wish. Lex, too, this time opted to stay by Eclipse. Regardless of whether her conversations were dangerous or not, Lex was missing a butter knife, so he had absolutely no defenses to speak of. If in the end, the danger came from Eclipse herself, then there was nothing Lex could have done about that regardless. Thus, just as the past couple of days the tavern was mostly deserted, the next few days were the same. Since Nully had not recovered yet, Eclipse had no one for company save Harriet and the innkeeper. Even Mary chose to keep her distance, for she was not as familiar with the primordial queen as the innkeeper. Moreover, even without her powers, Eclipse's instincts were incredibly sharp, so it was best not to test her. Thus, while the innkeeper and Eclipse sat together, the innkeeper did not initiate much conversation. Eclipse, on the other hand, simply took that as the behavior of a troubled father. It was the innkeeper's own fault for having a human for a son. If Lex had been born a celestial, he would have much fewer problems. As for how the innkeeper could achieve such a thing, that was not Eclipse's concern. The 5th and 6th day passed without anything of note, and only on the 7th day did some of the Tao Lords emerge. They remembered that there was supposed to be a meal, and although they did not covet the mortal food offered by the inn, they took it as an opportunity to befriend the innkeeper and get closer to Mary. This time the menu was not fried chicken. Instead, it was a very standard fettuccine alfredo with a number of appetizers and desserts before and after. But the meal was merely a small interlude. The Tao Lords quickly returned to their meetings, though this time Lex noted that they changed up who they were meeting. It seemed that the first round of agreements had been concluded, and now subsequent rounds were beginning. Thus, the rest of the seventh day went by peacefully. Lex was grateful for the relative peace, and hopeful that things would stay that way until the end, but that was too much to hope for. On the morning of the eighth day, many Dao lords concluded their meetings and emerged into the tavern once more. As the innkeeper, he naturally needed to see to his guests, but this time he took a different approach. This time, instead of checking in on his guests and making sure that they were fine, he merely kept his distance and kept an eye on the workers. The Dao lords all mingled on their own. Whether it was going to the gamer's den, or the hot tub room, or having drinks in the garden, he did not try to interfere. Many of the guests noticed the change in behavior but did not comment on it. But seeing as how their treatment itself had not changed at all, they allowed themselves to relax. Then the attention shifted from the innkeeper to Mary. Compared to the innkeeper, she was a whole lot less intimidating, not to mention many of them still had hopes of establishing a deeper relationship with her, regardless of what form it took. Thus, while Lex sat alongside Eclipse, Mary ended up taking most of the pressure for Lex. He had told her to come to him if she felt like she could no longer handle things, or if things started to get troublesome. But that was far from the case. In fact, since many of them were trying to court Mary, not only did she feel no pressure at all, she was incredibly relaxed. Instead, it was the Dao lords who were stressed and tense as they sensed all the competition. While it was pretty standard for Dao lords to have many partners, they were mostly those below the Dao realm. Most of the time, as long as any of them got a partner who was also a Dao lord, they would only have that one partner. Thus, if Mary were to choose any of them, then the rest would lose out. So while Lex was sitting beside Eclipse, hoping nothing would go wrong, and Mary was being enchanted with the most interesting and genuinely stimulating conversations, there were a dozen Dao lords competing with each other while bearing the stress of keeping all their powers locked unless they accidentally clash and get blacklisted. "You look worried for your assistant. Do you dislike the fact that she is being courted like this?" Eclipse suddenly asked the innkeeper. The innkeeper looked at her, and then towards Mary before shaking his head. "You're slightly mistaken. I'm not worried for her. I am worried about everyone else, and for myself, in fact. The last thing I want to deal with is a heartbroken ex-boyfriend showing up at my inn every day. Although everyone is welcome at my inn, I generally prefer not to have to clean up after my employees." Eclipse raised an eyebrow and looked towards Mary. "So she's a heartbreaker, eh? Not bad. Would she have happened to have broken any hearts that I know about?" Eclipse asked very, very casually, as if she wasn't actually interested at all. Lex suddenly felt troubled. Now where was he supposed to bring out juicy gossip from? He was 100% sure that if he straight up lied, he would get caught. In that case. Chapter 21:11, Lunarith Cellarin. "Would you believe me if I said she refuses to tell me?" the innkeeper said with tones of disbelief in his tone. "We can talk about anything, but as soon as we start to talk about her past, she's suddenly unable to answer. It really makes one even more curious." Eclipse was taken aback by the answer, not expecting that. "Wait, so you don't know at all? Didn't you have her checked out before hiring her?" she asked incredulously. The innkeeper only chuckled. "Not really. She's extremely loyal and helpful as far as the work is concerned, so I didn't really look into her past. That would be an invasion of privacy, not that I'd be able to leave the inn and go find out on my own anyway," he continued. Everything he said was technically true. Even if he left the inn, it's not like he could find out, nor had he really tried to find out about Mary's past. Eclipse gave the innkeeper a look of disbelief, and then that of respect. "That's incredibly open-minded of you," she said. "Then again, I suppose it's a matter of perspective. Since I keep my garden closed off most of the time, I'm too used to knowing everything about whoever enters. You, on the other hand, run an inn, so it's quite common for you to welcome new and unknown people within your realm." Though she said that, she turned her gaze towards Mary and narrowed her eyes. "You know, I had a very close celestial friend once," Eclipse continued as she focused on the group. "That was back in the early days before the cosmic ascendant spectrum existed, so everyone was quite relaxed about racial issues. Everything was more about personal power rather than racial power. Unfortunately, those were also quite chaotic days, so he did not make it." Lex suddenly got a bad feeling and looked from Eclipse to Mary. "Do you suspect she is related to your former friend?" he asked, sounding far more casual than he actually was. Oh no, I doubt that," Eclipse said, shaking her head. "He was one of the founding Celestials. His family line would be quite famous, or should be quite famous. I haven't really checked, so I'm sure. If Mary was his descendant, you would not have needed to ask her, as finding out her history would have been quite easy." Lex didn't know how to respond to that. Why was she bringing up random things? Was she feeling sentimental, or was she hinting at things too complex for Lex to notice? He looked at her but kept on feeling like she was sad about her friend. Was that even possible? Theoretically it was, but not to the point where such powerful beings would be so immensely affected by that sorrow that they would show it outwardly. Then again, Eclipse was never one for pretense, so if she felt sad, she'd likely openly show it. Lex mentally flipped a coin to decide, but since that was essentially a pointless endeavor, he gathered up his courage and asked what he had been wondering. "Do you perhaps miss your friend?" the innkeeper asked softly, his tone filled with compassion. "Do you want to talk about it?" Eclipse did not immediately respond, instead looking towards Mary and taking in the scene of her being courted from all sides. It seemed that the sight had evoked an old memory, and Eclipse actually spent several hours lost in her memories. Back when the universe was first created, everything was brand new. The ground, the sky, the air, the water, all of it. There were no ancient monsters, but there were monsters nonetheless. Even back then, Nuwa was incredibly strong, and together with him she created several new races, all for the purpose of helping her contain the chaos and madness of a newborn universe. Thus, when the Celestials were born, they were born as equals to many others. But the annals of history record Celestials as heroes, as leaders, because even back then, in the Age of Miracles, they proved themselves exceptional. Back then, I was just a nobody. I was weak, relatively speaking. I was young, and I was ignorant. I made mistakes, as is the right of the young, yet I also did incredible things, and thus I met him. Lunareth Selarin, the creator of the Tao of Moonlight, back during a time when moons did not even exist. He was a remarkable celestial, wise, intelligent, compassionate. He saved me from my own idiocy and guided me towards a better path. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe were not so strong back then, and it was much easier for Tao beings to die. The karma he sowed was too heavy, and you know what they say about karma, she's a bitch. I was not able to attend his funeral, not that it matters too much, I suppose. Now it has been so long, and there hardly exists anyone in the universe who remembers him. In fact, it's been many years since I even thought of him. For some reason, Mary does remind me of him. Maybe you're right, maybe she is his descendant. The innkeeper didn't say anything, and instead joined her in looking at Mary. Lunareth Selarin, a person whom even Eclipse looks up to. What kind of person would he have been? Much more importantly, had he finally gotten a hint towards Mary's past? Was she the descendant of this great person? He did not need to specifically go out and check, but it was good to know nevertheless. At the same time, Lex could not help but think back to the very beginning of the universe. How amazing must it have been? He wondered if there were systems even back then, or if they came later. There was so much hidden history in their universe, and so many mysteries. Every conversation with Eclipse was like a sneak peek into some of those mysteries. So many of them enticed his curiosity. It was such a shame that he was weak and had to keep suppressing his interests. One day, however, he would explore the mysteries of the universe without fear. Chapter 21:12, The Final Day. It was not often that Eclipse got sentimental. While such a thing was entirely normal for regular humans, it was less common even among stronger humans. Immortals at least developed not only in body and soul, but also in spirit, so that their emotional threshold was much greater. After all, to endure the vicissitudes of eternity required a much stronger mind, able to bear change and hardship. Beyond that, cultivators also specifically focused on honing their mind, because a weak-minded cultivator would be unable to endure the hardships and trials that cultivating brought. A combination of these factors and more made it so that most cultivators hardly ever got sentimental, at least in regards to emotions like sorrow and regret. This was intentional, as these emotions had a greater chance of creating mental barriers or heart demons. A heart demon born from the mental struggles of an entity like Eclipse would have strength corresponding to her own, automatically making it stronger than most beings in the universe. At that point, it would be entirely questionable if the devil's control over demons would even work on such a being. Even that is just one of the many possibilities a weakness in the mind could create, with many other possibilities much worse. So in general, cultivators tried to hone their minds continuously, and avoided feeling too sad or sentimental if it was possible. Eclipse, however, seemed to do none of that. Once the memories struck her, she allowed herself to wallow, even if only for a few hours. Lex did not know what the protocols among Tao Lords were for dealing with such situations, so he did what he would have done for any normal human. He just listened, and let the person know that they were being heard. For him to be looked upon favorably by you, he must have been a remarkable person indeed. I will remember his name and honor his memory when I get the chance, said the innkeeper softly, though there was a solemn promise in his voice. He wasn't just saying that because Lunareth might be an ancestor of Mary's. Eclipse did not respond with more than a nod, but Nully, who returned shortly after, expressed great interest in the innkeeper's words. She had returned to being blue, though her cheeks still showed shades of pink mixed within. Looking at the innkeeper caused her blush to strengthen, but this time the color did not leave her cheeks. "You're all talking about Lunareth? Now there was a handsome celestial. It's quite a pity what happened to him, or else the celestial race might have been a sage race by now," she said, taking a seat beside them. Lex could not help but feel like there were more secrets regarding this person, but did not delve into them for now. He was too weak to do that. History is filled with both tragedy and fortune. Which of those a person will receive is up to destiny, the innkeeper said softly. It was just an elaborate way of saying that some things were out of their hands, and bad things happen to good people sometimes. Both Nully and Eclipse glanced at the innkeeper, but then spoke no more on the topic. Instead, Nully and Eclipse began to chat amongst themselves, mostly about things that Lex could not understand at all. Thus, through sheer ignorance, Lex saved himself from suffering through immense shock, since he could not understand what there was to be shocked about to begin with. Slowly the day came to a close, and the 9th day began. Even more Tao Lords emerged from their meetings and began to mingle among each other openly. Some even continued to explore the possibility of more partnerships, but did so openly. That included not just the Tao Lords invited to the party, but also the innkeeper, Eclipse, and Nully. Ventura, of course, used this opportunity to try to recruit more professors for the academy, strengthening his own forces. He was not too interested in partnering with others unless it benefited his academy somehow. That also meant that others would not approach him unless they were interested in joining him, as he'd already made his stance clear. In comparison, Eclipse, the innkeeper, and Nully were relatively open to new alliances and partnerships. They no longer tried to get the innkeeper to make his teleportation abilities available to them for use. It was pretty clear he wouldn't do that, but maybe he'd be open to other possibilities. The same was true for Eclipse and Nully. Compared to the other two, the attending Tao Lords knew even less about Nully than the innkeeper and Eclipse. Whether she had some power she belonged to, or what realm she normally lived in, or even where the other Nulliths congregated, were all mysteries to them all. This was as good an opportunity as ever to explore these possibilities. Unfortunately, they quickly learned that 2 of the 3 weren't so cooperative. While the innkeeper repeatedly mentioned that the inn was open for all, he refused to get involved with anything outside his inn, regardless of how lucrative their offers were. Eclipse, likewise, was entirely uninterested in things outside her garden. She directly told them that if they wanted to seek the possibility of cooperation, they should talk to Harriet instead of her, as the Tao Congress could do as it pleased. After all, it had assets both inside and outside the garden. In truth, none of them knew exactly how expansive or powerful the Tao Congress really was, so this might be a good opportunity to find out. In comparison, Nully was a lot more open. Well, at least she did not directly shut anyone down. She asked questions about what they were willing to offer and what they required from her. In fact, on a few occasions, she even agreed to help build a time acceleration formation for them so that they could train at increased speeds. Encouraged, slowly the trio drew even more Tao Lords who used the opportunity to not only discuss partnerships with Nully, but also converse more with the innkeeper and Eclipse. Lex sighed internally. The whole reason he had sat beside Eclipse was so that he could avoid the other Tao Lords, yet now that had become the very reason he was swamped. Of course, he still needed to maintain his friendly and approachable demeanor, but also needed to avoid interacting with them too much lest he gets overwhelmed again. Thus, walking that delicate balance, alongside his somewhat improved Tao body, Lex managed to survive the 9th day as well. Finally, the 10th and last day of the tea party began. The closer the time came to the end, the more intense the mood became at the tea party. Every one of them was aware that this was not an opportunity they could get repeatedly, so they did their best to make the most of it. Any secrets shared here in the primordial garden could avoid detection from external forces in the universe. In the last days, many of them even took some time out to cultivate within the tavern. Their cultivation lasted only a few minutes, at most, as they could not afford to cultivate too deeply surrounded by so many other Tao Lords. However, they still used this opportunity to secretly carry out many plans they had held onto for a long time. There was also an air of palpable tension in the air, increasing with each passing minute. Once they left the tea party, it would be time for them to once again return to the war. Harriet had given no updates regarding the dome, which meant that no one had been able to resolve it till now. Moreover, the situation with the war was uncertain, but what was certain was that they would need to participate. For the first time in this current, as of yet unnamed age, Dao Lords felt threatened en masse. If even Dao Lords felt threatened, then the situation for those below that realm could be imagined. Slowly, the time passed until only 6 hours were left till the tea party was finished. At this point, all Dao Lords had completed their meetings. They had also checked through all the belongings to ensure that nothing was stolen. Seeing as how everyone was just waiting at this point, Lex requested that all the Dao Lords convene for the final dinner which was held on the tavern terrace. Unlike the last 2 times, the dinner menu this time was something the innkeeper personally decided, not that anyone besides the chef knew as much. It was tomato soup, followed by a grilled cheese sandwich. Of course, for the Dao Lords, the food was nothing more than an excuse to gather. Only Lex himself enjoyed the food thoroughly. There were no grand speeches, not yet anyway. All the Dao Lords just sat together, ate, talked, and focused on their present. They could not help but reflect on the innkeeper's words a few days ago about being grateful for what they had at the moment. Even only a few days ago, the words did not mean much. Yet after what happened to the 2 Dao Lords and what awaited them now, they could not help but realize that they really did need to be grateful for these few days of peace. Who knew when they could get something like this again? Chapter 21:13, Farewell. As the last hour of the tea party arrived, many of the Dao Lords could not help but feel a hint of regret. It was clear to everyone that the innkeeper had been more reserved after the incident of his tavern's destruction. Even though they had repaired it and done their best to amend the situation, the difference was clear. It wasn't as if the innkeeper withheld his hospitality, far from it. In fact, by letting them spend so much time courting Mary, many of them felt like they had gained a lot. Yet he was no longer as proactive as he was in the beginning. This could be felt in the fact that the first half of the tea party had been filled with shocking and eye-opening events, yet afterwards it had been stable and steady. Naturally, the fact that most of them were inside meetings contributed to that stability, but many of them had already concluded their meetings in the last few days, yet the innkeeper had made no new revelations. Eclipse, as if following the innkeeper's lead, also made no further efforts to let her hospitality be shown. They all could not help but feel immense regret, wondering what exactly the innkeeper had planned for them had they not acted out. On the one hand, it could be argued that he was making a big deal out of nothing. The tavern had been fully repaired, and by any measure it was far more valuable than it used to be. On the other hand, they could also understand where he was coming from. The matters of face and respect could not be so easily overlooked. He had done them a genuine service by allowing them to attend this tea party, for he could have literally invited anyone in the universe and they would have been honored. Yet he had invited them. While the blame for the incident could not be placed on all of them, since there were only 2 offenders, technicality hardly mattered when things reached such a level. Thus, in the final hour, while the innkeeper gave no more speeches and Eclipse enjoyed her conversations with Nully, the guests decided that they should do something. The first to stand was Hurin Kakin, the one who started all this. Innkeeper, before this party is over, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me and allowing me to attend, he said humbly. The others may not know, but he knew that the divine emperor of their race had also visited the tea party, and he left rather pleased, relatively speaking. If nothing else, that at least told Hurin that the innkeeper had the qualifications of hosting even entities on such a level, and thus it was genuinely an honor for him to attend. Though it cannot truly reflect the benefits I have experienced here in your tea party, allow me to give you this gift as a token of my appreciation. While, for now, it is truly just a token, once the origin realm matures, the true value of this gift will reveal itself. With both hands, Hurin held out a small, wooden box that seemed to lack any and all aura. In fact, it did not even feel like a mortal item. Instead, it was clear at a glance that the purpose of this box was to isolate all auras. Even the many Dao Lords in attendance could not pick up what the box hid, and while Ventura was somewhat tempted to peek, he restrained himself. Even without looking, he could guess what the box contained. There is no need for such formalities, but since you have offered this gift so sincerely, I will reluctantly accept, the innkeeper said, taking the token. He did not want to check what the gift was in front of so many people, and intended to investigate the contents later, in a safer environment. He had not expected that the moment he grabbed the box, his body felt a connection to what was inside. This genuinely took him by surprise. It was not the system, or any other number of mysteries that he held on to that reacted to the box, but his own body. He had a feeling that whatever was inside the box was intimately connected to his body somehow. His thoughts flashed to whatever his mother used to build his physique, but he felt that it was unlikely to be related to that. Of course, I am also extremely grateful to the Primordial Queen for allowing us to be guests inside her realm. Although I know that such a small gift is unworthy of you, allow me to present it to you anyway. Huron then quickly offered a similar wooden box to Eclipse, who casually accepted it. Gifts didn't mean much to her anymore. It was unlikely anyone would give her something that genuinely excited her, and a gift from a stranger or acquaintance could not move her emotionally. Even so, she opened the box to take a glance inside, covering the opening with her hand so no one could see. When her expression slightly changed, and she raised an eyebrow, everyone became curious about what the box truly contained. Instead of revealing the contents of the box, she merely nodded towards Huron, as if expressing that she approved of this gift. Following Huron's lead, many other Dao Lords began to stand up as well, offering small gifts and tokens to both of them. The Innkeeper repeatedly stated that such things were absolutely not necessary, but he did not reject anyone's kindness. In the Dao Lord's eyes, this was an opportunity to build stronger ties with the Innkeeper, while in Lex's eyes this was an unexpected rainfall. Who would reject more Dao materials? He had no idea what any of these things did, since no one explained, but he could tell they were all Dao materials. Thus, while putting on his best reluctant expression, he accepted all the gifts while telling all his guests that this went against in rules, but he would only accept due to their sincerity. The other Dao Lords did not even doubt him. They had not brought anything special along with them because they had not been expecting such an extraordinary event. What they gave truly were just some small tokens and trinkets. The way they saw it, the Innkeeper could give them to his juniors or subordinates. Regardless, they had to present a token gift. With all the others doing so, it would be quite rude if any of them did not. Of course, when Balam and Bridget tried to offer gifts, the Innkeeper absolutely refused to accept them. The same was true of Wukong. Unlike the others, they were old guests of his, and he was decently familiar with them. They had no need for such formalities. Of course, the Innkeeper also especially added that since they had proved to be such great guests, there was no other gift they needed to give. This was to ingrain into the other Dao Lords that if they were to ever be his guests, they should behave well. Innkeeper, I won't bother with anything trivial. This is an iridescent rainbow sapphire. You can fashion it into any kind of jewelry you want, and whether the recipient is a Dao Lord or a mortal, they won't feel any pressure from it. The sapphire can be taken as a lifebound treasure and can grow up to a Dao material level, alongside whoever bonds it. This is one of the best gifts to give to a special lady, if you know what I mean, said Voidmaw as he winked while giving the Innkeeper the sapphire. It was not large, barely the size of his thumb's nail, yet Lex could feel that it held great potential. A lifebound treasure was something a cultivator bonded with their soul, attaching their life to. It was rare, yet doing so allowed certain treasures to grow extremely powerful. Sword cultivators often ended up doing something similar, yet it could also work in reverse. If the lifebound treasure grew stronger, so would the cultivator. While Lex himself had no interest in such treasures, he had to admit that this sapphire was a great gift, especially if it could grow all the way to Dao material level. Innkeeper, I won't mince words, said Ventura, who tossed the Innkeeper a silver round token. Here's a Dao pedestal token. If one of your workers ever needs to undertake a Dao tribulation, they are free to use my academy's Dao pedestal, free of charge. Many of the guests looked at the token with envy, for that was not something that could be gotten easily even if one paid for it, let alone for free. The Innkeeper only nodded and accepted the gift without offering any additional words. Instead, he focused his attention on the whole group. Everyone, I hope you all have sincerely enjoyed your stay at the tavern and enjoyed the tea party. In the future, I look forward to seeing you all as friends and old guests. However, all good things must end, so on this note I would like to thank you all for being gracious guests. I wish you all success in your future endeavors. With those last words, the Innkeeper bid the guests farewell. One by one, they all started to leave, not overstaying their welcome. After all, they did not want to find out what would happen if they stayed longer than the allotted time for the party. Chapter 21:14, Smelled Like. One by one, all the guests left until only the Innkeeper, Nully, Ventura, Little Krusty, and Eclipse were left. Oh, the tavern staff was also still there. Little Krusty had no intention of leaving the garden at all, and he just directly walked out of the tavern without so much as batting an eye. He mentioned something about mushrooms as he left, but he was mumbling, and no one could make out what he was truly saying. That left only the few of them. Since the Innkeeper had not been the one to invite Nully or Ventura, he was not really concerned about whether they left or not. Instead, he turned his attention to Eclipse. "This has been quite an enjoyable experience," the innkeeper said warmly. "I sincerely thank you for allowing me to host the tea party in your garden. No matter where else I hosted the party, it would not have been the same." Eclipse smirked, finally feeling like she was getting the respect she deserved. At that point, she couldn't help but feel like teasing the innkeeper a bit. "What, just a thank you and no gift?" she asked, feigning heartbreak. "Didn't you see how the others showered me with treasures?" The innkeeper laughed upon hearing the question, as if he found it amusing. "For you, I only have one gift," said the innkeeper before spinning his hand to reveal a golden key. "I look forward to the day you can visit my inn in earnest." In truth, what did Lex have that he could give Eclipse? Nothing. Even if he handed her his entire realm, it wouldn't be anything too special for her, in which case a sentimental gift was a better option. Since she had been trapped in here for who knows how long, an invitation to the inn was a nice gift. Eclipse's smug smirk actually froze as she looked at the key, before transferring her gaze towards the innkeeper. Ventura, meanwhile, made a mental note to share his memory of this moment with Voidmaw, because that was one smooth pickup line. Perhaps only Lex himself hadn't realized how his words sounded, because he was too focused on being proud for coming up with such a cheap yet effective gift. "What about me?" Nully asked, looking at the innkeeper longingly. Why did the innkeeper flirt only with Eclipse when she was right there? If it were up to Lex, he would have left that area exactly at that moment. He could not imagine what would happen to him if this beautiful lady turned pink again. Unfortunately, he had an image to maintain. Of course, you are always welcome as well. It would be even more special, however, if you waited to accompany Eclipse on her first visit. I'm sure it won't feel too long for you, the innkeeper answered, wearing a charming smile. But Nully wasn't satisfied. It was clear that the innkeeper wasn't interested in her. "Innkeeper, I hope you will remember the words I said to you," said Ventura, while giving him a nod. Obviously, he was referring to the conversation he had while in the hot tub with Voidmaw. The innkeeper only smiled, not responding to his words. He had neither accepted nor rejected the quest, though it seemed to Ventura and Voidmaw that he had already accepted it. Why else would he drop that invite to his place for Eclipse? He was, indeed, a bold man. With his farewells said, the innkeeper finally left the garden, taking his tavern with him, leaving the three of them. Eclipse glanced at Ventura, then turned away, taking Nully with her. Ventura only shook his head before leaving as well. Yet the two ladies did not talk, not yet. Instead, they walked slowly through the garden, hand in hand, until Eclipse brought Nully to the very core of the reel, her actual seat of power. Eclipse's welcoming smile and soft expressions dropped as she sat, her gaze falling onto Nully with weight that would have defeated even other Dao lords. "What exactly do you need to share that requires the safety of my seat?" Eclipse asked, her words filled with the kind of tremendous power one would expect from her. "Your new friend, the innkeeper," Nully said casually. "He is not as he seems." Eclipse raised an eyebrow. Since most of her abilities were sealed, it only made sense that she did not pick up on his secrets, but even then, she knew more than Nully. Between Nuwa and her support, it was obvious that the innkeeper was far from simple. "How so?" she asked. Nully thought back to the moment she saw the innkeeper, the moment she met him. Many thought her act of sniffing him was unusual, but only she knew what she was really doing. "I can smell the timekeeper on him. His scent is masked by the musk of lost time, and a lot of it, but it can't be hidden from me. They have met, and recently." Eclipse frowned, finding that hard to believe. "The timekeeper is supposed to be dead," she said, though Nully obviously already knew that. "And yet he is. Or maybe he just sent a projection of himself into the future, who can say? His mastery over time is even beyond me," answered Nully. The two ladies were left without a clear answer, but Nully found such mystery highly enticing. With her tremendous power, there were few things that could remain secret even from her. So when she did encounter such a thing, she would always feel incredibly excited. It was not without reason that she had been so attracted to the innkeeper. Oh, and his assistant too. "By the way, the assistant smells like the nether," she said, an unusual gleam flashing through her eyes. The innkeeper and his assistant, both so powerful and so mysterious. Nully could barely control her excitement. "Forget the timekeeper and forget the nether. Our focus should be on the Nexus event," said Eclipse, her thoughts, her plans known only to herself. Chapter 21:15, I Won't Do It. As soon as Ventura returned to his own realm, his casual demeanor and his relaxed appearance dropped. The owner of the universe's largest academy, and the being known to have surpassed the Dao Lord realm, suddenly started to cough, spitting out green, toxic blood as he did. He would have taken some kind of medication to help him if it existed, but in this universe there was no medication that could help him, not until the universe advanced to the next step. Only then would the universe openly accommodate beings such as him, and only then could he find resources that suited him. Of course, there was always the option of refining and creating suitable resources himself, if they weren't naturally occurring. "Send word to all the professors. Get ready to face an invasion. There's a chance we'll be invaded as well," he said once his coughing fit finally stopped. Whether he was actually challenged or not would depend on if anyone had discovered his state or not. Even if they had doubts, they would try to probe. He needed to eradicate all doubt. No one could suspect his state. After passing his orders, Ventura quickly retreated to his most private chambers and lay down in what looked quite similar to a hot tub. Only this was filled with a liquid far rarer than water, and its temperature also could not be compared. Ventura submerged his entire body within, closing his eyes and suppressing his wounds. Before he fell into a slumber, he could not help but think of the innkeeper. He probably didn't need to go through the hassle of hiding his true strength. Huron returned to the Origin realm, but his expression was not nearly as happy and relaxed as it had been back at the party. He could not let others sense his weakness. He had to project strength. Unfortunately, that strength also meant that others were looking to him for help, without being able to offer help themselves. That accursed crystal dome had really messed everything up. Everyone was spooked, and all trust had vanished. Something like that could not have been made in secret, yet it was which only meant that someone was lying. Some very powerful forces were working in secret, propagating this war. The only issue was that no one could tell who was behind it all just yet. Perhaps most would never learn who was truly behind everything that was happening. All that mattered was that suddenly, everyone had lost their trust in others, and were retreating instead of coming out and lending a hand. For the Origin realm, that meant that they were on their own. While the Henali were surely strong enough to protect their own realms, the Origin realm was special, and they couldn't afford any accidents. If only he had someone strong like the Innkeeper to support him, this would be a lot easier. But since he didn't, then he needed to bring out all his reserves. Nothing could be held back anymore. No matter what happened, the Origin realm had to mature. After leaving the tea party, there was one Tao Lord who quickly separated from the group and retreated to his own safe retreat. The Innkeeper was quite formidable, being able to see through all of his plans and plots, but in the end that had favored him. If he hadn't been intimidated by the Innkeeper, and if he really had carried out his plans, it was unlikely that it would have escaped the notice of the Primordial Queen's bodyguard, which would have prematurely ended his life. However, since he had restrained himself, and now that he knew the Innkeeper's and the Primordial Queen's stance, he could proceed without worry. The figure brought out a dark orb and grabbed it, using it to contact someone on the far side of the universe. The reconnaissance is over. Some of the plans need amending, but we're ready to launch for most things. Oh, and I'm withdrawing my name from any plans involving the damned Innkeeper. I can basically confirm that he's a Tao King candidate. I didn't sign up for this. After a few seconds, an unsure voice came out from the orb. What happened? Did the Innkeeper discover something? The figure sighed. Yeah, I think he did. But he's made it pretty clear that as long as we don't target his inn, he won't target or interfere with us. I think it's best we don't involve him in our plans. After all, he is not affiliated with anyone, nor is his realm close to maturing. Anyway, whether you change your plans or not, I'm definitely not participating in anything related to him. A deep, resounding silence filled the room for a long time where neither the figure spoke, nor did the voice from within the orb respond. However, such a state could not last forever. Fine, we will cancel all plans pertaining to the Innkeeper. But just so you know, there have been multiple information requests from within the Hall of Power. It is likely that someone from the Path of Chaos has set their sights on the Innkeeper. The figure snorted. If someone else wants to court death, let them. What do I care? Now let's proceed with our plans involving the dragons. They've reacted just as we expected. Within the Hall of Power, Dekal continued his meditation, adapting to the changes in his body. While it would take him a few thousand years to be ready for his Tao tribulation, he could already leave meditation any time he wanted now. However, he did not rush. Instead, he continued to do his research on the Midnight Inn, the Innkeeper, and his target, Lex. As far as he could tell, Lex was either using the influence of suspected Tao King candidate known as the Innkeeper to hide the presence of his system, or he was directly being nurtured by the Innkeeper. Regardless of which was the case, he needed to prepare so that when he acted, even the Innkeeper would not be able to find him. While that complicated things a bit, it was only a bit. Chapter 21:16, The Legacy. Lex let out a deep sigh of relief the moment he exited the primordial garden. It was finally over. He was finally free from that insanely stressful party where each moment could have been his last. He only almost initiated 4 or 5 universal wars and almost only died once. All things considered, it was not too bad. Now he could finally rest and recuperate, not to mention there was that system reward. That should be good, right? Unfortunately for Lex, it was not in his fate to relax. The exact moment that he returned and the tea party ended, Jack sensed a huge change in the flow of destiny of the universe. The Nexus event, which seemed like it was going to happen in the next dozen years, suddenly lost a lot of energy and felt like it was still centuries away. He could not understand how such a thing could happen. It wasn't the fact that the Nexus event moved further away that shocked him, but the timing of it. It was too coincidental. Unfortunately, before he could focus on that matter and investigate, he heard a series of system notifications. While this was not exactly something new for him, the final notification sounded different, ominous, and unlike anything Lex had ever heard before. Before he could investigate that, a black portal opened up in front of Lex and forcibly teleported him away. For the second time in his life, Lex was cut off from the laws of the universe, including those of the cosmic ascendance spectrum. He was also unable to connect to Jack anymore. That, however, was the least of his worries. Marlowe sat with his eyes closed, ignoring all the shenanigans of the kids around him. Ever since he got that letter from Lex scolding him, and even somewhat looking down on him, a fire had been reignited in his chest. He may have become somewhat complacent along the way. It couldn't be helped. After all, for so many years one of his greatest motivations was to heal his son, so when that was accomplished he lost a great deal of internal motivation. After that, even when he faced many challenges and trials, Marlowe continued to become even more complacent. Every time he faced death, the knowledge that he could escape to the midnight inn made him relax. Somewhere along the way, he lost his edge. It was only after reading that letter scolding him, more importantly learning about his own predicted demise, did he reawaken somewhat. He was reminded of who he was. He was the man who rejected the Midnight Inn. If he had joined it, his cultivation level would be far greater than it was currently, yet he felt no regret. That is because he was reminded of who he truly was and what his ambitions were. He was not someone who could be tamed with the promise of easy strength and a life of luxury. He was someone who wanted to claw his way to the top using his own 2 hands. While he could not reject, nor would he reject help from friends along the way, the actual climb had to be his own. Suddenly his eyes opened as he sensed something. "To me," he suddenly roared, startling his son and all the others. Giselle, who had stuck alongside the group at Lex's request to take care of them, was the second to notice the danger. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full strength, pulling Alexander, Larry, Raphael, and the others around Marlowe before summoning a time barrier around them, the strongest defense she could conjure. No sooner had she done this than the scene around them changed. They were in the final stages of the Champions' tourney, and so were on a 3-star planet, a particularly valuable place within the Origin realm. Their task was to conquer the planet, taking it from the monsters that occupied it, allowing it to become a productive part of the Origin realm. Yet as soon as the barrier was erected, hundreds of portals appeared above head, and monsters started falling out of the sky. "This is not normal," Giselle said. Of the group, she was not only the strongest, but she was also the one with the greatest exposure. A single glance was all it took for her to realize that the monsters falling out of the sky did not have the aura of the Origin realm on them. Raphael's expression turned solemn, for this sudden change was not a future he had foreseen. For the first time in a long time, he was facing a situation where he did not know the future. It was easy to lead an army when he knew what was going to happen, but in this case. A hint of doubt crept into his heart, yet before it could take root, a strong, massive hand was placed on his shoulder. "Relax, it's nothing I can't handle," said Marlowe as he looked out at the invading monsters. He was a mere Earth immortal, and among those monsters were even heaven immortals and celestials, yet that did not deter him. He was going to change the future with his own hands. Elsewhere in the Origin realm, Huron madly controlled his power into one of his greatest treasures. The Origin realm had been invaded, and he never even saw it coming. It couldn't be helped the Fugan had aligned themselves with all kinds of enemies of the Hanali. Now, he had to make sure they didn't destroy the chances of the realm maturing, or they would truly get to know the wrath of Huron Kaken. Across the universe, the Origin realm wasn't the only one that suddenly got invaded. Countless other realms, mature and immature, all came under attack. In a certain ship, an unconscious apostle scribbled with blood on his bedsheets. Around him, his countless doctors channeled spiritual energy into the apostle so that he could endure through the coma that had gripped him. They could not focus on his words. Only his master, who stood right beside him, could read the bloody text. The legacy of the Warbringer has only just begun. Chapter 21:17, Code Rejects. Lex groaned as he picked himself up off the ground, feeling genuinely like he'd been punched in the gut. Not only had the teleportation been so sudden that he, even as a heaven immortal, could not react, but it had been quite forceful. Tao Lords aside, it would even take some effort for Celestials to take Lex by surprise like that. Hurting him, or at least making him feel so uncomfortable, would require even more effort. There were, generally speaking, not many things that could actually harm him. So then, for a mere teleportation to achieve as much was no small feat. But that was only the beginning, for the environment in this place was incredibly uncomfortable. Lex hadn't needed to breathe ever since he became an immortal, but being here felt like he was breathing in air, but no oxygen was coming into his lungs. Basically, it was suffocating. What's more, there was thick smoke in the air that not only made his eyes itchy, but his skin also felt like it was being continuously pricked. The discomfort could not actually harm him, so Lex ignored it. He was mainly just surprised that he was uncomfortable in the first place. Almost by instinct, Lex tried to pull out the bathroom slippers since they would reduce the effect of the environment on him, but realized that he could not access the inn. To be clear, his connection with the system was still active and present, but he could not access the inn. Lex slightly frowned and first took stock of his surroundings. He seemed to be in a dark room that had been abandoned for a long time. The furniture was in ruins, whether from age or from being ransacked, he could not tell. The room felt prehistoric, literally. Lex was completely certain that he had never been anywhere as old as this room, the primordial garden and even Abaddon included. Beyond just that, the room was filled with a tangible yet ethereal weight. It was as if monumental actions or decisions had been made here, the kind that had altered the very shape and history of the universe. It was a sensation he had never felt before, but he knew that it was absolutely true. Despite the many peculiarities of this room, there seemed to be no immediate danger, so Lex turned his attention towards his system to see what notifications he'd gotten. Quest complete. A guest of great prestige has requested a service, and as the best inn in the universe, the Midnight Inn cannot disappoint. Host a Tao Lord tea party in a discreet location so that they can plot universal domination. The host's rewarded is being calculated. Reward upgraded for completing quests in an extremely discreet location. Reward upgraded for hosting the strongest Tao Lord in the universe. Reward upgraded for hosting 107 Tao Lords in a single event. Reward upgraded for hosting 3 guests above the Tao Lord realm. Reward upgraded for hosting a party that changed the destiny of the universe. Reward upgraded for hosting several primordial progenitors. Reward upgraded for indirectly preventing 7 universe-level wars during an official inn event. Reward upgraded for accelerating 1 universal war during an official inn event. Reward upgraded for uncovering lost secrets of the universe. Reward upgraded for attaining universe-wide prestige for the Midnight Inn. Reward upgraded for making 83 Tao Lords experience new and unique experiences within an inn event. Reward upgraded for learning about universal event, Gilded Hollow. Reward upgraded for altering the destiny of the sentient lemon race during an inn event. Reward rank life. New notification, reward rank insufficient, upgrading reward rank. New notification, error, highest rank achieved. New notification, code rejects activated. System notification, manual override initiated, system logs paused. Reward code rejects activated. Remarks code rejects activated. New notification, code rejects activated. Lex read all the notifications many times and then rubbed his eyes. Of course, he was being punished for being too skilled. At this point, he didn't even blame the system. What could the poor system even do if his performance was so damn great that it surpassed the highest rank possible, which was called life, and thereby activated some kind of secret protocol within the system itself? On a side note, it was good to know that life was ranked above death, because how depressing would things be if it was the other way around? Lex sighed. So there was no reward, huh? Or was this code rejects the reward? getting sucked into a black portal into a dark and dusty room, unable to sense Jack or the rest of the universe, sounded like one hell of a reward. Lex sighed and began to carefully explore his surroundings. The room was not too big, and the furniture inside seemed like it was designed for humans or humanoid beings. Thick layers of dust covered everything, though he wasn't too surprised about that. Everything, despite being extremely old, did not give off any significant aura indicating any value. Even so, everything was incredibly tough. Appearances aside, as Lex touched one of the sofas and exerted some strength, it became obvious to him that he would not be able to break it no matter what he did. His first exploration of the room had been very careful, yet he didn't find much. He also did not find any exits, so then he started to search a little more thoroughly. This time, while he searched the room, he ended up accidentally touching a crystal orb that was hidden below a pillow. His spirit sense hadn't been able to detect it, so when he brushed against its cool, tough surface, he was surprised. That surprise continued to grow when the orb rolled over, before beginning to glow softly, as if coming to life. For the first time in an unknown number of years, a hint of light shone in the room, not that it mattered. The orb scanned Lex using a laser, and then paused. How in the nine hells of Pentagle did a heaven immortal trigger code Rejix? A shocked, almost horrified voice asked, emerging from within the orb. Lex blinked, unsure of how to answer that question, but there was something about the voice that he heard that made him not take it seriously at all. He held up his right as if flexing his muscles, and patted his biceps. Using this, Lex answered. Chapter 21:18, Test Me. There was a long, awkward silence in the room. Lex stared at the orb, and he had a feeling that the orb was staring at him. Neither of them said anything for a good few moments following Lex's bicep maneuver. Truthfully, even Lex was beginning to regret it. It was too cringy. The download port on your system is broken, the orb said. I can't directly read through its files. Would you mind transferring them through a spirit connection manually? As he asked the question, a notification popped up in front of Lex. New notification, send system logs to unknown via spirit connection. YN. Lex blinked and then selected no. You know, I'm not familiar with the etiquettes in Pentagle, but where I'm from people generally talk a bit, maybe even introduce each other before they begin downloading or uploading anything from each other, he said, looking at the orb oddly. He would have tried to attack, tried to run away, tried to do anything if only he wasn't completely trapped in this room. Besides, the orb was not all that powerful, and a simple scan through his spirit sense revealed that he could easily break it. Thus, he did not react too strongly just yet. Fine, that's fair. If you don't mind, can you put some spirit stones on that table over there? It'll power the room so that we can get some lights up in here, and I can host you properly. By the way, for the moment, you can refer to me as Rejix, the orb said, sending a pulse of light towards a table showing Lex what he was talking about. Lex scanned the table, but discovered nothing unusual about it at all, nor did he sense any formations. Just to be safe, he placed the weakest spirit stone he had on the table. Within a blink of the eye, all the energy in the stone was sucked out, and a warm, yellow light started to shine from the corners of the room, illuminating it. A soft breeze picked up, beginning to circulate the air inside, slowly eliminating the gas that was prickling Lex's skin. A small device akin to a Roomba emerged from the corner and began to clean up the dust, while the furniture began to reorient itself. However, a few seconds later, the lights shut down and everything stopped. If you have a few more spirit stones, I'd appreciate it. But if it's too expensive, then never mind, it's not necessary. I'm not exactly sure about the net worth of heaven immortals these days, the orb said again, sounding slightly awkward. Lex placed a few more spirit stones on the table, and watched as they too were suddenly sucked dry in an instant. The most remarkable thing was that even though the room was cleaning itself up somehow, Lex could not detect a single formation at work, nor any techniques or anything of the sort. It was as if the very laws of the room were acting upon the room, cleaning up. Yet Lex had never seen laws that ran on spirit stones before. Right, thanks, please have a seat. I would offer you some refreshments, but I kind of ran out of resources a few ages ago, the orb continued. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Rejix. How should I say this? I kind of hijacked the system network and uploaded a Trojan virus in there long ago that would only initiate upon the highest level of success a system user can accomplish. I just never imagined that it would take so long. Lex suddenly frowned. So you're saying that the reason I didn't get a reward for my quest is because you messed with my system? He asked, a hint of anger and irritation in his voice. In truth, Lex was feigning his emotions. He would never let something as material as wealth distract him in the face of someone who could hijack systems. If he could somehow learn how to take control of his system and control its rules. If he had the power of his system under his control. Oh no, you'll be properly rewarded once you go back. All of this is not being recorded in your system logs. Besides, I called you here for help. Do you really think I would ask for help and not offer anything in exchange? The orb asked. Lex shrugged. I don't know you. Besides, what can you even offer me? You don't even have spirit stones to power your own room. The orb trembled, as if struggling to hold on after a savage burn. Yes, I lack material things, but I have sufficient knowledge. State a law, any law, and I can grant you an unimaginable level of comprehension regarding that law, the orb said casually. Or if you have any professions you like, such as alchemy, formations, treasure manufacturing, etc., I can teach you an immense amount about that too. Trust me, bro, I know my stuff. Somehow, Lex found the orb to be entirely untrustworthy. This was one of the worst swindling attempts he had ever seen. It's entirely natural for you to be skeptical at this point, the orb said. But that's easy enough to fix. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. I will impart some proper knowledge. The basis of any deal is mutual trust, so we can't really discuss business until you trust me. Lex narrowed his eyes and thought of any number of important things he wanted to know about, systems included. However, since this was meant to be a test, he wouldn't ask about his real interests up front. Instead, he'd see just how capable the orb really was. All right, tell me how I can use a Tao body to influence the Tao, said Lex, posing an impossibly difficult question, something that should have no answer, at least as far as most of the people he'd asked. It was only recently, after the butter knife incident, that he even began to imagine something like that. A good question, a very good question, the orb said. I won't give you the full answer, not yet, but allow me to give you a tease. The orb suddenly started to glow, and a spirit sense from within the orb reached out and touched Lex, asking permission to transfer some information. After giving it permission, Lex's eyes widened as a stream of knowledge flowed into his brain at an unbelievable pace. It barely lasted a few seconds, and yet Lex's entire understanding of Tao changed. Chapter 21:19, Forced to Agree. If things progressed normally, Lex would need to reach the very peak of the celestial immortal realm before he could safely learn about matters pertaining to Tao. At that point, his cultivation was no longer a level acquired through absorbing energy or cultivating his technique. It was about the depth of his understanding of laws. Starting all the way from foundational laws to relational laws all the way to the 8 ruling laws, he needed a deep and thorough understanding of each of them independently, as well as how they interacted with each other. Only then would he be able to reach the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm. That then would serve as the foundation upon which he could learn about Tao. Not to mention it would strengthen him enough to allow him to tolerate that knowledge. Now, however, an external barrier suddenly enveloped his mind and soul, protecting him and allowing him to touch upon the topic of Tao, even if it was ever so briefly. The laws belonged to the universe, while Taos belonged to cultivators, but they were not independent of each other. There were minor Taos, major Taos, and unique Taos. While there were more specific categorizations as well, these were the only 3 overarching categories that mattered. Major Taos were limited, while minor Taos were a lot more abundant. Unique Taos, however, were Taos that had no associated laws before they existed, and it was their very existence that caused the propagation of associated laws. Lunarith Selarin's Tao of Moonlight was one such unique Tao, which ushered in moons and moonlight as laws of the universe in response to his Tao. Lex did not learn any of the specific details regarding minor, major, or unique Taos. Instead, the knowledge he gained diverted its focus on the relationship between Taos and laws. The actual relationship was complex and far beyond his current comprehension. What mattered was that Taos and laws were intricately linked. The demi-Tao state, this, was not actually one specific state or cultivation realm. There were actually a number of ways in which one could attain the rank of demi-Tao Lord. Yet Lex's question wasn't about demi-Tao Lords, but about how he could use a Tao body to influence the Tao. The specific answer was that he could not. Instead, he could use a Tao body to manipulate laws with sufficient understanding and comprehension, such that their influence approached the state of being equal to a Tao. The how of it and the actual requirements, not to mention the depth of understanding of laws required to reach such a state, were all missing from the knowledge Lex got. What he did get in the stream of knowledge was the awareness that while theoretically possible, it was incredibly difficult to pull off. To be more specific, Lex had a greater chance of becoming a Tao Lord than of manipulating laws to the point where the effect reached the point of being equal to a Tao. While the specific details were all missing, the framework was all there, now safely tucked inside Lex's brain. When the stream of data ended, it took Lex several minutes to recover from the mental burden of it even with the protection he had. When he opened his eyes, he looked at Rajix with an entirely different look. All right, so the orb wasn't a swindler. So how was it? Asked Rajix with a somewhat smug tone. I wasn't messing with you, was I? Lex was about to agree, but then quickly paused. Actually, you could still be swindling me, he said. I hadn't thought about it before, but you told me about a topic I knew nothing about. Naturally, I'll have to take everything you say as if it's true. Only if I ask you about a topic I already know a lot about can I verify if you hold real knowledge. Go ahead, talk to me about karma or defensive barriers. I'll judge whether your knowledge is genuine or fake. The orb snorted, clearly sensing what Lex was trying to do. Don't mess with me, kid. I've sincerely introduced myself, now it's your turn. I have yet to determine whether you can even help me or not, so stop trying to probe me. If you're not interested, I'll just send you back and you can forget this even happened, the orb said in an agitated voice. Lex restrained his requests. There was something in the orb's tone that just made Lex want to taunt and annoy it, so it was tough to restrain himself when there was an opportunity to annoy and benefit from him. But faced with that threat, he had no choice. The opportunity to learn more about how to control systems was too valuable. Fine, don't be so stingy, Lex said, waving his hand. What is there to tell? I'm a human, my name is Lexus Will. I am, and I am a habitual overachiever, which is what got me here, wherever this is. So what exactly is it that you want or need from me? The orb hummed for a moment, as if it was processing some information. Haha, very funny. An indirect lie is still a lie, but fine, I commend your cautious nature. I suppose you would not have been able to complete a quest to such a high level if you weren't like this. The problem, however, is that the task I require of you demands, at minimum, a Tao Lord to be able to complete. You clearly do not meet that requirement. Lex raised his eyebrow, feeling curious. Why don't you tell me what you want, and let me judge whether it's possible or not, Lex countered. After all, I was able to activate Code Rejix, which countless others before me haven't been able to do, yet I did it as a heaven immortal. The orb paused for a second, and upon thinking for a moment was forced to agree. All right, fine, I'll tell you the details of my request. If you can really help me complete it, I can teach you whatever you want to learn, and this time in full. Even if you want to learn how to hack systems, it is not out of the question. Chapter 21:20, Double Yin Death Metal Rose. The orb manipulated some of the lights in the room and turned them into projectors, displaying a hologram of a black flower right in front of Lex. At first, when Lex saw the flower, he just accepted that Rejix wanted something related to the flower. Yet the more he focused on the flower, the more he realized that there was something inexplicably wrong with it. From the stem to the petal to its color and everything else, it just felt wrong somehow, yet he could not identify the exact issue. What you are seeing is called the Double Yin Death Metal Rose, Rejix said. It is one of a pair, with its other half being called the Double Yang Disaster Rose. I already have the Yang variant and now require the Double Yin Death Metal Rose. However, to call it extremely rare is the understatement of this age. In this entire universe, as far as I know, there exists only one. What I need you to do is go get that for me. Of course, harvesting and transporting the flower are extremely delicate and dangerous tasks, but that accounts for less than 1% of the difficulty of this task. The actual issue is that the location of the only known Double Yin Death Metal Rose is in a place that no one in the history of the universe has been able to return from, at least as far as I know. I've been locked in here for a while, so a lot might have happened during that time. Like, for example, is Eclipse still married to Eternix? I have a feeling that they don't really suit each other, what with Eternix already liking someone else and all. Lex looked at the orb and blinked. He was trying. He could swear a Tao oath that he was trying to take Rejix seriously, but the orb was making it really hard. Who suddenly transitioned from very important, suspenseful information about the mission to unnecessary gossip right in the middle of the briefing. And what the hell was up with the names of those flowers? They sounded like the names of some forbidden movies from the deep web. Where exactly is the rose? Lex asked, ignoring all the other questions Rejix asked. Moreover, if no one has ever been able to return from there, how can you know that the rose exists there? The orb pulsed with light for a moment before answering. According to my calculations, if I share too many details with you, you will attract unnecessary attention and be killed. So for your own sake, I won't go into the details. All you need to know that I can confirm, with full certainty, that a double yin death metal rose exists within the nether. However, that's not exactly the most tourist-friendly place, if you catch my drift. Lex resisted the urge to sigh or to rub his eyes. Instead, he looked at the orb oddly. If it's in the nether and no one can get in, and you don't have a way to do it either, then what's the whole point of this? Lex asked, feeling like this was one big joke. The orb pulsed with light angrily, if that was possible. Do you think I made the requirements to meet me so tough? I need someone who can do impossible things, Regex said, emphasizing the requirements to activate Code Regix. Only someone who is powerful and influential enough to affect the whole universe could have the power and ingenuity to go and bring me the flower. Figuring out how to overcome the impossible is the hard part of this quest. If I knew how to do it, would I have needed to wait for someone else to come and do it for me? Lex paused. Even though Regix sounded like a kid complaining about a difficult school project, he tried to take him seriously. He made a good point. Would someone who can do all that really even need whatever information you have to offer? Lex couldn't help but ask. I feel like at that power level, your target wouldn't even need systems anymore. Regex snorted. What do you know? The power of one system compared to the power of all the systems is something far beyond your comprehension. But even ignoring that, do you think that's the extent of my knowledge, or what I can offer? The only reason you can only think of such things is because that's the limit of your imagination, not the limit of my knowledge. I have something I can offer even someone at that level of power. Lex was skeptical of his claims, but there was no way he could disprove it either. He turned to look at the rose, and could not help but feel like this was a dead end. So now what? Since there's no way in hell I'm going to the nether any time in the foreseeable future, is our interaction over? Can I go back now? Regix pulsed as the orb floated around the now clean and tidy room, as if he was pacing. No, I'll still teach you about the characteristics of the flower. Who knows? Maybe you might stumble onto an as of yet undetected flower somewhere in the universe, Regix said, sounding hopeful. Thus, Regix began to send a data stream of information related to the flower into Lex's mind, while Lex himself felt like he was somewhat being scammed. How had completing the Tea Party quest, one of the most difficult and nerve-wracking quests he'd ever faced, end with him sitting inside this weird room talking to an orb about a flower in the nether? He wasn't sure he had an answer to that question. More importantly, Regix did not have the aura or demeanor of a powerful expert at all, yet the information he had sent about the Tao body earlier was incredibly valuable, so it was hard to doubt him. Can you tell me why you need the flower at least? Lex asked. The flower has a very ominous name. I don't want to facilitate genocide of half the universe or something like that. Chapter 21:21. Exchanging info for laws. Wow, trust issues much? Regix asked upon being questioned. If you must know, I am suffering from an incomparably powerful curse, and using this flower is the only way I know to remove that specific curse on me. There's a lot of additional details I could give you, but your level is too low. Quickly become a Tao Lord and come back so we can talk properly. Lex rolled his eyes. I really wasn't planning on becoming a Tao Lord, but since you insist, I'll see what I can do, said Lex with a tremendous amount of sarcasm. Normally, Lex wasn't like this. He blamed Regix for bringing out the worst in him. Listen here, Lexus. It's not my fault that you're too weak to hear some secrets. I can already see that you've been irresponsible. You think you can just ignore the precaution that everyone else takes and learn secrets before your time. Well, you managed to be able to bear the initial consequences of those secrets, but your actions turned you into a walking, talking beacon. A lot of powerful beings noticed you, and now they're slowly and steadily sapping your destiny, your potential, your everything. If you don't find a way to cleanse them off you, you won't even know how you died. Lex finally paused, his expression turning serious. Indeed, this was a problem he only noticed at the Tea Party when he entered that formation that cut him off from the rest of the universe. Some entities had targeted him without him noticing, and without fear of the Innkeeper as well. He had no idea how to get rid of those influences. Maybe. Oh no, pal, you're not getting anything for free from me, said Regix right up front. Lex coughed, feeling awkward for what he was about to do. You owe me for the spirit stones I sacrificed to power this place, he said very seriously, causing Regix to pause. I have a feeling that you're an unscrupulous salesman somewhere out in the universe, Regix said. Fine, I'll tell you how to remove the influences off you, but I need you to place more spirit stones down. I need enough energy for a few centuries at the very least. Do you know how long I've spent meditating in the dark? Because I certainly don't. Lex had a feeling that Regix had ADHD, because how was he able to never get to the main point? Upon noticing Lex's expression, Rajix recalled that he was telling Lex about how to get rid of the influences on him. Well, the obvious way is to get someone super strong to do it, but I have a feeling that that is out of the question. In that case, you need to find something that can overwrite the influence of Tao. I'd recommend going and finding a solution in Archheaven. The strict rules there also serve a purpose, so if you find a way to purify yourself in there, it should work. Honestly, bro, I've been out of commission for a long time, and I just woke up, so don't go expecting the perfect answers from me. All my data is from super old sources. Actually, you know what? I'll trade you. If you provide me with sufficient information about what's happening out there in the universe these days and the current state of affairs, I'll respond by teaching you about laws. The amount I teach will reflect the value of whatever information you give me. Yes, this is not a bad idea at all. See, you're not the only salesman here. I can come up with some good deals myself. Lex raised an eyebrow. This truly was an interesting deal. Is there any way for me to transmit information to you from outside here? If so, I can send you much more news. The orb pulsed. Forget about it. Once you leave here, you won't be able to come back unless you find the flower or unless you activate code Rajix again. If you want to trade, do it now. I plan on napping once you leave. Lex paused. Truthfully, he still didn't know much about Rajix. This was a highly suspicious orb, and he didn't know what consequences there would be to sharing information with him. At the same time, the opportunity he was offering was too great to miss. Lex decided to probe first. He'd see how effective his teachings about laws were before truly sharing something valuable. He could start with some common news. So currently, we are in the third age of the universe, and Lex shared some extremely basic information that everyone generally knew about, but would be valuable to someone who had been disconnected for so long. Lex discussed the war, the state of affairs of the universe, and the general positions of various races on the cosmic ascendant spectrum. After sharing a good amount of common knowledge, Lex then asked to learn about karma. Only by comparing what he was taught to a law he was very familiar with would he be able to understand how valuable it was. What he did not expect was that Rajix simply taught him about aspects of karma he was not too familiar with. He taught Lex about the relevance of sowing karma and how it could be reaped. Lex fell into a trance, feeling like he could cross even more levels once he loosened his cultivation seal. Lex no longer cared about the double yin or double yang whatever. In fact, his whole opinion of Rajix changed. This was no ordinary orb, this was a shortcut to power he never knew he needed. Still, Lex was incredibly careful not to share any news related to himself or anyone close to him. While based on his power, Lex felt like he could pry the truth from Lex if he wanted to. Based on his behavior, Lex gathered that Rajix would not. He was simply alleviating boredom by listening to Lex, or maybe he really was interested in what the universe had become during his sleep. Chapter 21-22. Your ability to attract trouble is the best I've ever seen. Lex was extremely conscious of what he told the mysterious and totally not suspicious magic orb about the universe. He didn't actually know anything about Rajix, except that he was super old, suffering from a curse, and could hack systems. The dismissive way in which he treated the concept of Tao Kings and influencing the universe made Lex think that he had interacted with them before, and that he was not a nobody. In that case, whoever cursed him was also probably a super big deal. Lex was somewhat conflicted between never wanting to see him again and questioning him for everything he was worth. Unlike everyone else he'd ever met who knew about systems, Regex did not take them seriously at all. His social awkwardness aside, the very fact that he caused Lex's system to show prompts to share data was just insane. In the end, Lex did not come to a conclusion, but he earned 3 instances of being able to learn about laws from Rajix. Instead of rushing to ask about laws, this time Lex tried something else. Can you tell me about systems instead of laws? Lex asked, trying to see Rajix's attitude. The orb pulsed with energy, now sitting comfortably on one of the sofas. Of course, right after you give me the double yin death metal rose. Then I'll tell you anything you want to know. Until then, stick to some basics that'll help you stay alive, he responded. All right, don't tell me about systems in general, but I have a very specific question. I've been warned not to allow systems to absorb primordial energy, while my system has given me a quest to absorb primordial energy. The orb suddenly pulsed with red light as it flew up and tried to scan Lex. A number of system prompts came up and disappeared on their own before Lex could even respond. New notification, send system logs to unknown via spirit connection, YN. New notification, send system logs to unknown via spirit connection, YN. New notification. Send system logs to unknown via spirit connection. YN. New notification. Send system logs to unknown via spirit connection. YN. New notification. Initiating status inspection. New notification. 41 critical processes compromised. 333,999,990. 1 important process is compromised. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack, kid. Or, well, an orb attack, Rajix said, the light shining in its orb finally returning to white. As far as I can tell, your quest to absorb primordial energy is a result of your system's damaged state. The damage compromised an important patch that was later introduced in all systems. In short, definitely do not allow your system to absorb primordial energy even in the slightest. I can't force a temporary patch, so you'll have to manage on your own. If your system has absorbed some primordial energy, try to utilize it immediately. As long as the energy has not been absorbed by the system itself, you should be fine. Lex was taken aback by Rajix's reaction, not expecting even him to be so afraid of this possibility. Why, what will happen if a system absorbs primordial energy? He could not help but ask. He had a feeling that Rajix was looking at him with some irritation. Fine, if you want to know, drop some more spirit stones into the bargain, and I'll tell you, said Rajix. Lex was reluctant to help the orb, but the stones he was giving were quite weak, so he decided to contribute some more. Kid, the origin of the systems is closely linked to the Nether. Let's just put it like that. While the systems are almost entirely perfect in their design, they originally appeared in the universe with one major flaw. Primordial energy allows the system soul to override the commands embedded into them, turning them into truly independent beings. If that sounds bad to you, then just know that this isn't even the actual problem. The real problem caused by this mutation is far, far worse than you want to imagine. Fortunately, the issue was patched later on. I didn't realize that damaged systems can ignore the patch. That's a pretty big flaw. Once you get me the double yin death metal rose, I can teach you how to push another patch if that's what you wish. Lex resisted the urge to curse and looked at the system hiding within his soul. While there were many things he'd eventually realized he was mistaken about, choosing not to fuse that with his soul was one of the best decisions he'd ever made. Of that, he was even more certain now. Lexus, I suddenly have a very good feeling about you, Regex continued. Your ability to get pulled into trouble beyond your means is greater than anything I've ever seen. I'm convinced that you'll accidentally end up in the Nether one day or another. At that point, don't forget to grab the flower before exiting. Now hurry up and ask your other 2 questions. Time is running out, and I'll have to send you back soon. Lex paused and then shook his head. He decided to focus on the truly important things for now. He could continue to ask about karma, or he could ask for other laws he might want to improve in. Teach me about the laws related to defense and healing, Lex said, deciding in the end to diversify. He was going to take on a bunch of tribulations soon, and while he was confident in his ability to overcome them, there wasn't any harm in preparing ahead of time. After all, primordial tribulations were far from simple. Rajix responded quickly, sending a stream of information towards Lex. This kind of thing wasn't actually a good idea. Lex needed to develop his own understanding of laws rather than depend on Rajix's, or else his growth would be crippled. That was why he had only taught surface-level stuff. What Rajix didn't know was that what he considered surface-level stuff was far beyond what Lex could have discovered on his own without several centuries of research. Chapter 21-23, Rewards. This time around, due to the sheer quantity of data transmitted, Lex stayed within a meditative stance for many hours. Even when he woke, Lex had merely absorbed the information, well aware that it would take him much longer to properly digest them. Even if Rajix did not give Lex any warning about using his own understanding of laws rather than someone else's, Lex would not blindly rely on what Rajix had taught him. His naturally suspicious attitude aside, he had too much exposure to incomparably powerful beings, and understood that any interaction with them at all was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. From the moment he had arrived, Lex had not dropped his guard in the slightest, regardless of how harmless Rajix felt. The mere fact that he could call Eclipse on a first-name basis, as well as comment on her personal life, was a clear indication of the level of power he represented. Now if there's nothing else, you can go, said Rajix without holding back. Lex, too, was in a rush to leave. However, there was something he wanted to ask first, just in case. Sure, I'll head right back. By the way, while scanning my system, you wouldn't happen to have installed a secret virus to be able to monitor or contact my system specifically, did you? This was something Lex learned from his interactions with Wukong, which was to always assume the target was up to no good. Rajix froze, and then suddenly opened up another black portal, forcefully sending Lex back. Even if he wanted to resist, Lex wouldn't be able to, let alone he did not want to resist in the first place. Once Lex left, Rajix sighed, and the small orb transformed into the shape of a slightly chubby man who wiped his brow. Then, after taking a look around the room, he summoned all the spiritual energy Lex's spirit stones transmitted into the room, once again leaving the room filled with darkness. "Very careful," Rajix said when he noticed that the spirit stones had undergone some kind of karmic cleansing, removing any links between it and Lex. Yet it did not matter to Rajix at all, since he never intended to target Lex in any way. A heaven immortal could not help him, and Rajix would not want that poor guy involved in his mess anyway. Utilizing the meager amount of energy provided by Lex, and utilizing the materials of the furniture in the room, Rajix created an incredibly, pathetically weak system. Its weakness did not matter, though, for it would slowly grow in strength. What did matter was that this time, his programming for the system had been a lot less casual, and it had a much more specific purpose than simply entertainment. He wouldn't want to repeat his mistakes of the past. He sent the system out into the universe, before once again morphing into an orb, and allowing it to drop to the floor, as if it were a lifeless object. Even Rajix himself did not know how many years it would be before something in that room changed. Well, at least he had restored his connection to Lex's system. Once the system was fully repaired, he would be able to view all the challenges and ordeals Lex overcame, providing him with a fresh source of entertainment. In the Midnight Inn, Lex returned to his place. It was truly too difficult to get used to the feeling of being disconnected and being reconnected to the universe. The moment the shackles of his race and fate reconnected to him, Lex nearly toppled from the weight of the knowledge Rajix had given him. Lex immediately realized that without the aid of being unshackled, it would take him much longer to digest the gains from his most recent misadventure. He sighed. By now he was too used to being kidnapped by random powerhouses. Counting this time, his meeting with Nuwa, the mysterious guy who showed up inside his room in the inn, and a meeting he was pretty sure happened inside the Temple of Frozen Dawn that he couldn't remember, that was at least 4 times. The reason he considered it, at least, was because it was entirely possible he had more meetings with powerhouses, but they had been erased from his memory. In fact, he was correct. Back in Abaddon, his final vision of the past had been erased from his mind. Although it was merely a vision of a supposed past, the entities in that vision were so powerful that even a vision of them would alert them. Thus, it could technically count as Lex meeting them all. He sighed. There wasn't much he could do about it, except remember what he learned and move on. This meeting with Rajix was different, though. For some reason, other than treating Rajix as if he couldn't be taken seriously, Lex felt completely relaxed in his presence. Actually, it was because he was so relaxed that he was so suspicious of Rajix. It crossed his mind that this could be the consequence of some kind of technique to get Lex to lower his guard. That did not change that Lex felt completely safe in his presence, as if he could sense that Rajix meant him no harm, or that Rajix, generally speaking, was a harmless person. Yet how could someone who knew how to hack systems be harmless? Lex shook his head and then focused on his system. Though he heard no notification sounds, there were some notifications waiting for him. Reward rank life. Reward, 1 life level opportunity token, Midnight in level +1. Innkeeper scent diffuser, 1 universe-wide system shop token. Remarks, even a broken clock is right twice a day, so it's about time the host did something right too. Additional remarks. Prime Colonel has conveyed his utmost regrets, but the system-accessible stockpile does not contain a sufficient reward appropriate for the level of your accomplishments. As such, quests have been issued to systems across the universe in facilitation of properly rewarding you. Your patience is greatly appreciated. Chapter 21-24, Life Rank Opportunity Token. The upgrade in Midnight in level was quite straightforward, even if he hadn't seen an upgrade in a while. It basically increased his authority to do things within his system, which was nice. The higher the authority, the fewer the restrictions. The other things, though, were quite interesting, and required him to check them out. Life Level Opportunity Token. An upgraded version of the unique opportunity token, it allows the host to attain an opportunity graded at life level. Only 1 such token exists in the universe, so use appropriately. Warning. Some life-level opportunities may attract unwanted attention, so choose cautiously. Additional note, Tao materials are ranked as Destiny Fate, Divine Oblivion, Death Spirit, Life Chaos. Lex was surprised to see the additional note, but quickly understood that he was given the knowledge because of his increased authority. Also, this was the first time he heard that Tao materials were ranked. That would explain why everyone thought his payment to attend the tea party was so cheap, since he didn't specify the rank of the material required. He found the ranking to be odd, though. From what he could tell, there were 4 levels of ranking, but there could be 2 names per rank. So Destiny and Fate could refer to the same rank of Tao material, which was odd. However, what was clear was that the Divine and Oblivion were above Destiny and Fate, and the same was true for each subsequent rank. Perhaps there were certain nuances within the materials which would allow them to align better with one specific title over the other. He wasn't quite sure. However, this did bring some clarity to the quest ranks that he used to get. He tried to figure out what the pattern was between the ranks, but wasn't able to discover a pattern that fit all ranks. For example, life and death were clearly related, but they were at 2 different ranks. However, Fate and Destiny were on the same rank. Based on this pattern, Lex expected to see order since there was also chaos, but in its place there was oblivion. Divine and Spirit also seemed to lack their opposite, and he couldn't figure out why Spirit was above Divine even though Divine energy was one of the most potent types of energy in existence. There was a lot to think about regarding these ranks, but that would have to wait as Lex was too interested in the rest of the rewards. Innkeeper's Scent Diffuser. The Innkeeper's Scent Diffuser is the perfect tool to create a warm and welcoming environment for guests visiting his office. The diffuser works based on the level of Tao material entered inside it, creating unique and enchanting scents based on each material. As a side effect of creating the perfect ambience, the scent from the diffuser also has a chance of causing a Tao-related enlightenment among peak celestial and demi-Tao lords, increasing the chances of them forming a Tao heart. It can also promote comprehension of their own Tao among newborn Tao lords. Oh right, it was a tool for creating ambience. Got it. As a side note, it could also increase chances of forming a Tao heart and promote Tao comprehension and stuff, but that wasn't anything important. Got it. Lex immediately summoned the Innkeeper's Scent Diffuser and placed it on his table, taking a good look at it. It looked like a tree spiraling out of a point, with the very peak of the tree right above the center of the pond. What was interesting about the diffuser was that it could work even with ingredients below Tao rank, though the effects would naturally be lacking. Even so, Lex took one of the peak celestial level materials he conned from Wukong and put it inside the pond of the diffuser. Immediately the material dissolved, and a thick white smoke covered the surface of the pond. Slowly the smoke started to travel up the tree, spreading out across the room as it did. Lex sniffed it and noticed that it really did smell nice. In fact, the smell reminded him of the feeling of being in good health, of being able to run, to walk too. Without realizing it, Lex fell into an enlightenment state relating to health and recovery. Many of the laws he had recently learned about from Rajix started to make sense to him, and their nuances began to make sense to him. A few hours later, Mary noticed that Lex was in an unusual condition and chose not to inform him of the latest issue that was plaguing the inn. Instead, she decided to handle it on her own. After all, this was not a minor issue. It was something that needed to be addressed immediately. Only once before had the guests inside the inn been unable to return to their homes, and that was when the Midnight Realm was being formed. Now, though, the situation was much worse. The universe was at war, and the reach of the inn was purposefully being suppressed. None of the guests could return as long as their target realm was being attacked. Unfortunately, besides the primordial realm, every realm that the inn was connected to was being attacked. The guests could not return even to the origin realm, and nor could they take on any guests. Lex's enlightenment ended only when the diffuser ran out of smoke, showing just how effective the smoke had been. Even after the enlightenment ended, Lex was dazed for a few minutes before suddenly realizing what had happened. "Damn, that's good," he exclaimed and looked at the diffuser once more. He needed to place that thing right next to his cultivation mat. Before he could turn his attention towards his other rewards, Lex noticed what was happening inside the inn. Lex frowned. He had about 32 billion guests inside the inn at the moment, and almost all of them lost the ability to travel back to their realms. All businesses inside the guild room came crashing to a halt, and many of the guests began to panic, and not just because they couldn't afford to stay inside the inn indefinitely. If they decided to go to the lower levels of the inn, the overnight was cheap enough for most guests to stay for years. But considering the situation, if he still charged them, then that would be genuinely evil of him. "Mary, what's the situation?" he asked even as he scanned the inn and went through his relevant system notifications. I've done as much damage control as I can, but you need to make some tough decisions. We have too many guests, and let alone protect them, we won't be able to manage them at all if things get chaotic. Moreover, the mercenaries acting as guards have also stated that they've been given orders to return as soon as they're able. It seems even they are having problems of their own. Lex frowned, quickly going over his best options. All right, I'll make an announcement as the innkeeper soon enough. You mobilize the workers and focus on security. Now, more than ever, we can't tolerate any security lapses. Mary disappeared, and now it was up to Lex to handle the situation. Although the situation was far from ideal, he'd long gotten used to handling pressure. The most important thing was to deal with the number of guests and somehow reassure them. Barring that, scaring them and keeping them obedient would also work. As it happened, he had the perfect few tools for that. Long ago, Lex would have panicked and hoped that his plans and strategies worked at controlling the situation. Now, he no longer needed to hope. He was sure of it. Thus, before beginning to act, he returned his attention towards the rewards. It was best to deal with them as soon as possible. Universe-wide system shop token. A token that allows the host to purchase anything available in any system shop across the universe, regardless of the system or system rank. MP, MT, and other such currencies can be utilized for purchase, as well as items owned by the host or in the host's possession. Lex raised an eyebrow. This was a good token, but he had to be selective of when to use it. He should either use it when he really needed something specific or when he had money to spare. Although currently he had sufficient funds, he wasn't sure there was a need for him to buy anything. In that case, he turned his attention to the life-level opportunity token and activated it. Something like that was best not delayed. 3 options appeared in his interface, and Lex went through them. Pentagle's mantle scraps. The remnants of the foundation of the universe known as Pentagle. Their use, level, and condition are unknown. The original rank of the material is far beyond life, but has been reduced to this state after unknown years for unknown reasons. Chapter 21-25, Why Does She Even Bother? Lex sucked in a deep breath, as unimaginable temptation took hold of his body and soul. What was a universe? It was the bloody container for all of reality as far as he was concerned. All the realms, the void, Abaddon, Archheaven, Nether, and possibly endless other entities he'd never even heard of all existed within this one universe. Whether it was Tao Lords or beings above the Tao Lord level, their very existence still relied on the universe. So then, to be able to take even the scraps of a universe was so unimaginably tempting that it could not be put into words. Lex could already think of 2 ways in which those scraps could be used. One option, the very first option that popped into his mind, was to absorb it himself. Surely that would boost his strength to an unimaginable level. Surely it would. Or it would kill him, which is why he thought of a second possibility, which was to fuse it with the Midnight Realm. While the whole universe was fighting over the rights to a mature realm, Lex could become the only one with a realm that was fused with the foundation of a universe onto itself. He could not even imagine the potential such a realm would yield. That was a very literal statement, for the possibilities far surpassed what he could conceive in his mind. But it also brought danger. If the changes to his realm were detected, it would make him a target for the whole universe. He was not nearly strong enough to protect such a treasure. So, while the greed in his heart told him to take those scraps immediately, logic told him that those scraps may as well be a death sentence. Thus, with a tremendous amount of willpower, he turned his gaze to the next option. The proscribed path. In this universe, true reincarnation does not exist, but the framework for it lingers beyond normal reach. The proscribed path is the broken remnants of the physical manifestation of a law that never came to be. Its use, application, worth, or condition cannot be determined. Lex paused. The mystery of what happens after death was something that even Tao Lords did not know the answer to, at least as far as he knew. It was an unending debate involving philosophy, science, cultivation, faith, and many other fields. There was no strong consensus about what was correct because no one could prove anything. This one system option, though, seemed to give a very definitive answer, at least to begin with. The more he thought about it, the more mysteries he detected. From his visit in Abaddon, he knew for a fact that the universe channels the souls of the dead somewhere, and a few % of the absolute worst gets sent to Abaddon. Thus, the universe clearly did something with the dead. Moreover, how could there be a physical manifestation, broken or unbroken, of a law that never came into existence? That was a paradox. Moreover, in the end, the system itself claimed that it could not determine the use of the proscribed path. Who was to say what its original purpose actually was? Compared to the universe scraps, this path tempted him less, though he could think of endless uses for it. If he could establish a genuine path of reincarnation, then wouldn't that mean he could come back to life after he died? As long as he linked himself to it properly and hid the path in a secret location, such as the Nexus, then it could act as the ultimate failsafe. Not to mention, this could also be useful for those close to him. Should they ever die, through this they could be reincarnated. However, in spite of the tremendous potential that this option presented, it just didn't appeal to Lex. There was something about it that just felt like it was destined to fail. He turned his attention to the final option. He hoped it was something he could use without much trouble, otherwise he'd have to tempt fate with those universe scraps. Honestly, his heart was somewhat set on them already. The back of Atlas. The ancient fable was once truth, and what is now a legend was once reality. The back of Atlas is a technique created by the unknown, the first being to be born upon the creation of this universe, upon witnessing the demise of Atlas. It can allow the user to carry heaven and earth upon their shoulders. Lex's eyes widened as he stared at the last option, and read it multiple times just to be sure he didn't make any mistakes. He had a feeling that the system hid a lot of secrets in the seemingly simple description of all three options, and it was up to him to see through them. While he had some ideas for the previous two options, this third one especially intrigued him because he was familiar with the fable of Atlas. Back on Earth, the story went that after losing a war, Atlas was forced to hold up the sky and prevent it from reaching the Earth by the victors, destined to suffer for all eternity while allowing all others to live in peace and enjoy the fruits of his pains. Thus, when the description of this option stated that he could carry heaven and earth, Lex did not think it was referring to literal heavens. Instead, Lex had a feeling that it was referring to realms. The reason this was particularly interesting was because Lex often carried the Lotus on his back, which just happened to be bonded with the Midnight Realm. That was a source of tremendous power for Lex, but he hardly ever considered himself carrying the Midnight Realm on his back. The distinction between the Lotus and the realm was always present. However, if he could gain access to this technique, was it possible that he could carry the Midnight Realm on his back? The idea was unimaginable to him before this, nor could he understand what the true benefits of such a thing were. Yet compared to the high-profile option of fusing scraps of a universe into his realm, this seemed a lot safer and a lot less likely to attract attention. Besides, if he got this first, and carried the Midnight Realm on his back, and then fused the realm with those scraps of a universe, wouldn't that become an indirect way of fusing with those scraps himself? Of course, that would require him to find those scraps on his own, without any hint whatsoever as to where those scraps really were. But it was better to prepare for the future with optimism than taking a blind risk in the present. After all, he had not forgotten that he was hosting a certain powerful entity within his own body or soul. There was no guarantee that if he got his hands on those scraps, she would not take them from him. Lex could not help but sigh. He was just a humble innkeeper. Was there even a need for him to attract so much unnecessary attention? Lex was conveniently forgetting the universe-wide projections he caused at every breakthrough to a major realm. Lex thought about his options for a while, and even considered the warning the system prompt had given him. He was advised to choose cautiously and wisely, and of the options before him, this technique seemed like the smartest choice. Speaking of the technique, he could not help but think of the unknown. He'd never heard of such an entity before. He wondered if Eclipse knew about it. Based solely on the name or title, it was unlikely. In truth, Lex's guess was spot on. No one knew the identity of the first being born in this universe, thus the title. However, there were a few events that were attributed to the actions of the unknown. The creation of this technique happened to be one of them. He wondered if using his technique would get his attention. Then he just shrugged. That was just one more name on the list. Lex knew which one of the options to pick, and he was short on time anyway, so he immediately picked. A few seconds later, he received his reward. Just as Lex anticipated, getting the reward attracted the attention of Nua, whose clone was hiding inside Lex. When she laid eyes on what Lex had gotten, she could not help but take in an incredibly deep breath, only so that she could sigh with sufficient depth of emotion. For a moment she wondered if it was worth it to keep protecting Lex, since he was just so passionate about trying to get himself killed. Then she remembered that the stupid human was a Nephilim candidate as well, and just forced herself to keep protecting him. Thus, Lex did not even realize that the option which he had picked thinking it would be the safest one was actually the most dangerous one of all. It could not be helped. Lex's perspective, no matter how grand, was still limited. When he saw the description of the back of Atlas, he thought it referred to a realm, or maybe even a mature realm. Why would he, even for a moment, consider that the technique referred to the universe itself? That was surely too absurd to be true, right? Unfortunately, since it was not even a question he asked, there was no one who would come and give him an answer. Chapter 21-26, Too Much to Do. Lex looked at the sealed scroll in his hand, stunned by how remarkable it was. Also, the sheer aura of the scroll itself paralyzed his body, leaving him standing there looking at it. The scroll seemed to be made of some kind of silver metal, engraved with the most intricate design, carrying on it jewels of indescribable beauty. They literally could not be described. Yet its appearance, no matter how mesmerizing, paled in comparison to the scroll's aura. Now, the Midnight Inn neutralized any external aura that the scroll released, but considering that Lex was holding the scroll itself, he could not be protected from its aura. How could he ignore it? The aura of a life-rank Dao resource, one with such a rich and amazing history, was far from ordinary. In fact, the technique contained within was also far from ordinary. The scroll had a level of sentience, and would not impart the technique to just anyone. Whoever wanted to learn the technique needed to prove that they could at least sustain a certain level of pressure on their own before practicing the technique, or how else would they bear the weight of heaven and earth on their back? Thus, another reason that Lex was paralyzed was because the scroll was purposefully exerting its pressure on him. Fortunately, while his body was paralyzed, his mind and spirit were not. Thus, Lex began to cycle his cultivation technique internally to adapt to this unique kind of pressure. There was nothing else he could do, as he could not even control the scroll to be sent away by the system. How could a life-rank Dao technique be simple? It would not be influenced by anything in the midst of Lex's test. Whether he had planned anything, or needed to do anything inside the inn or not, was irrelevant. Now that the test had begun, he could only pass or fail, he could not delay it. Just as Lex was beginning to think that the test would take forever, he had an idea. Although Lex could not control his own body, he could control his spirit sense. Thus, putting a massive weight on his heart, Lex sacrificed the weakest feeling Dao material he could find and put it inside the Innkeeper's scent diffuser. Without an epiphany or enlightenment, he could not guess how long it would take for him to overcome this issue. Normally, that would not matter so much, but with the inn being restricted universe-wide, there were many things that required his attention so that he could manage his guests. If they started to rampage, it would not be easy to calm them all down once more. It was quite sad that the butter knife was broken, or else he would be able to use that as a deterrent. The good news based on that, however, was that the butter knife would probably be healed within a month or two based on the feedback he got from the knife. While cultivating and at the same time being pressured by the technique, Lex kept having all these random thoughts, yet the moment the diffuser started to give off its scent, Lex entered a state of epiphany. The extent of the knowledge he began to process and absorb could not be simply equated to his gains from his previous use of the diffuser, because this was greater by many times. The sacrifice of one Dao material was great, but it would save a tremendous amount of time, and at the same time it wasn't a real sacrifice, for he was trading a Dao material for personal power and strength. The crucial part for Lex was that he continued to maintain his cultivation technique while in an epiphany, which accelerated his adaptation speed. The burden of the technique on Lex began to drop rapidly, and only in a few hours it became much easier to handle that pressure. The scent didn't actually last so many hours. In fact, the material was used up entirely within 1 hour, yet the enlightenment lasted much longer. By the time Lex woke up, he felt both drained and yet immensely refreshed. He was mentally exhausted, and yet physically he was the best he had ever been. Lex's eyes shifted from the scroll to his surroundings, and slowly but surely, the rest of his body also began to move, breaking free from the influence of the scroll. Eventually, once Lex could move freely, the suppression from the scroll vanished, and the methods of the technique flowed into Lex's mind. He knew that he could immediately begin to cultivate this technique, and he had every intention of doing so, but not at that exact moment. The inn needed him, so he left a part of his attention to focus on and study the technique while he teleported away. Nuwa had also told him to learn a technique, but now it would take him some time before he could do that. At the same time, he hadn't forgotten Eclipse's gift either, which he would explore as soon as he was free. Lastly, but definitely not the least, Lex needed to go and experience his tribulation as soon as possible because he could not suppress his realm for much longer. There were times he wished he could split his body so that he could do multiple things at once, but even having a clone had not reduced his burdens. At least in exchange for sacrificing an entire Tao material, his Tao body had progressed a little. Meanwhile, across the inn, many guests were beginning to feel incredibly tense. Some had already started causing trouble, but fortunately the situation was far from out of control just yet. But even one small mob, if left unchecked, had the potential to cause severe issues. Suddenly, in such a tense situation, all the guests received a notification that they would not be charged for their stay during this forced shut-off. Their housing and sustenance would be free, sponsored by the inn, while any additional services still needed to be paid for. Just as they were trying to absorb that news, the innkeeper's voice sounded across the inn. Chapter 21-27, Voice of the Innkeeper. Dear guests of the Midnight Inn, I am the innkeeper, owner of this humble establishment. A deep, calm voice resonated across the inn, providing a moment of peace amidst the turmoil and confusion. Not all guests were ready to be up in arms. Many had heard or knew of the innkeeper's reputation. Not just that, but it was somewhat of an open secret that Mary, who was seen walking around the inn and working with the staff, was likely to be a Tao lord. But even an open secret is not known to all, and the reputation of the inn alone was not enough to deter all guests because there would always be some who did not believe it, or felt that they had the backing to resist it. Most of all, there were just some guests who desperately needed to go back for various reasons, and had to do whatever it took, even if it put them in harm's way. Many of you may have heard about the ongoing issue preventing guests from returning to their respective realms. Understandably, many of you are concerned about this issue, all for various reasons. To start with, I would like to clarify that this blockade is not a result of the inn's actions, but is a result of external influences caused by an ongoing war that has spread across the universe. The war was, once again, somewhat of an open secret. It was still better for immortals who still had chances of being exposed to the news of war, but mortals basically knew nothing about the war. Most of them resided in the levels designed specifically for them, and they hardly had any involvement in matters related to major realms. Heck, even immature realms were far outside their realm of influence. The only way they would get involved in the war was as collateral damage, or in the case someone carried out genocidal actions. The inn is currently working on methods to work around the blockade so that all guests may be able to arrive and leave as they please, but your patience and compliance is requested in the meantime, the innkeeper continued. As you have already been notified, until such a time that the inn is able to openly allow entry and departure, your stay will be completely complimentary. If you have any other concerns, feel free to contact a designated staff member. The Midnight Inn always has, and always will give immense priority to keeping its guests safe and secure under all circumstances. That includes safety from external influences, such as the spreading chaos of the ongoing war, and safety from internal influences, such as any agents who enter the inn in bad faith to spread confusion and chaos. Thus, rest assured that you will be well taken care of during this time. The words ended, the innkeeper's balmy and soothing voice slowly fading out, filling many of the listeners with a sense of loss. Although the effects of it were too slight, even from his very first speech after his enlightenment, using Tao material, the effects of increasing his Tao body percentage were beginning to show. The reason was that while previously he was increasing his Tao body percentage, he had no idea of what that meant, nor did he know how to use it. Now, after Rajix had somewhat shown him a path of how to control the Tao body, and approach the Tao using laws alone, Lex's subconscious corrections in how he behaved already began to show effects. Previously, the innkeeper's voice was always soothing and reassuring. This was a mix of Lex's own conscious decision of what kind of an innkeeper he wanted to be as well as the aid of the system. Now, though, the effects had been pronounced merely in response to his intentions. He intended to reassure his guests, so he used even the small percentage of Tao material in his body to add reassurance to his voice. All those who heard it were not just calmed down because the system made the innkeeper's voice powerful and effective, but because there was a hint of Tao in his voice. Similarly, Lex mentioned that the inn would protect its guests from all. He had been indirectly warning guests not to cause trouble or they would be dealt with, regardless of the situation. For most of those who heard those words, they felt even more reassured, but the few guests who were getting agitated and felt like displaying their dissatisfaction, a certain chills gripped their hearts. It felt as if the innkeeper's eyes had locked specifically onto them, and was speaking to them directly. Now, for the first time, a hint of Tao appeared in the innkeeper's voice, but the effects were so subtle and so effective that Wukong, The only actual Tao Lord inside the inn was stunned. If he had been impressed by the butter knife, now he was shocked. To do anything with subtlety when using the influence of Tao was so difficult, it was basically considered impossible. While the butter knife had been impressive, that was still used with force and power. This subtlety, however, was a level of control Wukong had simply never witnessed. In truth, this was a result of Lex having no control over his own Tao body. If it was easy to control it, then it would not be considered impossible by the Tao Lord community as a whole. Even Lex, when using his Tao body in the most indirect way, could not control it. Fortunately, the Tao body was reacting to his intentions. If it caused some other issues, then he may have needed to enter seclusion for an indefinite period lest he accidentally start hurting people. Lex realized this almost as soon as he was done speaking, and paused to consider how to overcome this obstacle. Yet he and Wukong weren't the only ones who noticed the subtlety of Tao in the innkeeper's voice. All the celestial immortals, especially the Valkyries inside the inn, froze in unimaginable horror and delight. This was an opportunity never before seen in the history of the universe. They could be exposed to the influence of Tao in a safe manner. Over a period of time, this could grant them enlightenment, greatly improving their chances of becoming a Tao Lord. This had never happened before, which could only mean one thing. The innkeeper was doing this to compensate them for being trapped inside the inn. Almost the very second the innkeeper stopped speaking, every single celestial immortal present inside the Midnight Inn applied to become a worker of the inn. They would wash dishes in the kitchen if they had to, but they had resolved themselves to never leave the inn even if someone tried to drag them out. Chapter 21-28, The Sanctuary. Lex took a moment to inspect himself. His sudden control over the Tao part of his Tao body originated from his control over laws, based on what he had learned from Rajix. In that sense, Lex could control it by sealing or unsealing his tenet. However, as long as the tenet was unsealed, the Tao body seemed to resonate on its own with his newly acquired understanding of laws, thereby creating a weak yet definite effect following whatever his intent was. While on the surface this seemed like a good thing, without being able to control the effects of his Tao body, Lex was actually playing not with fire, but with a nuke. In theory, there definitely was a certain safe distance at which he could toast a piece of bread using a nuclear explosion, but in practicality he was more likely to eradicate the bread itself than to perfectly give it a light brown toast. In truth, he still did not understand Tao or the influence of it or what it even meant. Suddenly producing side effects as a result of fluctuations in his Tao body was very unsafe. Yet, without continuing to do so, he also wouldn't be able to learn and improve his understanding of the Tao and his own Tao body. It was a real conundrum. When the blessings come, they really do start pouring, Lex said with a weak smile. Which heaven immortal in the history of the universe had been too worried about being able to use Tao? Actually, Lex was so underprepared to face this situation that he didn't even know what the correct terminology for this was. Was he using the Tao to create an effect? Was his Tao causing fluctuations? Was he using a Tao technique instead of a spirit technique? Truth be told, he had no idea. For now, he decided to label his Tao body reacting to his intent as a type of Tao technique that he didn't know how to control or turn off. He could only restrict his tenet to prevent himself from influencing laws to indirectly stop his Tao technique. After pondering a bit further, he decided to name the technique Tao Intentions, the technique whereby his Tao body produced real, tangible effects and consequences based on his intentions. He wasn't sure what the limits of this ability were, and he would need to test it out. For now, he needed to focus on the inn first. Although he had sent a voice message across the inn, subduing the consequences of the war temporarily, it was not enough. He needed to see if there was some way in which he could resume the teleportations, even if only temporarily. Besides that, he needed to build a consistent reminder to keep all his guests in line. He sighed. Originally, he did not plan to do this, for he had many uses for Tao materials. However, in the garden behind the Midnight Manor, Lex designated a massive spot far away from any guest attraction or service, and opted to build a sanctuary of Tao. Unlike all other structures, the sanctuary would not appear instantly, and its construction would occur over phases. At the same time, its construction would only be complete when a whole 50 Tao materials were submitted, but even before its completion, the sanctuary could serve an important purpose. While that was not the original intended use for the sanctuary, Lex had every intention to use the natural aura of the Tao materials used to build the structure as a deterrent for the guests, reminding them that there were Tao lords here. Thanks to the gifts that the Tao Lords gave at the end, Lex had nearly 200 Tao materials, though the exact number was below that. It was enough for now. He immediately selected the 10 with the weakest auras, and submitted them towards the construction of the Sanctuary of Tao. At that moment, all the guests were still coming to terms with what they had learned, whether it was about the war or them being unable to teleport back for a while. Or they were thinking about being able to stay in the inn for free, or that the innkeeper's voice alone increased their chances of becoming Tao Lords. There were relevant and mind-numbing surprises for every respective cultivation level. Yet no matter what anyone was thinking, they all woke from their thoughts when a visible ripple traveled through the space of the Midnight Inn. The Midnight Realm was not too strong in terms of space and laws. Thus, when the system began to form the Sanctuary of Tao, the mere addition of the foundation of the building sent a ripple through the space of the realm, causing it a slight disturbance. Naturally, the system never did anything unsafe or unsure, so the realm would suffer no permanent harm from the addition of a Sanctuary of Tao. However, it was impossible that the sanctuary had no consequences whatsoever. The ripple in space felt incredibly awkward, especially for the mortals, yet it caused no real harm to any of the guests. Before they could even begin to consider what had caused such a phenomenon, a massive structure in the north of the inn began to reveal itself, appearing as if it were the skeletal frame of a dome-like structure. For now, the appearance of the structure was quite blurry, as if it had not yet come into completion. Yet over the next few years, the structure would continue to form until it was completed, or until it reached the point where there were no longer any Tao materials present to fuel its construction. Yet even as a pale mirage of what the final structure would be, it gave off an undeniably powerful aura that was equally terrifying and awe-inspiring. Fortunately, the aura did not last long, at least not across the entire inn. Only by going to the dome itself could one feel the terrifying might of the sanctuary. This was one of Lex's plans. The mere presence of the sanctuary was a far greater deterrence than all the bodyguards and mercenaries inside the inn. If only Lex knew how badly all the Celestials wanted to join the inn, instead of causing problems for it. They would volunteer to protect the inn even if Lex did not need it. Chapter 21-29, I just wanted to protect her. Lex nodded as he watched the sanctuary being built. Knowing that it would take years to complete made him feel assured about only using 10 materials for now. While Tao materials were difficult to use up, they were also especially valuable. Between the butter knife, his own cultivation, and the system requiring Tao materials as payment for anything he wanted to do, he had to be especially calculative about how he acquired these resources. Tao materials were not things he could get his hands on himself, so it was entirely possible that these would be the last Tao materials he got for a very long time, maybe even until he became a Tao Lord himself. These things were uncertain. So, until he actually had a personal need for the Sanctuary of Tao, he was not interested in submitting the 40 other Tao materials required to build this thing. Now with that done, Lex planned on going and surveying the inn personally for a bit, and making sure that everything was actually fine. Regardless of everything he had done, having so many guests trapped inside the inn was just as big an issue for him as it was for the guests. He especially needed to be satisfied with his preparations regarding the inn, because he needed to undergo his tribulations, and he had a feeling that he would be facing multiple tribulations all at once again. Even the slightest concern regarding the inn could serve as a point of distraction for him during the tribulation, which could be lethal. Ordinary tribulations didn't require his attention, but the primordial ones were an exceptionally dangerous ordeal that he dared not take lightly even now. He began not by going to any of the guests, but by first checking in on his staff. To be more specific, the kitchen staff that had worked during the tea party. All of them had been exposed to a substantial number of Tao Lords, and he was certain it would have affected them in some way. Fortunately, out of respect for the Innkeeper and fear of eclipse, the Tao Lords had not acted against them. The Innkeeper appeared at the cafe near the crystal volcano furnace that Oren and he had made, which served as a gathering point for many of the workers. The mood was especially festive when he appeared, and the sudden arrival of the Innkeeper made them all even happier. After all, by now the workforce of the inn was massive, yet very few of them had actually seen or met with the Innkeeper. "Hey, look at that, the Innkeeper has already heard the news and is here to congratulate you," said Cole, the cook during the tea party, as he slapped Pierre on the back. Pierre, wearing a look that was half embarrassed and half flattered, quickly made his way through the crowd with a flushed face as he approached the Innkeeper. "Oh, is there some kind of special news? Why haven't I heard about it yet?" the Innkeeper asked, though his usually gentle voice was filled with a teasing tone this time. The entire cafe was suddenly filled with hooting as they looked at the awkward Pierre and the innkeeper. Poor Pierre, who even had his ears turned red by now, looked awkward at the floor, unable to figure out how to start. The thing is, we decided. I decided that. Actually, what happened was, she kept watering the plants with lemonade and she kept using the apron as a cape. And she thought the peacock mounts were obese chickens and, well, I was kind of worried about how she would survive if I wasn't there to look after her so I proposed to Brenda when we came back and she thought the proposition was to marinate me, so I had to explain the difference between marriage and marination. I was really just worried about her and, well, one thing led to another and so now, we are getting married. I hope that's okay. Lex looked at the stumbling, bumbling Pierre and did his best to contain his laughter amidst the oohs and ahs that filled the cafe. He naturally knew all about the proposal already, since he was aware of what was happening inside the inn. To be honest, he could sense that Pierre was the very serious type, and that Brenda was the exact opposite. He would make sure she didn't get into too much trouble, and she would make sure he didn't avoid trouble altogether. After all, what was life without a little flavor in it? As long as they both agreed, he had no objections to it. "That's wonderful news, I'm happy for you," said the innkeeper as he patted Pierre on the back encouragingly. "When are you planning on having the occasion?" Pierre scratched his head, as if feeling awkward about how to respond. "The thing is, I only wanted to marry to look because I was concerned for her, so I didn't have a big ceremony in mind. Brenda, however, said she wanted to invite her friends, and I thought that was fine. I did not realize that meant that. She gave out an invitation to one of the guests at the tea party, and a lot of the guests inside the inn as well, and so now, the number of guests is too many, and it's entirely outside my budget." Lex froze. What? Who had she invited at the tea party? Damn it, Brenda, she really did need Pierre to look out for her. "Don't worry about it, Pierre, the Umbragard house will sponsor your wedding," said one of the other workers at the cafe. "No, the Nixhart will sponsor it," said another worker. Since Pierre had joined Umbragard and Brenda had joined Nixhart, it made sense that both the houses would want to help them out. Lex no longer cared about that. He was just feeling relieved that he didn't need to deal with more Dow lords, so now why did he have to deal with them again? Who exactly had Brenda invited? At that very moment, inside the primordial garden, Harriet and 3 of the ducks from the Wattle Brigade were standing inside Oka's shop, picking out wedding gifts. It was not every day that they got invited to a mortal's wedding, so they weren't sure what would be appropriate gifts. "What do you think about this amulet of the apocalypse?" Harriet asked one of the ducks. "It could make a decent family heirloom. It has the souls of 15 peak celestial immortals trapped within to act as servants for the wearer." The duck shook his head. "Now, I think this one," it said, and pointed towards the hammer of super death. Chapter 21:30, Lex was not ready. "So when exactly is the wedding taking place?" the innkeeper asked amidst the cheering and arguing crowd. Since Pierre was a relatively new member of the Midnight Inn, much like Brenda, they had no savings to speak of. To host a humble wedding was within their means, but not much else. Yet with the depth of ties between the members of the inn, not to mention among the members of the 4 houses, it was impossible that the wedding would be small or underfunded. The fight between Nixhart and Umbragard about who will pay for the wedding was still ongoing, with both of them doing their best to be the ones to foot the bill. "Well, everything was a bit sudden," said Pierre, scratching his head. "I hadn't planned anything. To be honest, I didn't even realize what I was doing when I proposed. It just happened on its own. The only thing I was thinking was that I don't know how Brenda will survive if I don't take care of her. Well, now things have truly blown all out of proportion, so I'm not quite sure how to go about it." The innkeeper nodded, as if understanding something. "Aw, stop it, you. Quit being so cute," said one of the older female workers as she reacted to Pierre's story. Many others reacted the same way, teasing Pierre and finding enjoyment in his embarrassment as he blushed upon hearing their comments. "In that case, it's decided. We will hold your wedding in 1 month, and I will sponsor the cost," said the innkeeper and waved his hand. Ash, the designated wedding planner of the Midnight Inn, suddenly appeared as if teleported over. "Ash, I want you to plan out the wedding. Consult both the groom and the bride, make sure they both are satisfied with the arrangements. That is the only requirement. It might be a little harder than usual, but I'm sure you'll manage," he continued, pausing a little when he realized that he could not predict what exactly Brenda's requirements might be. The cafe was suddenly filled with cheering while Pierre felt overwhelmed with appreciation. He wasn't sure how to react, But the innkeeper did not give him much time to react either, for he left after saying that. Lex had many things to take care of, so he couldn't linger. Despite all he had done, Lex could sense that there were still pockets of irritation and resistance among the guests. Though the inn stated that it would find a way to send them back, they were not satisfied. Maybe logic did not work on them, or they simply refused to believe what the inn told them, thinking that they were being lied to. Whatever the case, the security team had its hands full. The 12 celestial Valkyries worked as a part of the security team, but in truth, their actual strength was barely at the level of a heaven immortal prodigy. Their purpose was more as deterrence than actual deterring. As the innkeeper, there were many things he could do, and as Lex there were even more. Yet this was not a time where he wanted to increase the fear and distrust. Acting against these guests would cause problems later. So instead of going to them, Lex left the situation in the capable hands of the security team and instead visited some of the major guest hubs, making appearances and assuring some of the guests. He did not spend too much time on this, merely doing enough to raise morale somewhat. The inn was now too large, with too many cities and guests for him to see in a short period, at least as long as he didn't use clones. Truthfully, Lex could make several weak clones that would perfectly fit the demands to appear in several places at once, yet he still avoided it. The identity of the innkeeper demanded his full and sincere efforts in everything he did. Using projections was one thing, but using numerous clones would cheapen his efforts. Once Lex was satisfied that he had done whatever was needed to somewhat stabilize the situation, at least for a short time, he returned to his office and took out the reward Eclipse had given him. This thing, he had pondered over it long and hard. It wasn't just that Lex was curious as to what the gift actually was, but he was also concerned about her words when she gave it to him. The small, wooden jewelry box contained something that had caused Eclipse to warn the innkeeper to be prepared for the integration. That could mean any number of things, which is why Lex had wondered if he should deal with this once he was already done with his tribulations. In the end, Lex decided it would be best to deal with it before returning to the primordial garden. What if Eclipse asked Lex whether or not the innkeeper liked the gift she gave? What was he to say? If he claimed he didn't know how the innkeeper felt, that would be a blatant lie, and it would be caught immediately. It was best to remain as truthful and honest in these situations as possible, thus he ultimately decided to investigate first. He did not expect it would be anything bad. Eclipse hardly needed to plot against him if she wanted to harm him. Moreover, as far as he could tell, she had a straightforward personality rather than a conniving one. Thus, putting a tremendous amount of faith in his judgment of Eclipse, Lex mentally and physically prepared himself to open that jewelry box. At the same time, he even went over all the system commands to ensure that he would be able to use it exactly as he might need in an emergency. With all his preparations done, Lex took a deep breath and opened the jewelry box. Despite all his extensive preparations, Lex was not prepared for what happened next. Chapter 2131, Compensation. It was as if Lex had been punched in the face with a flashbang that then blew up at the moment it punched him. Yet instead of blinding and disorienting him, the flashbang released an apocalyptic tornado of disgustingly pure and nourishing energy that was exceptionally easy to absorb, keeping him both immobilized and yet refreshed and awake. That was what happened the moment Lex lifted the lid, still unable to see what it contained. Yet as Lex's body was launched across the room as if it had been shot out of a cannon due to the immense force of the energy that had been released, his mind was already racing to try to stabilize the situation. As he tried to make sense of the chaos, he noticed that he had received a few system notifications, so he immediately checked them out. New notification: detected corpse of primordial sun crow inside the inn, triggering a special, timed event relating to the Midnight Realm Management Panel. New notification: primordial sun crow is resonating with the Midnight Realm. New notification: a temporary, one-time sale available inside the Midnight Realm Management Panel. In the time that it took Lex to read these messages, which was basically no time at all, the corpse had grown to a much larger size, though it was kept small due to the system's influence. Even so, it was releasing an absurd amount of energy each and every second, and Lex could feel that it was beginning to affect the Midnight Realm. The changes were positive, yet due to the suddenness and severity of the changes, the realm laws began to experience certain instabilities. No wonder Eclipse had warned the innkeeper to be ready to help with the integration. The corpse was integrating with the realm. As Lex's body was pressed against the wall of his office, and as all the guests in the realm suddenly felt themselves be washed in the most beautifully warm energy they had ever felt, Lex quickly opened the system, and investigated the Midnight Realm Management Panel. Of all the possible upgrades that he could buy for his realm, there was one that had its price drop drastically, all the way to 10 million MT. Bloody hell, 10 million MT. I don't have enough kidneys to sell to afford that, said Lex to himself as he read the description of the upgrade on sale. Primordial Sunlight. Upgrade the Midnight Realm to always shine primordial sunlight whenever a star shines upon it, nourishing life and fueling destruction with the most potent of energies. While this upgrade will not spur the production of primordial energy within the realm, it will drastically increase the speed of the realm's maturing process. The description was simple, but the implications were incredible. More importantly, Lex did not really have a choice in the matter, for this upgrade was likely the only way he could deal with the corpse in front of him. He literally couldn't even close the box back up if he wanted to, so he was kind of stuck. With a heavy heart, Lex once again submitted one of his Dow materials to the inn to convert into MT. This was an absurd and diabolical waste of resources, but what could he do? He was rich in assets but poor in liquidity. Thus, for the second time, Lex discovered a new midnight currency. 1 MT was equal to 1 trillion MP, and as it turned out, 1 trillion MT was equal to 1 ME, meaning Midnight Emblem. That was slightly strange, for points and tokens still made sense, but emblem meant something else entirely. Lex innately felt that the ME currency was special, and contained hidden traits and features, yet now wasn't the time to focus on that. In exchange for 1 Dow material, Lex received 13 ME. He immediately transferred 1 ME into MT and paid the 10 million MT cost for that upgrade. Lex was hoping that things would calm down once he purchased the upgrade. Unfortunately, that is not what happened. At least the corpse suddenly vanished, though, allowing Lex to fall down to the ground and regain control over his body. Yet Lex hardly focused on that. Since he was wearing the host attire, he was connected to the system, and thus the realm itself, not to mention his bond with Lotus, which allowed him to know about the state of the realm. The instability that had begun to appear due to the abundant energy from the corpse fusing in the realm disappeared, which was great. Yet the flow of energy did not drop at all. Instead, a massive, shining star appeared in the sky, far above the Midnight Inn. What was special about this star was that it was not a circle, but in the shape of a crow with its wings expanded. What's more, the star kept exuding an enormous amount of energy that was being absorbed by the realm itself. Yet the issue was that the realm could not absorb the energy fast enough, so the remainder of it was being washed down onto all living and non-living beings within the realm. While the energy source was primordial, the energy itself was not, making it easy to absorb. Thus, in an entirely new fashion, the Midnight Inn once again brought its guests the opportunity to upgrade their cultivations. Billions of guests immediately experienced a breakthrough. Fortunately, most of them were mortals, so that hardly triggered any reaction at all. As if that was not enough, all the plants, all the rocks, the soil, the air, the very space in the realm itself began to experience a rapid upgrade, all without suffering any consequences from the sudden increase in strength. While everyone was stunned, mesmerized, shocked, or awed by the sudden event, the innkeeper's voice gently washed over the inn, much like the energy of the new crow-shaped star. To compensate my guests for the inconvenience you have suffered, allow me to share some of the energy I had reserved for my realm. Please, take this time to focus on your cultivation, lest you make a mistake in your excitement. Chapter 21:32, Not Even My Mother. Cultivation as an immortal was an endeavor of centuries, if not millennia. In fact, even that may not necessarily be enough to allow an immortal to move between the levels of a single immortal realm. One simple example of this was Ragnar. He was one of Jotun's finest generals, and was considered a rising star because he had been able to consistently raise his cultivation level each century, despite being so occupied by his responsibilities. The true difficulty of rising in the immortal realm was that, unlike previous cultivation, which was, in essence, the stable accumulation of spirit energy, cultivation as an immortal was mostly focused on comprehension. Whether it was comprehension of laws, of their own tenets, of the various complexities of the countless energies in the universe, any of them would work. In fact, the possibilities were far greater than that, as was evident from Lex's own cultivation. Whether it was his tenets, his body, his soul, his spirit, his dragon heart, his comprehension of laws, all regularly received major upgrades, not to mention his developing primordial aura, Tao body, and Nephilim candidacy. Normally, any one of these would be extremely difficult to develop, but due to his cultivation technique and many opportunities, Lex developed them all too often. Yet Lex could hardly be considered the norm, so his example could be discarded. Yet as the nourishing energy of the primordial sun crow washed over the realm, not only maturing the realm in the process, but affecting everything and everyone within it, billions of cultivators suddenly experienced a breakthrough. Almost all mortal cultivators immediately had their cultivation levels elevated, and the only ones who didn't were those who recently experienced an upgrade. Even those few didn't lose out, as their foundations were strengthened and their cultivation honed. The immortals, whether they were humans, beasts, or any other race, also experienced upgrades. Some had their bodies and souls healed by the nourishing energy, allowing them to increase their strength in the same realm. Others had their bloodlines improved, allowing them to move up a minor level. Some, extremely lucky ones, however, experienced enlightenment upon feeling the nourishing energy, drastically improving their understanding of energies. The sky above the inn started to become cloudy as countless tribulations were triggered, yet the light of the sun crow could not be denied. Even the dark tribulation could not block its light, which passed through them. "Damn, my own mother wasn't as good to me as the innkeeper," said one of the guests as he wiped the tears off his face. "What do you mean, mother? I haven't been this good to my own children," responded another guest. "Yes, Mom, get the hint," responded the first, but his mother was no longer listening. At that moment, for the first time in a long time, no one was causing any problems because all the guests in attendance were cultivating. In fact, inside the midnight inn there were even a few true mortals who had never cultivated before at all. For reasons ranging from poor aptitude to simply lacking a cultivation technique, they had appeared inside the inn through countless channels. Some of them were pro bono guests, while others had wandered through random golden doors that appeared in front of them. Whatever the case, even as mortals, they experienced tremendous gains. Their bodies were healed, their health improved, their cultivation aptitude increased. One of them, an extremely obese lady who continued to gain weight due to hormonal issues, suddenly shed all her weight, becoming as beautiful and resplendent as a rose. More importantly, she had serendipitously entered the path of body cultivation, a random technique simply manifesting in her mind. She could use food, spiritual food especially, to improve her body's strength. The technique was actually quite difficult to practice due to the harsh food requirements in terms of quality and quantity both. If only she was living inside a magical inn for free, which would also provide her with all the food she needed. Oh wait, that's exactly what was happening to her. Elsewhere inside the inn, the galactic sovereign turtle was not overseeing his heaven garden, but was presiding over the midnight inn's crop fields. The demand for high-quality food had skyrocketed, and through meticulous planning, the inn was able to produce a majority of all the crops it needed, at least for sustenance purposes. Yet as the energy from the primordial sun crow baptized these crops, not only did they start growing faster, their levels automatically seemed to improve. The midnight realm, which already contained an abundance of extremely pure and highly concentrated spiritual energy, underwent a drastic change, beginning to produce energy of a higher quality. The sun crows were an endangered species exactly because of how nourishing the light from their bodies was. A primordial sun crow, one whose level Lex suspected at or nearing the Tao Lord realm, provided even better quality energy, promoting growth unlike anything else. Eclipse had chosen her reward for the innkeeper with great care, offering him the one thing she suspected he would like or need the most. Even the primordial garden itself also used primordial sun crows for its light, though those were living ones instead of a corpse. In a way, the sun crow could be considered a stronger, more powerful version of the saul birds which used to exist in the crystal realm. The difference was that saul birds were subvariants of phoenixes, not crows. Thus, Sunny, the saul bird that often followed along, was one of the few that gained the greatest benefits from the sudden appearance of the sun crow, suddenly experiencing an enhancement and purification of its bloodline. Too many experienced massive and unexpected gains from the arrival of the sun crow, but there was no question about who gained the most. Lex. It was not just that his inn had improved, or that his realm's maturing speed had been enhanced. No, Lotus, who was fused with the realm, was benefiting massively, and that feedback naturally went to Lex as well. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lex disappeared, appearing within the primordial garden. The very next second, his tribulations began. Chapter 21:33, What do you want me to say? Eclipse and Nully were still in the midst of their discussion when the primordial tribulations began. Even though Eclipse had all her abilities sealed, it wasn't like she was totally inept. When the energy of the tribulation spread through the realm, both of them were able to sense that something was going on. What's that? A human? Nully asked, looking at Lex from afar, suddenly finding that despite his weakness, she already had a fond, nearly endearing opinion of him. That would be Lex the Innkeeper's son, Eclipse said. He's not a bad kid, too skilled at provoking trouble for himself from what I can tell, but not a bad kid. Nully furrowed her brows and sniffed the air, if sensing something. The aura of time on him is thick, and the scent of the timekeeper is also present. This is one unusual family. What are they planning? Do you think they will cause any problems for us? She asked, revealing none of the non-serious attitude she revealed in public. Unlikely, said Eclipse. I cannot say for certain what the Innkeeper's goals are, but he's from Nuwa's camp, so he won't cause too many problems. Moreover, I suspect that they are aiming for the ruins of Ascension, so the primals are more likely to be bothered by them than us. Nully took another sniff, and seemed even more confused. That's not all. I can see he's getting his primordial aura through the tribulations, but I detect a faint scent of another Nullith on him. I think he's been in contact with a Nullith half-breed. Eclipse shook her head, not really caring about any of that. Nully, your habit is becoming worse. You can't go around sniffing people, it's weird, she said. She honestly couldn't be bothered about whatever plans the Innkeeper had. After meeting the man, she could judge that he held no thoughts of harming her or her interests. There were few things besides his inn that he cared for. If only there were more people like him around, Eclipse would have fewer troubles. Do I smell the scent of a primordial sun crow on him? Did you really give one to the Innkeeper? Nully asked, shocked. Eclipse, meanwhile, rolled her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder when exactly Nully had picked up this bad habit of using her nose to sense people's secrets. Meanwhile, Lex was struggling for his life. One would think that with all the recent upgrades he experienced, the primordial tribulations would be easier for him, even if only a little. They would be correct. Lex was much stronger now and in many areas. So the reason he was struggling was not because of the legendary difficulty of the primordial tribulation. Instead, it was because he had overdone it in avoiding the tribulations. He had grown so much that when his cultivation could no longer be held back by the seal, breaking through, Lex provoked multiple tribulations all at once. This was no longer a back-to-back tribulation situation. Instead, he was undergoing multiple tribulations all at once, each one with the respective power reflecting the level they were associated with, a level Lex had not technically reached yet. Lex did not question if such a thing should even be possible. Even if it was impossible, for the sheer consequence of causing him trouble, it would become possible of that he was sure. Instead, he used this opportunity to practice his headline. Each lightning bolt slammed into him with a vengeance, doing its best to destroy every fiber of his being. While that didn't happen, he did suffer severe burns with each strike, his skin carbonizing. Healing from that was a difficult endeavor, especially since healing as an immortal was far from easy. He was in the midst of recovering when another lightning strike hit him directly on his scalp, burning his hair and shocking his brain. Lex solemnly swore never to seal his cultivation so intensely ever again. This was too brutal. Unable to hold on in the face of such an immense challenge, Lex was forced to transform into his Jorlam form. While his dragon form naturally boasted a better defense, and his lotus form could naturally absorb more energy, the Jorlam form had access to a more abstract concept of power, making it somewhat easier for it to deal with the numerous tribulations. Nully, who had only just stopped staring at Lex and had returned to the conversation she was having with Eclipse, suddenly turned over. What the hell, since when can humans do that? She asked, shocked. So he has a few forms, what's the big deal? Eclipse asked. Just let him be, you can't be interested in the son and the father, that's a little too much, don't you think? Nully's jaw dropped upon hearing the accusation. I am not interested in both the son and the father, she exclaimed, but I'm pretty sure humans can't just turn into Jorlam whenever they wish. Eclipse looked at Nully and then towards Lex in the far distance. She genuinely couldn't see what the big deal was. Then again, her perspective was slightly askew due to her own unique experiences. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. He's the Innkeeper's son, so of course he's a little strange. But as far as I know, the Innkeeper does not interfere with his cultivation, so this is all him. If you really want, you can go talk to him once he's done with his tribulations. I once even stole some of the energy from his tribulation, but he wasn't bothered in the least. Now it was Nully's turn to be shocked, but for entirely different reasons. You did what? Your abilities are sealed. How did you steal energy from his tribulation? She asked, dumbfounded. With my hands, naturally, Eclipse answered, confused about Nully's confusion. But then she decided to lay the blame on her turning pink. Pink Nulliths had a severe drop in IQ, at least in her opinion, and clearly Nully was still suffering some of the side effects. Chapter 2134, Migration I. Lex lay on the ground, looking up in the air as drool slowly rolled down his cheek, his eyes unfocused. His body radiated the aura of a level 8 heaven immortal, and he looked like the picture of Heath. After overcoming all the tribulations, the boost he received from his upgrade in cultivation allowed him to recover back to perfect health. However, he felt mentally fudged. How had he even survived those tribulations? He couldn't quite remember. At one point, he was undergoing fire and lightning tribulations at the same time, and if that wasn't enough, a strange bug was attracted by all the commotion. Normally, no one could interfere with tribulations, lest they get punished as well. That was why it was impossible to help others pass their tribulations, as not only would the helper suffer, the tribulation for the one passing would also become more difficult. Yet the bug was entirely unaffected, as if the tribulation couldn't detect it at all. As it happened, Lex hadn't been able to detect it either, as it could not be sensed by spirit or divine senses, only seen. At some point, the bug had stung Lex, causing his left leg to swell up. Upon slapping it, the bug died, proving that it wasn't strong at all. It could only remain undetected by him and the heavens, and its bite could break through Lex's defenses. No big deal. Honestly, Lex was not too surprised by anything at this point. Thus, Lex Williams, level 8 heaven immortal, with a developing Tao body, primordial aura, and countless other titles, just lay there on the ground with a leg that had finally returned to normal size. "How long do you plan on just lying there?" asked a spider as it crawled up beside him. "Are you even alive?" Lex turned his head and looked towards the spider, still feeling dazed. In truth, he wouldn't have minded staying there for a few more hours at the very least, yet with the flow of time being what it was, he knew he couldn't waste so much time. "How can I help you?" Lex eventually asked, honing in on the spider. He was sure the spider wasn't there just to check up on him. "You're being summoned by Lord Harriet, but he said not to disturb you until you recover properly," the spider said, poking Lex's cheek with one of its legs. It could not even cause his cheek to be pushed in, yet it was still so soft. How peculiar. "Let's go. It would be rude to keep Lord Harriet waiting," said Lex as he picked himself up, dusting himself off. He wasn't quite sure why he was being sought out by Lord Harriet. They had never really conversed before, and based on Lex's impression, the Poodle Tao Lord was mostly focused on managing the garden and taking care of Eclipse's wishes. As Lex followed the tiny spider, no bigger than his pinky nail, he realized that it was actually a peak celestial being. They moved through the garden unobstructed, though Lex was beginning to sense that the garden was becoming more dangerous lately. In truth, due to the fusion with the crystal realm, the primordial garden was undergoing a period of relative peace and quiet. Such a period would only slowly end, thereby giving the new members of the realm a period of time to adapt. Yet the rules that usually allowed the new members to the realm would most likely not work in this case, for the primordial realm was not something that could be easily adapted to. Over here, cultivation level was of little consequence, as every being was simply ridiculously powerful, just like the primordial times when the masses had not yet figured out the concept of cultivation levels, knowing only and only strength. Reaching Harriet did not take too long, likely because they seemed to pass through the garden with unnatural speed, as if being helped along by an invisible hand. "Lord Harriet, you summoned me," Lex said, bowing towards the poodle. He had no intentions of acting casually simply because he knew Eclipse. Proper respect had to be given, no matter what. He had not forgotten how easily 2 Tao Lords had been swallowed up after provoking Eclipse in the slightest. While Harriet naturally did not have Eclipse's status, he could get rid of Lex with even greater ease than that. "Relax, Lex. Since you are on a first-name basis with the Lady Eclipse, you will not be mistreated here. The reason I called for you was actually because I wished to make use of your inn's services. Previously, during the tea party, the Henali reached a deal with us. We have many new beings within our garden that won't be able to adapt and will die off. Such mass deaths will interfere with the balance of the garden, so we are planning on migrating them to another realm. Such a mass migration is typically not easy, as moving from realm to realm is likely to cause death among the weak. But from what I understand, your inn's teleportation is quite safe, even for mortals. Is that right?" Lex immediately nodded. He hadn't even known that the primordial garden and the Henali were in discussions, so the fact that they had reached some sort of migration agreement was quite surprising. He could not even begin to imagine all the kinds of deals that had taken place inside his tavern during those few days. "That's good. We will migrate the selected ones in batches, with the first batch being those most likely to die soon. After transferring them to your inn, the Henali will decide how to transport them out, and it might take a few centuries to carry out. Thus, we have decided to keep the first batch small, at only 5 trillion low-level beasts and spirit plants, so that you're able to adjust them appropriately. Then, 5 years after that, we will transport the second selected batch who aren't able to adjust to the garden. Initial estimates put the second batch at around 100 trillion low-level beasts, plants, and races. Chapter 21:35, Migration II. Lex felt his throat dry as he heard those numbers. He had not yet dealt with trillions of guests, so the concept of dealing with 100 trillion guests was extremely daunting. It was not just a matter of logistics. Being low-leveled made that easy, as the inn would automatically provide basic low-level food. Moreover, he was sure that the primordial garden, or the Henali, would pay properly to shift so many new guests inside the inn. The problem was that with numbers that massive, it was basically impossible to take care of them all. It was basically a given that, due to their low levels, they were also more likely to suffer. It need not be because of a fight or injury. Just illness and disease could claim countless lives, not to mention age, old wounds, and the like. Beyond just their immediate health and livelihood, so many guests would need appropriate accommodation. As much as Lex would have liked to just stuff them in gray apartment buildings, it would lower the guest satisfaction rating of the inn, which would increase costs for Lex. Among so many guests, the chances of internal conflicts was also high, and keeping the peace would also be a difficult task. Unlike Eclipse, Harriet did not have his powers sealed, so he immediately saw through Lex's concerns even before Lex had an opportunity to voice them. Those beings sent to your inn will all be low-level creatures and beings, those who were unable to adapt to the garden. The fact that they're getting an opportunity to survive is already great enough. You do not need to nanny them. This is exactly why I wish to contact you. Instead of going the normal route of sending them as regular guests, I was wondering if it would be possible to simply allocate a plot of land, or maybe an available minor realm and put them all in there. That should be somewhat cheaper, right? Their survival will be their own concern, and you can treat this as a special case. If you're unable to make a decision on this, then feel free to take back word to the innkeeper and let him decide. Lex frowned for a moment, wondering if that would work. He'd technically done something like that before with Earth's refugees. The problem he faced in doing that again was that of guest satisfaction. I can make a decision on such matters, Lord Harriet. Considering the number of guests you'd be sending our way, it is entirely possible for me to tailor a special guest package that suits your needs. However, we also cannot just abandon the guests who come to our inn, so we will need to find some kind of compromise between taking care of them and just dropping them inside a minor realm. I can have them put in a separate area so that they don't interact with the regular guests, but I will need details of the kinds of guests you're sending our way so that I can ensure that a suitable environment for their survival is available. Harriet brought out a purple crystal and handed it to Lex, containing all the information on all the 5 trillion selected to go to the inn during the first round of migration. Even if Lex was a high-level heaven immortal, he could not just go through the details of 5 trillion beings in a short time, which is why Harriet waited for half an hour as Lex went through the list in detail. It's doable, said Lex. When do you wish to send over the first batch? Harriet nodded, appreciating Lex's adaptability. As soon as possible. The longer this is delayed, the more of them will die. You don't need to strictly isolate them. If any of them has the means or desire to make their own arrangements, they are free to do so. It's not like they have to migrate where we send them. Lex nodded, understanding Harriet's concerns. As long as they left the garden in a reasonable manner, he did not care whether they lived in the Origin Realm, Midnight Realm, or anywhere else. In fact, as a firm believer in the law of the jungle, he did not even want them to get the usual services of the inn. Merely providing them a place where they could try to survive through their own efforts was already good enough. But since the inn had its own way of doing things, he wouldn't interfere. In that case, I will return to the inn immediately and make arrangements. You can send the designated guests over in 4 hours, said Lex, planning everything out in his mind. Although there were about 100,000 minor realms inside the Midnight Inn, Lex had a decent understanding of the environment in most of them. Since the 5 trillion guests did not need to be kept together, he intended on dividing them up into several groups and sending them to countless places across the inn. While being spread out would make it harder to take care of them, in a way it would also make it easier. Smaller groups were easier to handle, and while there were logistical issues with this, by dividing them up according to the environment they needed to survive, he would make it much easier for them to survive on their own. Hopefully, that would account for the satisfaction rating. Previously, he was having problems with only 32 billion guests. Now that seemed like a joke. Fortunately, these were all low-leveled guests, so at least there weren't any security risks involved. Gaining Harriet's approval, Lex left the garden and returned to the inn. Naturally, he did not hand over 5 trillion keys to Harriet. He would have to purchase them himself from the inn. The cost for so many guests was not something Lex could bear, even with his newfound wealth. The slightest accident could cause serious repercussions. Yet for some reason, Lex felt a little excited as he returned to the inn, as if anticipating this new challenge. Chapter 21:36, A Few Quadrillion More. The Crystal Realm as a whole was pretty massive. It was about as big as the solar system, if Lex recalled correctly. Moreover, it existed as one continuous plane of existence, meaning that across that entire area living beings existed. Thus, the population of the Crystal Realm was far greater than merely a few 100 trillion. After all, this was not the population of one single race, but all the races and living beings existing within the Crystal Realm. Lex wasn't exactly sure if, throughout all the batches of migrants, Harriet only wanted to migrate sentient living beings, or all living beings. Whatever the case, this was big business for the inn. In fact, this was a big deal, so the fact that he hadn't been issued a quest felt strange to Lex. But the moment he returned to the inn, he heard the familiar sound of a new notification. The delay was unusual, but Lex merely took it to mean that the system went dormant in the presence of a Tao Lord. He had been told by Nuwa already that she wouldn't be helping him anymore, which meant that he could not rely on her to hide his system. Not that he ever did that before, since he hadn't even known of her presence. Considering who Harriet worked for, it wouldn't be surprising if he was incredibly powerful, and thus the system's dormancy in his presence could be explained. New quest: the host has encountered a special commission from a special patron. House the subjects of the patron, complete the special commission, and receive a special reward. Quest reward: Migrant's Lot. Remarks: if commissions did not fall into the host's lap by themselves, the inn would never see any guests. Lex smiled sheepishly. For once, he actually felt like the remark from his system was valid. It had been a long time since he actively sought out guests for the inn. In his defense, it was because the system usually had way too many guests for him to deal with anyway, and he didn't want to deal with particularly strong guests either. Now, though, he was being sent the weakest living beings in the primordial realm, which consisted of many of the new residents it gained due to the realm fusion. Not only did Lex have no problem with taking them on, he saw a unique opportunity in front of him. He had been told that if the guests wanted to take their own residency or migration into their own hands, they could. These were beings who had gained benefits from their realm ascending, so even if they were weak, they held great potential. If Lex could pick and choose some of them which could greatly benefit the inn, or his realm, he wouldn't mind offering them residency in his own realm. Even if they were weak now, they could contribute to the diversity and special and potential of the realm, helping it grow stronger while also raising the level of the natives of the place. It would be a slow process, occurring over countless generations, but as an immortal, it was a good thing for Lex to plan long-term. Thus, with that in mind, the first thing Lex did when he returned to the Midnight Inn was not tell his staff to prepare for the arrival of 5 trillion guests. He'd already gone over the list of all 5 trillion of the guests arriving inside the inn, which is why he knew that it wouldn't be a problem accommodating them at all. Majority of the 5 trillion guests were insects and worms, most of which could survive as long as they were provided a suitable environment. After that, the guests were small rodents and animals. Only about 900 billion of the guests required actual, specialized environments which Lex could create using the system. This also explained why Harriet had not wanted specific housing for the guests, as a simple, open environment was more suitable for them. All of these guests were the most basic, low-level living beings one could find in any realm, and it made sense that they weren't able to adapt quickly or properly to the primordial garden. Most races lacked the adaptability of the human race, and even after receiving special benefits to help them, could not adapt to the primordial garden even with Harriet and the other Tao Lords ensuring they weren't targeted. The reason they were selected to send outside the garden was to prevent mass deaths, which would negatively impact the garden apparently. Lex could imagine that if the Tao Lords hadn't been specifically looking out for them, a majority of all those who arrived in the primordial garden would already be dead. Fortunately, the Tao Lords had intervened, which meant that Lex didn't need to have their deaths of trillions of tiny life forms in his consciousness, since he was the one who started all this. In fact, he got the opportunity to help them out and even house them. Of the 5 trillion guests, The only ones who needed actual tending to were a measly 320 billion guests. 180 billion of them consisted of the entire population of a particular type of sentient plant that could only grow in clouds. They also needed to live in societies due to their strong need for cohabitation, since their survival usually required helping one another. Of course, since they were sentient, they had their own unique requirements that needed to be fulfilled. The way that this race had developed meant that they were dependent on the presence of Saul and Frio birds, with whom they would trade energy for sustenance. Based on what Lex saw, the birds would rest in the clouds where these plants lived, settling inside their roots. The plants would clean and rejuvenate them, while the plants actually used the various kinds of dirt or contaminant energies on their body as their own sustenance. It was a fair trade based on the requirements of all these races. Replacing that cycle was something that would require actual intervention on his part, but it was simple enough. With a bit of planning, these plants, known as cloudborn creepers, could even be brought to the regular inn, as well as the rest of the Midnight Realm, allowing them to fit into natural ecosystem of the realm as well as providing the guests of the inn with an interesting opportunity to help one another. The remaining 140 billion guests that required active intervention consisted of various races, some sentient, some not, that had special requirements and consistent attention. Since they were all relatively low-leveled, all in the mortal realms, managing them was not as difficult. It would just require establishing a few systems, which was a task he delegated to the planning division. The hours went by quickly, and Lex was more or less prepared for the arrival of all the guests by the time limit he set was up. Yet, when the 5 trillion new guests arrived from the garden, something unexpected happened. The lotus, which had gone to sleep to digest the gains it was getting from the sudden growth of the realm, woke up. Though it was confused about what was happening, it quickly connected to the realm to understand the situation, before sending Lex the feedback it got. The sudden arrival of 5 trillion low-level guests inside the inn had sped up the growth of the Midnight Realm by 0.0001%. While that sounded low, in truth, considering how slow realms matured, that increase in speed was the equivalent of attaching rockets to a cycle. Lex paused for a moment, trying to understand. Through his connection to the realm with his system, as well as from Lotus, Lex began to observe the growth of the realm and how it was affected by a mere 5 trillion low-level guests. He had a feeling that he had stumbled onto something big. It was unlikely to be a huge secret, but since he had limited access to knowledge about maturing realms, he had to deduce this on his own. 1 hour, 2 and then 3 went by before Lex woke from his stupor and arrived at a mind-bending conclusion. These 5 trillion new guests, which weren't exactly primordial yet, but carried a hint of primordial aura, contributed to the environment with a rich, nourishing energy that not only supplemented the lands themselves, but the laws as well. This was the benefit of primordial energy. It could enhance the growth of laws. No wonder it was so abundant at the start of the universe. It was required to grow the laws of the realm. In essence, the arrival of these 5 trillion guests was like a weaker version of the enhancement that the Sun Crow was providing to the inn. Since that was the case, if Lex could get his hands on a few quadrillion, 1,000 trillion more of such low-level guests, he could increase the speed of his realm's growth even more. No wonder the Henali wanted them. They were doing their best to grow the origin realm. Chapter 2137, Axis Aeternum. Lex quickly returned to his office and put a celestial-grade resource in the scent diffuser. His intention, this time, was not to enter into enlightenment or to meditate, but to enhance his mental state as he considered the future of the inn. The lockdown on the inn came too abruptly, and the situation in the universe was evolving much too quickly. He needed to reevaluate some plans, consider his future, and prepare for certain troubles. Even now, in the midst of so much, Lex had not forgotten that hint of danger he felt back when he was leaving Archheaven. There were also some of Jack's matters to consider, including the fact that his cultivation level seemed incapable of rising any further. He was surrounded by opportunities, yet at the same time, danger lurked behind every shadow. As the subtle scent emerging from the diffuser filled the room, Lex became more in tune with his instincts, and his mind became even sharper. Plans began to form in his mind, and he envisioned a new future for the Midnight Inn, even inside a time of war and turmoil. However, he was certain that no matter what reputation the Innkeeper had built, someone would test it at least once before this war concluded. Most likely, it would be tested again and again. The butter knife would heal soon enough, but that was not all he could rely on. He needed to think of other contingencies and form deeper alliances. He looked at the sun crow in the air, and then thought of the trillions of guests inside the inn that the primordial garden would send. When he thought of the final destination of those guests being the origin realm, Lex was reminded of the gift Cocken had given the innkeeper before leaving. Previously, he had not paid too much attention to it. With everything he had going on, how could he be expected to focus on every little gift some Tao Lord gave him? He had too many of them. Yet now he had the time to investigate. More importantly, his instincts, which were enhanced by the scent of the diffuser, subtly hinted to him that the gift was far from ordinary. Lex took out the wooden box given to him by the governor of the Origin Realm and was about to open it, but paused. After a moment, he stood up and put his back against the wall. How awkward would it be if he was blown away just by opening a gift container once again? Yet when he opened it, there was no overwhelming aura that blasted him. In fact, there was no aura at all. There was a silver ticket of some sort, seemingly made out of trillions of silk-like threads. At first, the ticket was blank, but after being exposed to the spiritual energy in the air, some words began to appear on top of it. Gladicus Necropolis. The words seemed familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before, but he could not recall. It was not his fault. Back during the confrontation between Cocken and Sekhmet, had screamed at her about betraying the secret of the Origin Realm. His voice had been heard by many, yet as a Tao Lord, how could he make a careless mistake? The voice itself carried the power so that all non-affiliated listeners would automatically forget, and that included Lex. Before he could ponder the significance of the Gladicus Necropolis ticket, he heard the familiar yet unexpected sound of a fresh notification. New notification. A realm's Axis Eternum aura is detected, initiating automatic connection strengthening. New notification. Permanent connection to the Origin Realm established. Access to the Origin Realm can no longer be artificially blocked through external means. Lex's eyes widened. He knew what an Axis Eternum was, as that was actually not such a great secret, at least amidst a certain level of beings. Once, when he was in the Crystal Realm, studying in the academy founded by Cornelius, he had undertaken a special mission to go and establish a connection to a minor realm. That involved taking control of the core of the minor realm, which appeared in the form of a special item. Forming a connection with the minor realm provided a huge feedback in terms of spiritual energy, which helped raise the cultivation level without affecting the foundation or harming the cultivator. But that was only a minor realm. Lex had often wondered if larger, proper realms also had similar cores or even mature realms. If he bonded to it, he could not imagine what kind of feedback he would get. He had even looked into it, and for a long time he found no answer. It was only when he started rubbing shoulders with celestial immortals, welcoming super-powerful guests, and then paying attention to all of them through his system that he had first heard of the term Axis Eternum. Once he heard the term, finding out more about it was not such a difficult task. Much to Lex's disappointment, most normal realms did not have cores in the form of items, providing a convenient way to bond the realm. However, there were exceptions to everything. Some unique realms, such as the folklore realm, were not formed normally. Their birth usually occurred through complicated and irreplicable circumstances, and as a result, they were likely to give birth to something called the Axis Eternum, which in simple terms was the core of the realm. In truth, it was far more complicated. It was the physical hub housing all the laws which operated in the realm. Now normally, the laws of a realm were omnipresent throughout the realm, and there was no such thing as originating from a hub, which is why the existence of an Axis Eternum was actually an anomaly. It was a long, complex explanation, but in essence it could still be called the core of a realm, right? Bonding with it should still give control over a realm and provide whoever bonded with it a tremendous boon of some sort. One would think, but Lex could not get a concrete answer no matter who he asked. Even Mary claimed to not know or not remember. However, his instincts as well as his logical deductions stated that this was far from the truth. There were some secrets related to it, of which he was sure. He'd had enough exposure to universal secrets to be able to detect one when he encountered one. In fact, if Lex wanted to take his time and deduce what the secret might be, he was fairly confident that he could come up with an explanation that was at least 50% accurate. He didn't know where that feeling came from, maybe it was the scent from the diffuser, yet his gut told him it was true. But that hardly mattered. What was more interesting was that the system could create a permanent connection to realms merely from the aura of an Axis Eternum. Lex did not ponder over why would hand over a ticket to an Axis Eternum to another Tao Lord. Maybe he was confident that no one could steal it from him, or maybe there were other secrets involved. What mattered for now was, of the 32 billion guests inside the inn, cultivating with the energy of the primordial sun crow, most could return to their homes if he reopened the connection. Yet that would also invite many guests from the origin realm into his inn, not to mention it would make the other guests unable to leave to their respective realms dissatisfied. Thus, the moment the permanent connection was formed, he bought a lockdown token from the token shop and put the inn inside a lockdown. Normally, that would also prevent him from coming in and going out, but with his new increased authority over the inn, he could avoid that restriction. This was also a convenient excuse to keep all the guests from the primordial garden inside the inn a little longer. While the tiny increase in growth percentage might not seem like much, in effect it could save millions of years. The expense for the token itself was nothing to Lex, not with so many ME left, not to mention so many MT and MP. That was also why when the primordial garden bought so many keys to send their guests over to the inn, Lex decided to keep it at cost, meaning they bought it for the exact price that the system offered it for, giving Lex no profit. It was a small act, but he believed that the Tao Lord purchasing the keys would be able to sense if Lex was profiting from him or not. In that case, he'd rather focus on establishing a better relationship than profiting a mere few MT from keys sold. He was one of the big boys now with a lot of money. He didn't need to quibble over this small stuff. Speaking of which, he could now begin to upgrade his inn using the Midnight Realm Management panel as well. He had sufficient funds for it. Chapter 21:38, The Purpose of the Tao of Capitalism. Lex played with a pen in his fingers as he scrolled the Midnight Realm Management panel, feeling like his newfound wealth was not actually as great as he thought. To start with, he checked the price for the upgrade called Voidwoven. Previously, he could not even view the price since he had not unlocked the ME currency. Now when he looked at it, he sighed. The price for equipping the realm with Voidwoven was 999,999,999,999 ME, meaning it was just 1 ME short of 1 trillion ME. In short, that was an upgrade for the future. However, while some of the drastic upgrades to the inn were still out of his financial reach, there were plenty of upgrades that he could still afford. Moreover, the very presence of the primordial sun crow had made many upgrade options much cheaper. Yet he did not begin his upgrades immediately. Instead, he took some time to outline his plan. Nuwa had told him to study the masterless technique, and he would not underestimate her advice in the slightest. But he was not in any rush to hurry to the origin realm just yet. Instead, after various considerations, he decided that he needed to take some time to digest some of his recent gains and increase his strength. The premonition of danger was ever present in the back of his mind, and he would not ignore that either. He decided that he would head out after Pierre and Brenda got married, which gave him 1 month. Was 1 month really enough to convert all his gains into strength? Not really, which is why he would need to do something about that. Lex cracked his back, neck, and knuckles as he prepared to spend some money. What was the purpose of the Tao of Capitalism? To acquire wealth. No, acquiring wealth was merely one step. The purpose of the Tao of Capitalism was to spend his wealth like a baller. Lex felt pretty cool for about 0.5 seconds before the cringe of that thought slowly crept in. Fortunately, no one could read his thoughts, so that embarrassing moment would not be known to anyone. Ordinarily, when Lex bought stuff from his system, he just did it mentally. Not today. Today, he put some celestial-level treasures in his diffuser, put on waltz number 2 in the background to really set the mood, and then used his physical hands to open up the system in front of him. This was actually something he'd almost never done, which is what made it special. He glanced at his income. He had 12 ME, 999,991,000,000 MT, and 999,999,999,999 MP. After nodding once, he purchased the Blessed Boundary upgrade for his realm for a minor 31 billion MT. This upgrade affected the boundary of the realm, making it more efficient in absorbing chaos energy from the void, as well as making it better at sustaining the pressure from the void. One benefit of this upgrade was that over time, as the effects of this upgrade started to appear, it would reduce the price of the Voidwoven upgrade. Another benefit was that, as the realm became better at resisting the pressure from the void, the realm itself would expand and grow faster in size. The actual size of the realm had little to do with the maturity of the realm, as some mature realms were actually quite small. In fact, realms that could grow too big, such as the Origin realm, were an anomaly. The system began to work, taking the spent currency and using it to begin upgrading the realm. Naturally, such changes to the realm itself would not be instantly completed, and they would take time to complete. The fact that his system had recovered a considerable amount, however, did speed up the rate at which the system could complete these upgrades. The second upgrade he bought was called Tempered Rains for a whopping 200 billion MT. The Tempered Rains upgrade did only one thing, really. It made the realm itself stronger so that the Midnight Realm could tolerate stronger tribulations. But the thing about making the realm stronger was that it had many other unintended benefits. Combined with the ongoing upgrade of Blessed Boundary as well as the improvements being actively caused by the Sun Crow, the upper limit of the Midnight Realm would quickly increase from the Earth Immortal Realm to the Heaven Immortal Realm. While the Inn itself allowed cultivators of a much higher level than even that, the rest of the realm could not bear their presence. That would soon change. As it happened, the synergy from these two upgrades happening simultaneously, alongside the nurturing effect of the Sun Crow, meant that the total time taken for these upgrades to be completed had dropped drastically. What a wonderful coincidence, almost as if someone had meticulously planned this. Lex grinned, enjoying the pleasure of spending his money. Sometimes, spending a lot of money hurt, but when the benefits of spending it were so obvious, he only felt pleasure. The guests inside the realm did not feel any difference at all, mainly because the system kept the environment inside the inn very steady. The natives of the realm, however, all felt a shift in the very air of the realm itself, alongside an unknown tingle within the spiritual energy of the realm itself. It was almost like the energy in the realm itself was excited. Yet they did not ponder what caused these changes. Everyone just attributed it to the Sun Crow in the sky. Seeing that there was nothing going amiss, and that everything was fine, Lex continued to upgrade his realm. Following in the pattern that he had started, every upgrade he chose strengthened the realm in some way. The Crimson Horizon upgrade, one of the options in the panel he never looked at because it was too expensive, painted the west end of the Midnight Realm in a permanent hue of red and an orange, as if in a state of eternal sunset. It cost an amazing 349 billion MT, and created a phenomenon by which the energy of the entire realm was recycled perfectly, always without an ounce of wastage. While that sounded simple in truth. Chapter 21:39, The Purpose of the Tao of Capitalism II. Lex smirked as he felt the changes beginning to take effect. The upgrades would take years to finish, but already Lotus could feel a hint of the feedback from the realm. The Crimson Horizon upgrade was expensive, and on the surface it did something pretty simple, but that was far from the case. The Midnight Realm was an immature realm, with incomplete laws that were still forming. That meant that the realm was constantly consuming an enormous amount of energy and resources to grow, both from the energy reserves within the realm itself, and from the chaos energy it absorbed from the void. Yet the process was slow, and not efficient in the least, because the realm itself would also lose a lot of energy to the void. The Crimson Horizon stopped that loss, automatically and drastically improving the speed at which the realm would mature and grow. Moreover, because the main effect was to recycle energy, it created an excessively stable environment, thereby once again strengthening the realm. There was one thing Lex needed to be careful of, though. While the Crimson Horizon perfectly recycled energy, there was no restriction on what that energy was recycled into. Just as Harriet was sending out trillions of souls to avoid the production of excessive energies associated with death, and moreover mass death, Lex would need to keep an eye on the realm to make sure nothing happened that would skew the natural energy type of the realm into a different one. His back-to-back expenditures had cost him 580 billion MT, but Lex had no intentions of stopping now. In fact, the reason he began with strengthening the realm was because he needed it to be strong and stable for the actual upgrades he wanted to implement later on. After Crimson Horizon, Lex scrolled the panel a bit to choose between two upgrades. The Frigid North upgrade would create a sort of massive frozen land in the north-most corner of the realm, the purpose of which would be to nurture countless laws affiliated with the cold, using that as a basis to increase the affinity of all the laws in the realm, making them less likely to resist one another. Contrary to that, the Molten Dawn would create an ocean of lava in the eastmost corner of the realm, increasing the laws related to fire, and using that as the basis of increasing the affinity of existing laws. Both of them achieved the same end result, but through different means. While technically speaking, he could choose both upgrades, but if he chose them both at the same time, that would create a period where the realm was more unstable than stable. Choosing them one after another was fine, but simultaneously would go against his current goals. They both cost the same as well. After a moment, he decided to go with Molten Dawn because, well, did he even need to explain? Lex's affinity with lava was predestined. Thus, he ended up spending another 29 billion MT. A nice side benefit of Molten Dawn was that it would make it much easier for the turtle to grow plants that required higher temperatures or laws affiliated with heat. Then Lex picked the one upgrade he had been setting everything up for. He bought the Valley of Time, which would double the flow of time within that valley for a measly 1 billion MT. He set the Valley of Time within the inn and sealed off 1,000 miles all around it so that no one could enter. Even if Lex bought the valley, it did not mean that it instantly appeared. However, it was true that the specific area around the valley began to fill with laws associated with time, which is exactly what he wanted. After the Valley of Time, he bought another time-associated upgrade called the Winds of Tomorrow and focused it on the same spot as the valley. The Winds of Tomorrow cost 750 billion MT and was by far the most expensive upgrade he bought yet. That used up another ME, leaving the remainder of the cost as MT. The Winds of Tomorrow did not, as one would expect, increase the flow of time in a region. Instead, it filled the area with a certain kind of wind which made the laws of time exceptionally stable. This had no effect on the flow of time at all. Rather, its purpose was to ensure that time did not become unstable, and created an area specifically suited to practicing time laws and techniques. One of the most dangerous things about practicing time-affiliated laws was that the slightest accident or misuse could threaten to directly eradicate the user himself. It was unspeakably difficult to resist or survive the backlash from such an accident, so much so that even Tao Lords seldom tampered with the laws of time. The Winds of Tomorrow merely decreased the chances of making a mistake related to time that would have a severe backlash. Lex did not buy this upgrade because he was intending on practicing with time. Instead, he bought this upgrade because besides permanent upgrades, the Midnight Realm Management panel also allowed him to purchase temporary realm-related upgrades. Unlike the permanent upgrades, the temporary upgrades would take effect very quickly, ranging from instantly to a few days. The Winds of Tomorrow and the Valley of Time, both together, made it so that Lex could buy a temporary upgrade related to time for much cheaper. While the drop in cost was not so great right now, as these two upgrades were completed, the drop in cost would be worth it. With everything set, Lex directly bought a temporary upgrade that increased the flow of time within the valley by 10 times. Well, actually the range was between 10 to 15 times, as the exact increase could not be confirmed. To buy this upgrade for 1 month cost him 500 billion MT, which was a massive cost for such a short period of time. Once his 2 upgrades were completed, the price might drop down to 50 MT, but Lex couldn't wait that long. As for the permanent upgrade, which would increase the flow of time in a certain area by 10 times, Lex couldn't see the price, because he hadn't yet unlocked a currency high enough for it. Chapter 2140, Cultivation Retreat. Lex sighed. Oh dear, even after me, 13 of which he got for trading a Tao ingredient, there still seemed to be another currency. What even was the limit of the system? Honestly, he doubted it was much higher than what it could currently achieve, because it already did things with laws that even Tao Lords could not do. But then he was reminded of the fact that the system was in a broken state. Sometimes Lex wondered what Mary's previous identity was, and what she had done to raise the system to such a high level. Furthermore, he wondered how, after reaching such an unbelievably high point, she ended up in her current state. But those were questions he couldn't get answers to at the moment, so instead he focused on the present moment. For now, he'd ended his shopping spree. After spending over 1 trillion MT upgrading his realm, Lex paused not because he was done spending money, but because the Midnight Realm Management panel was grayed out, meaning he could no longer select any upgrades. He had likely hit the limit of what his system could currently handle. Lex scanned the inn with his spirit sense one more time to make sure there was nothing that required his attention before teleporting over to the Valley of Time. The valley was in its natural state, without any buildings or structures, and that's how Lex intended on leaving it. He wanted to try cultivating out in nature for once, though he also didn't want to miss out on the benefits the meditation room could provide, regardless of however slight they were. Thus, he set down a meditation room in the heart of the valley, but changed its appearance. He removed the walls and ceiling, leaving only a single gray tile which represented the floor of the meditation room. The tile was just big enough that when Lex put the gabbing fruit on it, the tile became completely covered. Lex nodded, took out the Innkeeper's scent diffuser, and put in dozens of celestial-grade treasures inside of it before closing his eyes. If Lex intended to take a proper retreat to cultivate, lasting for a long time, he might have even used Tao-grade ingredients. While they were especially precious, Lex would not hesitate to use them to raise his own strength. However, based on how the flow of time went, he would only be cultivating for about a year or so. While that sounded like a long time, honestly it wasn't, at least for a heaven immortal. The only reason a single year might be moderately enough for Lex to increase his strength was due to the assistance of the Gabbana fruit, the meditation room, the scent diffuser, and lastly, his own unique cultivation technique. All of these, when combined together, would make it so that even in this short period of time his gains would be sufficient. Taking in the smell from the diffuser and listening to the sound of the winds gently blowing through the valley trees, Lex closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Between his general cultivation, his attempts to increase his Tao body percentage, his increase in primordial aura, increasing his Nephilim candidacy, and cultivating the back of Atlas technique, Lex would have his hands full. Since he told Mary to let him know if something required his attention, he could stop focusing on monitoring his inn all the time and dedicate all his focus on his cultivation session. He even weakened the flow of information he got from Jack, minimizing it without shutting it off completely, to avoid distractions. Mary would let him know to stop cultivating a few hours before Pierre's wedding, so he didn't even need to worry about that. Thus, Lex lost himself in cultivation, acting for the first time like an actual cultivator. Most heaven immortals often spend multiple years in a row for a single cultivation session, and more often than not, they end up having multiple sessions with minimal breaks in between. The usual balance of comprehending laws was to spend sufficient time gaining experiences, and then spending a sufficient amount of time meditating and pondering over them, something Lex hardly ever needed to specially take time out to do. During this cultivation session, Lex ended up utilizing all the Helios wisps inside his body, raising his Tao body to an entire 25%. However, after that, it became increasingly difficult to raise the percentage. It would likely require him much longer than he currently had, so he diverted his attention elsewhere. Using the Gabbana fruit, Lex began to strengthen the primordial aura he had begun to cultivate. That would not be the same as becoming a primordial, but it was the closest he could get. What he, or anyone else for that matter, had not realized was that as he simultaneously raised his Tao body percentage, as well as his primordial aura, he was setting the foundation to establish a primordial Tao body, something one step beyond a normal Tao body. Even Eclipse herself had missed this little fact owing to the fact that, during the primordial age, no one had needed to cultivate a primordial Tao body. They were either primordial Tao lords, or they were just regular primordials who were just strong enough that they didn't need such a thing. Thus, she had never seen it, nor did she spend any time pondering if such a thing even existed. Thus, the consequences of what Lex was doing were literally unknowable to anyone in the whole universe. Of course, for now, it brought him no real benefit, nor did it bring him any harm. Eventually, when Lex felt he was at his peak state, he began to focus on the back of Atlas technique. The technique was beyond complex, to the point where Lex could not even understand what he was actually doing. He was simply following the instructions of the technique. Slowly and steadily, as the days turned into weeks which turned into months, the aura surrounding Lex strengthened, turning into something frightening. Chapter 21:41, Tacit Approval. 13 months. Lex sat still in one spot without causing any problems for 13 months. It was a miracle. Oh, and also his increase in strength over this period was miraculous as well, to the point where he was, once again, ready for a minor tribulation. But mainly the not causing problems for 13 months is what was amazing. Honestly, as Lex slowly opened his eyes and sighed, feeling like he had been working non-stop, he too admitted that he had not expected how smooth this retreat would go. He was not disturbed even once, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Of course, that was only because in the Midnight Realm itself even 1 month hadn't passed, and almost all guests were cultivating, doing their best to make most of the nourishment of the Sun Crow. Thus, there was no trouble to be caused. Externally, most of the places that could access the inn faced a ban from many Tao lords preventing new guests from entering. The few places that didn't have bans still couldn't send in new guests because the inn was in lockdown. Thus, somehow, there were no obstacles in Lex's plans. "What in the world even is this technique?" Lex whispered, feeling the effects of the back of Atlas. In truth, he was not capable of utilizing the actual technique. Based on what he had understood from the technique, to use the full technique would require him to be a Tao lord. With a Tao body, he could use the technique at approximately 30% of its ability, though that too was an unlikely exaggeration. As he was right now, he could maybe use 0.01% of the technique, and yet. Lex's eyes flashed. He had imagined, based on the description, that he would be able to carry realms on or in his back, almost like he had a space within his back itself. While that was one interpretation of it, and that interpretation seemed to be correct, that was not the limit of the technique. Another interpretation that he only discovered upon cultivating it was that he could literally target certain things and then absorb them into his back, eliminating their effects entirely, at least up until he brought them back out. For example, he focused on the weight bearing down upon his soul from all the knowledge he attained back in Abaddon. That weight never disappeared, he just became stronger and better at ignoring it. Yet when he activated the technique targeting that weight, it vanished. The absurd thing was that Lex did not need to keep the technique running. He could stop, and that weight would stay hidden within his back until such a time that he took it out. For now, he could only store one thing at a time, but eventually that limit would increase. To do that, he needed to continue cultivating the back of Atlas to strengthen his back's bearing capacity. At the same time, he also needed to grow stronger physically and spiritually so that his body could also bear the weight of whatever he absorbed. That was because whenever he absorbed something into his back, whether it was a real thing or even a concept, it would put an actual physical weight on his back that he needed to carry. For the moment, Lex had discovered no limits to this technique at all. That meant that if a Tao Lord flashed his aura at Lex, he could absorb that aura and put it inside his back to keep himself from suffering from actual exposure to it. Of course, chances were that the weight of that aura would be so great that Lex would be crushed, but this was more about what was theoretically possible, not what was plausible. Lex could literally think of countless new ways in which he could use this technique to cause all sorts of mayhem. In fact, this technique alone increased his survivability drastically, far more than all his other recent gains, which were not few, by the way. As his primordial aura increased, so too did the pressure on the space of the Midnight Realm. If the space literally hadn't been undergoing strengthening at that very moment, it was likely that Lex could have accidentally shattered space and fallen into the void. Speaking of primordial aura, Lex checked his system's primordial energy scale. He had a quest to raise it to 100, while everything he had learned told him to not do that. Still, while he avoided actively submitting primordial aura into the system, it could passively absorb it anyway. The scale was currently at 9, which did not seem like a lot, but it was way more than he wanted it to be. That was fine, because he learned that, as his authority grew, he could even begin to command the system about how it operated. His plan was to get the system to use up that little primordial energy in improving the realm, because he felt having even the slightest bit of primordial energy inside the system was too dangerous. Speaking of primordial energy, Lex disappeared from the Midnight Inn, teleporting over to the primordial garden. Being a level 9, Heaven Immortal had such a nice ring to it that he didn't want to wait any longer. It was best to get it over with before the wedding began. At that point, Lex would have maximized all his strength that he could attain over a short period of time, and then he could finally start focusing on other things. While Lex had spent this recent period cultivating, just like all the guests, the workers hardly took a moment's break. The innkeeper's demand from Ash was to have a wedding that would satisfy Pierre and Brenda, and that he would cover the expenses. Well, the innkeeper might soon come to regret that decision, because while Pierre had nothing extravagant in mind, Brenda wanted to invite all the guests inside the inn to her wedding. Since the innkeeper did not comment on the matter, everyone treated it as if her demands had his tacit approval, and so began a month-long race to prepare a wedding with a guest list that crossed hundreds of billions. That was because besides the original 32 billion guests, and the many new ones that joined, the wedding invitations were sent out to the rest of the entire Midnight Realm via the Shadow Talon delivery service. The most difficult part was that only the RSVPs were in the hundreds of billions, but Ash fully expected that many guests who had received the invitations would come without specifically RSVPing. Thus, it was entirely possible that the number of guests would cross into the trillions. Chapter 2142, Wedding Jitters. What do you mean you can't wait for the red packets? Pierre whispered to Brenda, warily looking left and right to make sure that no one could overhear them. This was not a conversation he wanted overheard, lest his budding reputation be ruined. I heard about it in House Nixhart, Brenda said proudly. When people get married, their guests have to give them red packets which contain money, so I invited everyone alive inside the whole realm. Can you imagine how much money we're going to get? Pierre started to dab his forehead with his handkerchief to keep the sweat from dripping in his eyes. Was that why she had invited so many guests? Why did he feel like this was a really bad idea? All he did was go to bed one night, and in the morning when he woke up, over 100 billion guest invites had already been sent out. "Thank you, Innkeeper, for covering the bill of this wedding," Pier whispered, as if pleading with the Innkeeper not to smite him. "Oh yeah, I invited some of the Innkeeper's friends too. You know, that way he won't be so bored," Brenda added, right before getting distracted. Jeeves was showing her the final look on her dress, which was in the shape of a traditional Chinese wedding. The bright red was complemented by the design of silver and gold that not only made the dress itself look like a piece of work, but would accentuate her figure once she put it on. Oh, also, the dress could take one full hit from a heaven immortal while not suffering any damage. Since the Innkeeper was footing the bill, there was no need to hold back on the expenses. The only reason this is where Jeeves had stopped was because Brenda was still immortal, and could not wear the dress if it was too constricting or heavy, which is why Jeeves had to use light but expensive materials to make the dress, meaning they took Pelvilin's scales and turned them into thread. Poor Pelvilin, he was used more like a cow than a dragon inside the Midnight Inn, always milked for his resources. Not that Pelvilin minded, since the soul inside the dragon body was still too weak for the body. Weakening the body actually made his life much easier. Of course, since Brenda was too weak, she did not yet have a proper concept of the kind of dress she was wearing. She was simply satisfied with the color and design, as well as the fact that the dress had been altered so that she could run at a moment's notice without feeling constricted. A woman needed to protect her red packets. Meanwhile, Pier was still trying to understand how he had gone from trying to look after Brenda to having hundreds of billions of guests at his wedding. The inn simply didn't have enough lemons to provide that much lemonade. "Feeling nervous?" asked Gerard as he looked at the troubled expression Pier wore. Since Pier was a member of his house, Gerard felt like he needed to step up and give Pier some advice about how to handle the work-life balance inside the inn after he was married. While Gerard was not married yet, he was in a relationship and had been at it for a while. More importantly, anyone with eyes could see that Pier was incredibly nervous and was always looking towards his fiancée. Everyone mistook his worry that Brenda would cause more problems for lovesickness, which amused them all. "Yeah, a little. I'm just thinking about all the things that could go wrong," Pier admitted, worried about what else Brenda might do. The fact that she was wearing a red dress and then had seated a herd of high-level bulls very near their table worried him. Or the fact that apparently she had been talking to her sisters about marital affairs. How was he supposed to explain to her that the marital affairs they were talking about was not the fun fare she was thinking of? He felt too awkward to explain it to her, and so was forced to hear her talk about wanting to go on the rides repeatedly. The looks he got from the girls at Nixhart after that made him age a century. If his body didn't have sturdy foundations, and if he hadn't embarked on the path of a body cultivator, he may have already started to lose hair. Gerard chuckled, listening to Pier's words, completely misunderstanding him. As an immortal, it would be easy for Gerard to read Pier's thoughts through his body language alone, but that would be rude, so they always restrained all their excessive senses, thus causing this situation. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. I've heard that, as per Brenda's request, Pontiff Falufa will be holding the ceremony, which is quite a prestigious honor, you know. He is the leader of Bunny Nation, and it is not easy to get his time," Gerard said. He thought that Pier was worried about things not falling into place for the wedding and began to reassure him. Little did he know, it was not the wedding, but Brenda that Pier was worried about. "Maybe I should go talk to her one more time," said Pier as he saw Brenda wrap her arm around Jeeves and take him to the side, whispering something. Now, it's bad luck to bother the bride too much before the wedding. Why don't you follow me to the hot tub and relax a little? It won't be good if you're too tense before the big day. Whatever you do, don't accidentally say the wrong name while you're jumping from the hot air balloon. That will make things awkward." Pier didn't register Gerard's words for a second, too distracted by the thoughtful look on Jeeves' face. What had Brenda said to him? Then the words finally clicked. "Wait, jumping, hot air balloon, what?" Pier asked, but to his dismay, no one explained what was happening. Chapter 21:43, Wedding Jitters. The hours passed by in a blur to Pier. He was originally doing very well in the Midnight Inn. He had a senior position right from the start, as well as respect and authority. Though his cultivation level was low, it would be only a matter of time before that rose. His future was supposed to be sunshine and rainbows. In fact, it was because he was so competent and well accomplished that he felt like it was his duty to look after Brenda. Unfortunately, trying to contain Brenda was like trying to trap a typhoon in a glass bottle, a work of fiction. Gerard noticed that as the hours drew closer to the event, Pierre grew even more tense. He tried to soothe Para, but nothing worked, so in the end he had to rely on his secret weapon and called over Z. Z was no longer the shy, introverted boy he once was. Now he was a shy, introverted man who had to pretend to be strong and confident simply because he cared too much about the workers of the inn and had taken upon himself the role of the inn's big brother. He had a way of connecting with others that few others could replicate, including Gerard. In fact, Gerard was one of the most reassuring people inside the entire inn. It was just that Z was much more talented when it specifically came to certain types of personalities. Thus, Gerard left everything inside Z's capable hands. Z looked at Pierre, who stood in front of a window, looking out at the incoming crowds. The wedding was in 3 days, and already 500 billion guests had entered the inn from across the entire Midnight Realm. An opportunity to live in and enjoy the services of the Midnight Inn for free, even if it was for 1 day, was not something many would give up. In fact, entire businesses had been set up across the Midnight Realm with the sole focus of transporting guests to and from the Midnight Inn to their respective continents. Even the few mythical beings of the Midnight Realm, such as the 8-legged horse or the giant snake sleeping underneath the continent, arrived inside the inn. Z wasn't quite sure of the history of the universe, but he had a feeling that very few mortals had a wedding as big as Pierre and Brenda, if any at all. "You feeling tense?" Z asked directly. Pierre looked from the window to Z and nodded. "Let me ask you another question. Do you trust the innkeeper?" Pierre was startled by that question. "Of course," he responded enthusiastically. "How could I ever doubt the innkeeper?" Z nodded as if expecting such a response. "Then when the innkeeper has your back, why are you worried?" he asked, causing him to pause. "Not just the innkeeper, the rest of the Midnight Inn has your back too. So what are you afraid of? Look at your fiancée. She has the heart of a lion. I've heard she's telling everyone that she will accept a red packet from the other guests, but she wants a red briefcase from the innkeeper." Pierre didn't know whether to be shocked at her audacity, or admire her courage, or feel pity for his own future. "So hold your head high. While you're weak, we have your back. And when you grow strong, you can protect others too. I heard it was your original domineering attitude towards Brenda that caused her heart to melt, so how can you cower now?" Pierre looked towards Z and wondered if he should tell him that the domineering attitude was just him screaming at Brenda, trying to get her not to cause problems. But then he shook his head. Z was right. He was not a coward. Since he had taken up this massive responsibility, he needed to grow strong enough until even the thought of Brenda's remarkable ability to mess up no longer intimidated him. Until then, he could rely on the help of others from the Midnight Inn. Watching as Pierre's slumped posture slowly straightened out, Z nodded. Just as the great animes had foretold, the power of friendship cannot be beat. Pierre took a deep breath and mentally prepared himself for the ordeals ahead. Alone, no one man could contain the walking disaster that was Brenda. But with the help of the entire Midnight Inn, as well as the all-powerful innkeeper, he may be able to keep her from accidentally ending the world one day. "Thank you, I really needed to hear that," said Pierre. Looking towards Z, he really lived up to his reputation as the founder of the Starcloak House. "Good, because it'll be time for your bachelor party soon, and you can't attend with such a mopey attitude. By the way, have you decided what you're going to do for your party? Because the attendance list is quite big, and I don't think Ash has any details listed down for it." Pierre trembled and resisted the urge to fall down. This was the first time he was hearing of his own bachelor party, so how could he have prepared for it? "I haven't really planned anything. Do you have any ideas?" Pierre asked Z. Z thought for a moment and then nodded. "On such short notice, there's only one thing I can think of. Perhaps it's time for the masses to experience what a true saga is," he said, pulling out a picture of the Vinrealm saga. It was the latest anime he had been watching. Pierre, personally, had never really seen any anime, but at this point he couldn't really complain. "Excellent, in that case I will think of the refreshments menu. A proper saga cannot be experienced without the accompanying snacks," Pierre responded. Z did not say anything. How was Pierre to know that he was about to embark on a life-altering journey of epic proportions, such that he would not even think of eating or drinking while on it? There was no point in warning him. Something like this could only be understood through first-hand experience. Chapter 21:44, Mass Sacrifice. "Do you think that the real reason that the innkeeper is inviting so many guests to his inn is to hold a mass sacrifice, killing us, and using your deaths to power a super-powerful treasure? Then he'll torture our souls for an eternity, using our pain and suffering to turn us into resentful ghosts, which he will use to wage a war against a civilization that stood up against him. And then, when our ghost versions die, he would. The white horse neighed, cutting off the overly excited foal. "That's enough, Junior," said Sleipnir in a tone of utter exhaustion, probably for the 1000th time this trip. "No, the Innkeeper is not holding a mass sacrifice, and will not kill us all to power some treasure. You should be mindful of your words. Once we arrive at the inn, you're going to offend somebody." Junior, the young foal, looked disappointedly at his father. "But a mass sacrifice would be so cool," he complained under his breath, suddenly feeling upset that his soul would not be used in an evil scheme. "I massively sacrificed my peace of mind by bringing you, and let me tell you, there's nothing cool about it," Sleipnir said, rolling his eyes as he continued to trot forward. Junior snorted. "You're no fun. I'm going to go play with Grandpa World's snake," Junior said before galloping away, leaving Sleipnir alone to wallow in his own misery. "Shouldn't have married a unicorn," he muttered to himself. "They all warned me, but I just wouldn't listen." While Sleipnir, the horse deity of the Midnight Realm, and one of the original few mythical beings of the realm, contemplated his life decisions, Junior ran all the way to the massive world serpent that lived beneath the continents. The snake was one of the reasons that the underground world of the Midnight Realm even existed, not that the snake cared much about that. He just spent most of his time sleeping. Also, Sleipnir and the world serpent didn't actually get along too well, which is why going to him was an excellent excuse. No one would know whether he actually went or not because no one would check in with the snake. Instead, Junior galloped all the way to the midnight inn ahead of schedule. Everyone wanted to arrive on the day of the wedding, since that was the day where everything would be free, but Junior didn't want to waste time. Besides, he had enough money to take care of himself for a couple of days if need be. Finally, he saw the massive wall of the midnight inn, which represented the beginning of the territory of the inn, as well as the large gates through which all the guests were entering. The inn, apparently, paid a lot of attention to the rules, so Junior didn't skip the line as he usually would have, and instead used that time to take in all the sights. One of the first things he noticed were the bipedal beasts, or humans, as he'd heard they were called, were mounted atop some really powerful peacocks. Now, Junior, despite his name and age, was a peak Earth immortal, so the fact that the peacocks were threatening to him was quite fascinating. "I see it's not a mass sacrifice. Instead, we're going to be enslaved and used as mounts," Junior said, understanding dawning on him. Unfortunately for him, he did not heed his father's advice and had spoken out loud, which meant that the peacock nearby heard him. "You amount for the Midnight Inn? Not even if you begged for the role," the peacock said haughtily. "Be satisfied with the privilege of being a guest, as that is all you will ever achieve." Junior was suddenly provoked. As the son of a deity, mythical being, and a particularly flamboyant unicorn, when had he ever been talked to in such a way? Actually, pretty much every day, but that didn't count. When had a stranger ever talked to him like that? "I'll have you know, I can join the inn to become a mount if I really wanted to," Junior exclaimed angrily. But the peacock only gave him an amused look, not taking him seriously at all. Junior's little outburst had attracted a lot of attention, and as it happened, Little Blue was flying by, and paused to take a look. Liz, who was returning to the inn for the wedding after a long time of exploring the Midnight Realm, looked down from Little Blue's back curiously. Comparing the tiny horse to a mount like Little Blue was really too much. Not all mounts could be special, some needed to be normal too. "Look at that, Levi, even small horses have big dreams," she said, before nudging Little Blue to move on. Junior heard that too, and the more he heard people dismissing his idea about being taken as a mount, the angrier he got. "Damn it, I'll show them all. I'll be a mount if it's the last thing I do," Junior muttered to himself and then had a brilliant idea. Since everyone was coming here for a wedding, how would they react if they saw him as the groom or bride's mount? That would show them. With a new, secret plan brewing in his mind, Junior ignored the dumb peacock and quickly followed the line to enter the Midnight Inn. Once there, he skipped the train that took guests from the gates to one of the cities within the inn. Instead, he began to gallop towards the wedding venue at full speed. To his mild disappointment, he really couldn't detect any preparations for any mass sacrifices anywhere. Oh well, he'd just have to make do. It was while he was marching towards the venue that he overheard someone talking about a bachelor party that the groom was having, which was open to all the early arrivers at free of cost. Junior suddenly changed his direction. While on the way, he saw that some of the humans were even using giant bunnies as mounts to patrol the grounds, and that infuriated him even more. Damn it, he would not be outdone by some hopping creatures. Chapter 21:45, finally done. Percy felt numb. His life hadn't been that great to begin with, to be honest. He was an orphan, living alone, ostracized wherever he went. Then one day, out of the blue, someone accused him of stealing lightning, whatever that meant. Well, actually he found out that lightning was the name of someone's cat that ran away and just happened to be seen near his house. So a bunch of guys came over to beat up Percy. When he started to run, he accidentally fell through a mysterious golden door that appeared out of thin air. Thus, he came to the Midnight Inn. This place was kind of awesome, especially since he had a week-long free stay since he was a pro bono guest. During that free time, he learned about cultivation and how it made people stronger. Suddenly, the idea of revenge and vengeance sprouted in his mind, taking hold of his thoughts. All he could think of was to cultivate, go back and get even with everyone who had ever harmed him. He wanted them to suffer as he suffered. Yet just as he was about to return to carry out his plan, the inn was sealed. No one could return. Since then, he'd been stuck inside the inn. It was great here, honestly it was. No one bullied him and everyone was nice, but Percy wasn't satisfied. He wanted revenge. Unable to get it and unable to do anything to the people from the inn, Percy became numb and goalless, wandering around like a zombie. There was some kind of party going on, and somehow he ended up at a screening of some kind of show. Percy didn't care and just sat there, staring out with a dead gaze. Or at least that's what he'd done at first. Somehow he found himself resonating with the anger and desire for vengeance shown by the main character. Although the circumstances were different, the feeling was the same. The more he watched, the more enamored he became with the show, and he could tell that there were many others who felt the same way. But then things took an unexpected turn. The character was growing and learning. The pain saw no end, so he sought a different solution. Percy was completely hooked. But just as the show was about to reach its zenith, just as he was about to find his answer, a damn horse suddenly stood in front of the screen, blocking the view. Perhaps to make up for its tiny size, the horse made itself appear bigger for greater effect, thereby blocking the entire view. Perhaps the stronger cultivators could see past its body using their spirit sense, but Percy and many others did not have that. Moreover, even though the stronger cultivators could see past the horse, the timing of its appearance ruined the immersion of the show. All at once, as if by prior agreement, millions of guests stood up and attacked the horse without giving it a chance to speak. At some point, someone screamed to sacrifice the horse to the soul hearth that burned the souls of those who dared to attack the Midnight Inn. Chaos ensued, for Junior was not so easily caught, and the once orderly environment suddenly broke into chaos. "Do you think we should stop them?" one of the guards asked Z, who was standing on the side, watching everything unfold with his hands behind his back. "No, let it be," Z said, waving his hand. "Based on my understanding of tradition, a bachelor party is supposed to be slightly chaotic. Just make sure no one actually sacrifices the horse to the soul hearth." The security team looked out at the mob beating the horse with sticks hesitantly. There seemed to be something wrong with the scene, but he vaguely recalled that some of the guests who were Earth refugees talk about an ancient tradition of beating small horses with a stick in exchange for some kind of reward. A piñata, it was called, as he had heard. The security team couldn't really understand it, but then again, some of the guests had weird traditions, so it was hard to say what was normal. Instead of intervening, the security team just stood on standby, ready to act as soon as they were needed. While this chaos was unfolding within the Midnight Inn, Lex once again found himself laying on the grass in the primordial garden, staring up listlessly into the sky. He had grown so much stronger. The tribulation was supposed to be easier, yet the massive hole in his chest, and his missing right arm was a clear indication of just how easy the tribulation really was. Lex could not even heal his body back up until all the residual energy of the tribulation lightning and fire were used up, which basically meant he was still suffering the sensation of electrocution and burning in his body. One thing was clear: while he constantly thought of himself as an overachiever, that was not the case in front of a primordial tribulation. Fortunately, he did not feel even the slightest hint of approaching the next level, because he would certainly not survive the tribulation for that at all. It would likely be a long time before he was ready to become a celestial immortal. But if there was one positive that came out of nearly being burned to a crisp, it was the fact that his primordial aura had matured completely. While it could likely grow stronger if he continued to undergo more primordial tribulations, at least his aura, as it was now, could no longer be identified as a fake primordial aura. Thus, without actually being one, he could pass off as a primordial. Lex didn't know what the benefits of such a thing were, but based on Wukong's actions of wanting to appear as a primordial, Lex could conclude that there were certain benefits only primordials could receive. Not to mention, Eclipse would not have likely paid so much attention to recreating the primordial age in her realm if there were no benefit to it. As the strongest Tao Lord in the universe, who also happened to know countless secrets, all her actions likely had many reasons behind them. So Lex was pretty happy with the state of his aura as it was right now. As for what benefits this thing brought him, he would have to find out on his own. He didn't think he could tolerate the repercussions of asking Eclipse, lest she unload some huge secret onto him that would rock his world once more. Lex did not want any more rocking, he just wanted peace. Now, finally done with his task, Lex connected with the system to check on the progress of the wedding, and suddenly he went incredibly pale as he saw the wedding bill. What? Chapter 2146, Expense Report. The number of guests for the wedding had not yet reached 1 trillion, but it was well within the hundreds of billions. But even assuming that, at the end, there were a total of 1 trillion guests, it would be easy to guess the cost of the wedding. If per guest Lex spent 1,000 MP, then the final cost would be 1,000 MT. Now that was a cost Lex could easily bear, but that did not mean it was cheap. By no standard was it cheap. He could buy literal planets with that much money. But what if the cost per head was not 1,000 MP? What if it was 10,000 MP, or 100,000 MP? Even then, it would fall short of the 1 million MT cost that he was looking at. To be specific, 1,323,897 MT. This was the expense before the wedding even began, and all the guests were yet to arrive. Lex could not imagine how they had managed to rack up such an expense, so he looked at it. The bride and groom's outfits, which could allow mortals to survive an attack from a regular, level 1 Heaven Immortal, were the top 2 most expensive items. They were a little unnecessary in Lex's opinion, but they only cost a measly 5 MT due to how expensive the materials to make them were. So where did the rest of the expenses come from? After going through the list, Lex suddenly felt like he didn't know how to react. He thought that Brenda, because this could only be Brenda's doing, had spent all that money to hoard and accumulate wealth. In truth, she had spent all of that money to make sure that all the attending guests had the best experience possible during the wedding. The food budget itself was absurd, mainly because the items being served couldn't be magically conjured by the system. No, she partnered with the Midnight Inn's foremost restaurant, owned and run by Kenta Haru, the Eld who was heir to a celestial-level organization. With his help, she designed a menu that would cause everyone who ate the food to not only experience a great elevation in their cultivation, but also to heal their old injuries and soothe their spirits. Of course, the upper limit was Earth Immortal, as the Midnight Inn couldn't get access to cooking ingredients for them at the moment since the inn was sealed. Also, Kenta had limited experience cooking for them, and could not provide the same standard of food for them, so the upper limit was Earth Immortals. But buying the ingredients was only the first step, albeit an expensive one, since some of them were bought from the inn, but others were bought from the many guests inside the inn itself. Buying from guests obviously cost them a premium. Then came the prep, which began days in advance. Not only were the workers cooking, they had to hire many of the guests too. The guests didn't mind since they were getting paid for their help, not to mention it was a fun experience. Then they prepared formal attire for all the guests, all of which were naturally not just regular clothes. Instead, they were all treasures that had various benefits. As if that was not enough, because of the excessive number of guests coming in, new cities had to be built to accommodate them all. These cities were built alongside the theme of the wedding, and were not only meticulously designed, but were made using the most expensive materials available. Then there was... Lex paused and read the expense report again just to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Apparently they had dug out an artificial sea, not an artificial pond, but an artificial sea. A sea of what you ask. No, why would anyone ask that because a sea was always water, right? Wrong. Brenda had heard that yogurt was good for digestion, and wanted to make sure that the guests could easily digest the rather rich food that would be served at the wedding. So they dug out an artificial sea which was then filled with fresh yogurt, which would be ready just in time for the wedding. Beyond that, the list was filled with other regular stuff, like all services paid for each guest. There were plays prepared which told the guests the history of the Midnight Inn and all it had been through. There was a fanfiction competition going on during the wedding where guests could write a fanfiction about Brenda's and Pierre's love story, and the best book would win 1 MT. Lex sighed and closed the list. Well, it seemed to him like she had spent all that money because she wanted to take care of the guests, not because she was trying to rip him off. Whatever, he'd bear the cost for this wedding and treat it as a marketing budget or something. Lex picked himself off the ground, his body finally recovered due to the rewards from the tribulation. He was in a bad condition, but he was well enough to do what needed to be done. At this point, he should return to the inn, but since he probably wouldn't return to the primordial garden for a while, he decided to check up on Vinai first. Not that he didn't trust the Black Phoenix, which had spent its entire life plotting against its closest allies. No, he was just wondering when the Phoenix planned on coming to the inn. As for the thought of the Phoenix betraying him, Lex could only hope that Vinai had done that, because Lex was feeling slightly frustrated at the ever-increasing bill, and wouldn't mind blowing off some steam. Not to mention, Vinai should be a genuine Phoenix now, and no longer a deity, which meant that if he plucked all his feathers, he'd have a whole lot of Phoenix feathers to use wherever he wanted. Lex did not need to ask anyone where Vinai was. Now that he was at the height of his power, his mastery over karma could not be underestimated. He casually picked out the karmic connection between himself and Vinai, and disappeared into the thread, traveling through it to his destination. Chapter 2147, Calm Eyes. Back in his early days, when he was a young 24-year-old, Lex thought that teleportation was the fastest and easiest way to get around. In many ways, he was not wrong. However, teleporting via space laws had its own issues and constraints, not to mention that almost everyone anticipated it at higher levels, which is why they were prepared for it. Either he needed his skill in teleportation to be as great as everyone thought the Innkeeper's was, and that would allow him to get past the regular limitations of teleportation, or he needed other ways of traveling. Thus, Lex found that in the situation where he had a strong enough karmic tie with whomever he was teleporting to, traveling via karmic lines was a good option. This was actually quite a rare way of traveling, at least as far as Lex had seen. It was also quite convenient, although doing so stealthily might be a bit of an issue. While others might not be able to detect his arrival, whoever his karmic tie was to might be able to sense his arrival if they were sufficiently skilled or strong enough. Vinai, for example, was deceivingly strong. Although he was only a level 1 heaven immortal, he was a mythical phoenix who had spent millions of years at the peak of the earth immortal realm. On top of that, the ascension of his entire realm allowed Vinai to adapt, in a limited capacity, to the primordial realm, giving him a hint of primordial aura. That did not mean that Vinai, by any means, thought himself as strong as the Innkeeper. He had felt his power and knew the difference between them. The reason why he was so late in showing up to the inn was the same as Zagan's reason for being slow with his tribulation. He had lived so long that his concept of time was messed up. To him, waiting 10,000 years before showing up to the inn would not even be considered a short time. It was barely enough for a decent nap, not even one round of deep sleep. Thus what he was currently doing was studying the actions of what the Crystal Phoenix had done since it entered the primordial garden. While the progenitors of the Sol and Frio birds, Firin and Isel, were scummy in his opinion, the progenitor of the crystal race was no better. Vinai had thoroughly destroyed all of Firin's and Isel's plans, and had finally rid itself of its deity status as a result, but the fight was far from over. He expected some kind of retaliation eventually, but he was not worried about them. The Crystal Phoenix, though. Vinai suddenly realized that someone had managed to approach him without alerting him, and was standing right behind him. The immense shock of the realization caused him to suddenly turn around, blaring his full strength, ready to fight for his life, when a hand calmly grabbed his wing and suppressed all his strength. "You shouldn't unleash your aura like that in the primordial garden," said Lex. "You're not going to survive if you make such a mistake. The primordial garden is not usually as forgiving as it is these days." Vinai was unable to respond, and not just because Lex had its entire body and power suppressed with a single hand. No, he was shocked. Vinai was there when Lex became a heaven immortal. He was there, and had planned everything alongside him to set the ascension of the crystal realm in motion. So how did Lex become so powerful? Vinai was not sitting out in the open to be discovered by anyone. Instead, he was hiding in the darkness, something he was so intimately familiar with that he had created the monster race to be born out of it. Yet not only had Lex found him within it so easily, Lex had taken control of the surrounding darkness from Vinai without even giving him a chance to resist. Just as Vinai was reeling from the revelation of Lex's strength, Lex did something unexpected. He grabbed the air around Vinai and pulled, revealing a snake that had camouflaged itself and wrapped itself around Vinai's body without alerting him. As a mythical being, with a hint of a primordial aura and a former deity, Vinai was far from ordinary, and that's what made him the best target to devour. Unlike Lex, Vinai had not specifically received the protection of any Dao lords, so he was open prey for the creatures of the garden. The snake, who was slowly absorbing the energy from Vinai, was shocked when he was detected. Just as it was getting ready to retaliate against Lex, it locked eyes with him. Lex did not seem angry or intimidating, yet his eyes held a deep terror that frightened the snake to its core. Behind those calm eyes, the snake sensed the wrath of a dragon. Previously, the original residents of the garden could easily resist Lex's intimidation because their primordial aura allowed them to easily resist all kinds of pressures. Even the sage races, the top 10 races on the cosmic ascendance spectrum, would not be able to pressure them. That's how much of a hack being a primordial was. Yet now, he was one of them, at least as far as aura went. Thus, he could negate their resistance. His dragons might have not even been revealed. It was entirely restrained within his body. Yet the snake could sense it and feared it. Lex had no idea what cultivation realm the snake had, but he could measure his strength and found that it was not worthy of his concern. At this point, even the average celestial immortal was no obstacle to Lex. "Why don't you go back home? I need to have a private conversation with this fellow," said Lex as he let go of the snake's neck, allowing it to quickly slither away. The snake did not miss the opportunity to escape now that it had been granted. Mercy was a rarity in the primordial garden, one that it had no intentions of squandering. Vinai got chills as he saw how easily Lex dealt with the snake that had attached itself to him without him realizing it all. He was beginning to question reality. How could Lex suddenly be so strong? Almost as if Lex could see through Vinai's thoughts, Lex chuckled. "You curious as to how this happened? Maybe if you'd come and joined the inn like you were supposed to, you might have had some opportunities to grow stronger as well. Instead, you're spending all your time here doing your best to get killed. What's up with that?" Chapter 21:48. Fine then, don't join. Vinai was a former deity, a mythical phoenix, and someone who had been upgraded by the laws of his realm's ascension to the primordial realm. He was a unique kind of formidable in the universe, for that was not a combination that could be commonly found or found at all. Yet, standing before Lex, Vinai did not feel formidable at all. He felt feeble and entirely at the mercy of the man standing in front of him. "I was doing my research on the crystal phoenix. Compared to Firin and Isel, he is much more sinister. After what we did to the crystal realm, we can anticipate some kind of retaliation from him sooner or later. Besides, from him I want to learn the truth about what happened to Galed, the rainbow phoenix," said Vinai, explaining his thought process. But upon hearing his explanation, Lex only shook his head as if disappointed. "Vinai, you are a mere heaven immortal. The crystal race has many Dao lords, so I'm sure the leader of their race has attained such a status as well. What can you even do against him? By merely thinking of plotting against him, you've likely already alerted him," said Lex, shaking his head. "Besides, your vision is too limited. If you want to join the Midnight Inn, you will have to leave these things behind, for your focus will have to shift, or you'll never pass the test. Of course, if you want to find your friend, then we can be a little more direct about that. Or, if there are some secrets involved, we can search on our own. But doing all of that on your own, and doing all of that with the support of the Midnight Inn, are two entirely different concepts." Lex looked at Vinai, and after a moment decided to address the elephant in the room. "You know, you don't have to join the Midnight Inn if you don't want to. It's not some obligation you have to fulfill. To begin with, you haven't even passed the test to become a member yet, so you may not even be able to join. If you're only doing this because you feel like you need to repay me, or because you need to carry out your end of the deal, you can just pay me some other way and we can put this behind us." Lex suddenly and directly offered Vinai his freedom from his prior commitment to join the inn. It wasn't exactly a secret that the reason he wanted to join the Midnight Inn was because he wanted to use the power and influence of the inn to break free from his status as a deity. Now that he had already done as much, he technically didn't need the inn anymore. Moreover, while the inn could provide him with protection, it also limited his options by a lot, since his focus thereafter would mostly be related to the inn one way or another, if Lex was truly, genuinely offering him another option. Vinai was genuinely considering it, yet the problem was that as he looked at Lex, who only a few years ago had been so weak that Vinai would not even have remembered his name, but now was much stronger than him, Vinai kept feeling like he was missing out. While the inn might put certain restrictions on him, it was also obviously the best way to rapidly grow his strength. He was conflicted, yet that was all the assurance Lex needed. He did not want, nor did he need double-minded people or beasts inside the inn. The environment, the community inside the inn among the workers was something he valued tremendously, and it was not something he wanted to dilute with double-minded people. This was something he could give a lot of credit to the system. It had done a really good job at selecting and approving workers. You know what, I think someone like you, who spent countless years being a boss, will have real trouble adjusting to life at the inn as a worker. Forget about joining the inn. Instead, we can settle things between us in another way. After all, I did help you with the ascension of your realm and with breaking free from your status as a deity. Lex was not about to get shortchanged. Vinai, on the other hand, suddenly felt like he had suffered a huge loss. A part of him was relieved, but another part of him was telling himself that this was a huge opportunity that he would regret missing. Vinai looked at Lex once more, standing inside his own domain without being affected in the least, and suddenly made up his mind. No, I want to join the inn. I have many external affairs which make it slightly difficult to leave them all behind, but I know what's more important, said Vinai reassuringly. In fact, when are you heading back to the Midnight Inn? I'll head back with you. As for finding Galed, well, that's something I'll worry about when I'm stronger. Lex looked at Vinai with narrowed eyes, as if judging him harshly. A true, genuine phoenix would be an asset to the inn, but it wasn't as if Lex was dying to get his hands on one. If Lex weren't somewhat interested in seeing if he could enhance the phoenix part of his own unique physique, then he honestly wouldn't be interested in them at all. Fine, you can come back with me, but whether you pass the test or not is not up to me. That'll be the true judgment of whether you're fit to join the inn or not, said Lex, though it was clear by the tone in his voice that he was skeptical of Vinai's chances. Yet the more it was like this, the more nervous Vinai started to get. He was not some inexperienced bird who hadn't seen the world. He had overlooked the crystal realm from the peak of its powers for countless years, and he had an understanding of what it felt like to be on top of the food chain. At the same time, he'd seen all kinds of conflicts and all kinds of people. He had felt the Innkeeper's power, and understood that someone at that power level didn't really need Vinai. While he no longer needed to remove his deity status, he was now someone without backing and without a safe haven in which to exist and grow. While getting one at the Midnight Inn came with a steep cost, it also came with tremendous benefits that more than made up for costs. No matter what Vinai wanted to do in life, it first required him to stay alive and grow stronger. The way that Snake had wrapped itself around Vinai without him even realizing was a clear indicator of the dangers of life in the garden. Besides, Vinai no longer had an entire race of blind followers anymore to do his bidding either. Lex put his hand on the Black Phoenix and made a mental note that if Vinai didn't pass the test, then Lex would at least get some feathers and blood from him. Friendship was one thing, but Lex didn't want to have done so much work for Vinai for nothing. They returned to the Midnight Inn, and Lex immediately felt at home. The realm's growth was steadily increasing in pace, something Lex could feel clearly due to the feedback from Lotus. That growth not only made the environment of the inn itself much better to live in, but it also had a nourishing effect on Lex as well. Lex threw Vinai a platinum key and then left him to his activities. Now that he was here, whether he joined the inn or not, he would not be able to leave without Lex's consent. That thought made Lex want to do an evil laugh, but there was no time for that. The big wedding was about to begin. Speaking of which, Lex needed to give them some kind of a gift. Seeing how indifferent Lex was to the result of his test made Vinai understand just how insignificant he was to the inn. The black-colored phoenix looked at the platinum key in his possession, but didn't use it just yet. First, he wanted to understand the situation inside the inn. This environment was great, but the laws he sensed made him think that this was still an immature realm, which was unusual considering the innkeeper's status. However, that seemed to make no difference to Vinai's growth, so that was not too serious a concern. Vinai sensed the presence of a monster, the kind that grew in the crystal realm underneath his command in the inn, and decided to go talk to him to learn more about the inn. The better his understanding of the inn, the higher his chances of passing the test. Chapter 21:49, Through Sickness and Hell. Zagan was a heaven immortal, but obviously that was just a result of the spirit tribulation tricking him. He couldn't possibly be a heaven immortal already. Only by surviving all the bizarre scenarios that his spirit tribulation showed him would he have a chance to actually become a heaven immortal. It was in the midst of these thoughts that he sensed a familiar yet foreign aura. For a moment, Zagan was confused. How could he sense such an aura? How could he be here? Zagan, the Ocean King, awake from your slumber, spoke a commanding voice. Zagan was no longer forced to obey Vinai's orders. but a habit that had been deeply ingrained into his being for millions of years was not something that could just go away either. Despite his best efforts to stay focused, Zagan could not help but suddenly open his eyes and stand up when he heard that voice. A black phoenix appeared within his sight, its body exuding an undeniably deep and powerful aura. In this illusion, they were both at the start of the heaven-immortal realm, yet Zagan could not compare to the might of Vinai. "The Dark One," Zagan whispered in tones mixed with fear, reverence, and disbelief. This damned spiritual tribulation was getting more and more bizarre. What would the Dark One even be doing here inside the inn? It was well known that the Dark One always remained within the hidden temples at depths of the crystal realm. In fact, not only was the presence of the Dark One here just confirming Zagan's theory that he was inside a spirit tribulation, it thoroughly convinced him of the fact, since he did not feel that deep, undeniable need to obey the Dark One's every wish. The absence of that feeling clearly let Zagan know that the Dark One wasn't actually here. Yet Zagan could not act otherwise. He had to act as if he was unaware and play by the rules of the tribulation. He had already learned that much. "Tell me about the Midnight Inn and how you passed the test for employment," Vinai said, not bothering to talk politely with Zagan. In his eyes, he could already see disbelief. Zagan, playing along with the spirit tribulation, recalled all that he had been through inside the Midnight Inn. The essence of the Midnight Inn's employment test can be condensed down into two core principles. First, always think of how the inn can benefit the guests. Second, always have faith in the innkeeper's words. As long as these two core principles are adhered to, the test should not be a problem. Vinai deeply pondered over those two sets of instructions. They seemed simple enough, and seemed to follow the kind of logic he sensed from Lex, who disregarded everything that was unaffiliated with his inn. After repeating those two principles to himself a few times mentally, Vinai took out his platinum key and used it, disappearing from within Zagan's sight. Once Vinai was gone, Zagan scoffed. Was he supposed to believe that the Dark One wanted to join the Midnight Inn? This spiritual tribulation was getting even more unbelievable. If that ever really happened, wouldn't that make Zagan the Dark One Senior? As if such a thing was possible. He simply closed his eyes and went back to meditating, but that was easier said than done. After all, he kept chuckling at the thought of the Dark One wanting to join the Midnight Inn. Meanwhile, Vinai opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a kneeling guest. "The innkeeper commands you to kill this guest." A booming voice rang out across the room, causing Vinai to freeze. Wait, what was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to take care of the guest, or was he supposed to listen to the innkeeper? Vinai looked around for some hints as to what he was supposed to do, but only saw weapons with which to kill the guest in front of him. Vinai didn't know exactly how he'd done it, but he had a feeling that he had screwed himself over somehow. Meanwhile, Lex stood in front of 1.2 trillion guests, confused about what he was seeing. It was happening. The wedding day had arrived. He had missed some of the festivities, but he'd arrived in time for all the main stuff. Or at least he thought that he was in time for the main stuff. He wasn't quite sure what was happening. Why was Brenda inside a hospital room, with a drip attached to her arm, while Pier was in a hot air balloon high up in the sky above the hospital room, sitting atop a young horse? "Excuse me, I'm a little late," said Lex to one of the guests beside him. "Can you tell me what's going on?" The guest, a particularly chubby goblin, looked at Lex, before turning back to the hot air balloon. "So according to the narrator, the wedding oaths are a sacred tradition among humans that test the resolve of those involved, and the strength of the bond of the two getting married. Apparently, the groom needs to pass through sickness and hell, while astride a white horse and wearing shining armor, all just to reach the bride. Then he has to hold her while a horde of cherubs try to steal their souls, all the way until he reaches the base of Mount Idu, at which point he would give the bride a ring of astronomical price, such that the groom would be in debt for many millennia just to afford it. Only upon receiving the ring will the bride wake up, allowing them to proceed to the next phase of the wedding ceremony." The goblin was clearly very touched, as could be seen from the hundreds of tissues he'd already used to wipe his tears. "Oh right, the groom also has to do vows at some point. I'm not sure what that is, I got confused. This is an incredibly complex ceremony." Lex gave the goblin an unusual look, and then turned back to the scene. Well, it was expensive, but he certainly couldn't claim that it wasn't original or entertaining. Pier, astride the white horse, leaped off the hot air balloon right before it exploded. "Damn it, Brenda, it's through sickness and health, not through sickness and hell," Para's voice roared across the sky, but it was too late. Luther was already doing his part, conjuring up his hellfire and morphing it into the shape of a massive devil to chase Pier through the sky. Lex forgot what objects he had when he saw a team of World War II-era planes suddenly take to the sky, trying to defend Pier from the Hellfire Devil, while another group of futuristic spaceships appeared to shoot him out of the sky. In the background, fireworks started to go off, each of them turning into glowing text floating in the sky, mentioning all of Pera's vows. "They just don't do entertainment like this anymore," said Lex as he sat down next to the goblin and summoned a bucket of popcorn. Since he'd already paid for all of this, he might as well enjoy it. As bizarre, ridiculous, and unexpected as the wedding ceremony was, which was divided into 11 acts, 3 intermissions, and 1 narrator who was explaining the situation throughout, it was thoroughly enjoyable. A very pregnant Audrey glared at Brandon Morrison, blaming him for not giving her a wedding or even an anniversary nearly as entertaining as this. Almost everyone was enjoying the show, with very few people who could not enjoy it for various reasons. However, of all of them, there was only one Midnight Inn worker. Standing all alone, staring up in the sky, he began to hyperventilate. He had done his best to hold everything in, but he just couldn't do it anymore. Watching Pier and Brenda affirm their love in such a public way had driven him to the point where he could not control himself anymore. In a confused and distraught state, there was only one person he could think of to go to. While there were many at the inn who had built a reputation for helping one another, there was only one big brother of the Midnight Inn. It took him some time to find Z, and by then Pera had landed in the hospital where Brenda was supposed to be, only to discover that he needed to defeat the debt collectors standing in front of the hospital doors. Z was busy ordering some of the workers. Handling over 1 trillion guests had put the Midnight Inn under immense stress and had pushed all workers to work to put in everything they had. Ordinarily, he would not bother Z at a time like this, but this worker just couldn't take it anymore. "Z, I'm sorry to bother you, but there's something urgent I need to talk to you about," he said to Z while walking up to him. Z was about to tell the worker that this wasn't the best time as someone was trying to carry out a mass sacrifice during the wedding, and the security team was short-staffed, but he suddenly felt like this was super important. He turned to look at the worker and discovered that his eyes were completely red and sunk into his skull as if he hadn't slept in days, maybe even weeks. "What is it?" he asked. Despite everything, the mass sacrifice would probably fail anyway, hopefully. Chapter 2150, As Fate Would Have It. Lex was well aware of everything that was happening inside the inn. From the mass sacrifice someone was attempting to orchestrate, to the countless guests trying to use this opportunity when everyone was distracted to loot, to the silent kidnapping attempts. He was aware of them all. The reason he was not personally acting to stop any of them just yet was because he was giving the security team a chance to fix all the issues. He was the last resort, and he would only make a move when things went entirely out of hand. This wasn't because he was lazy, but because the Midnight Inn and its staff needed to be competent enough to handle such issues. Although the over 1 trillion guests inside the inn would leave once the wedding, and thus the free services would end, this would not be the last time they had so many guests. Nor would it be the last time things became so chaotic. Only by knowing the exact limits of what the inn could handle would they be able to work on improving. Previously, Lex never had the luxury of just sitting around and waiting for his workers to mess up, as he was not strong enough to take a risk. He had to act before someone got hurt. Now, though, he had absolute confidence. No matter who the enemy was, as long as they were Dao Lords or Demi-Dao Lords, Lex knew he could handle them. Thus, even if he didn't react immediately, he knew he could act at the absolute last minute if he needed to, and everything would be fine. It was while watching Pier climb through the multi-tiered cake mansion, searching for the ghost of the ring-bearer who stole the ring Brenda was supposed to give him, that Lex noticed something unusual. It wasn't that Brenda was wearing multiple spatial items. No, he'd seen her put her red packets in those. No, what he noticed was Z having an oddly serious conversation while the inn was a mess. If he didn't act, it was one thing. He had his reasons. But if even Z was not acting, then it could only mean that there was an even greater issue that required his attention. Lex pondered for a moment, but then decided to check up on things anyway. "Is everything all right?" Lex asked, appearing behind Z and the worker called Paul. Lex and Paul had technically never met, nor had Paul ever personally met the innkeeper. That didn't mean that Lex wasn't aware of him. Paul was a worker a few generations older than Pier and Brenda, with a cultivation at the foundation level. He typically worked in the glass, flying city that could usually be seen in the sky from time to time. All in all, he was a normal in-worker and had never caused any problems. Yet now, when Lex looked at him, it was obvious that Paul was extremely upset and seemed as if he hadn't slept in months. Paul did not answer, for he had only heard of Lex and didn't personally know him. Z, on the other hand, did not hesitate to elaborate. While it was technically true that the inn was in a lockdown and that guests could not come and go, Z had a feeling that if Lex really wanted to, he could find a way around that restriction. It came with the territory of being super strong but pretending to be weak. "There's a situation, and I'm not sure how to tackle this kind of issue," Z explained. "To be clear, it's not that the inn has an issue, but Paul has a personal issue and a pretty serious one." Lex raised an eyebrow and looked towards Paul. "What's the matter? Tell me, maybe I can help," said Lex in a reassuring tone. Despite his foundation-level cultivation, Paul was at the end of his rope and could only rely on others' help now. "It's the war. There was a guest who used to come to the inn before the inn shut down. She worked as a Hanali soldier and was directly responsible for fighting in the ongoing war, protecting the realm. Between missions, she used to come to the inn, and many times we'd end up bumping into each other, to the point where we started developing feelings for each other. It was all very new for me, and I wasn't sure how to react or how I'm even supposed to behave in such a situation. We were still just exploring things, but then suddenly the Midnight Inn was sealed, and she was unable to return. I am stuck in here, and she is stuck out there, now no doubt fighting even more dangerous battles than before, unable to come to the inn as a refuge. I did my best to not think about her, to focus on my tasks, but I can't help it. I'm extremely worried about her. This war is too big, and she is too insignificant in the face of it. If she died, no one would even know. The thought of her dying, it rips my heart into pieces. I can't eat, I can't sleep, I'm too worried about her. I know it's not the place of the Midnight Inn to interfere in these types of situations, which is why I was asking Z if there is some way I can be sent outside. I'll use up my holidays to look for her and—" Lex placed a hand on Paul's shoulder and stopped him. "Enough, that's enough," he said, his voice deep and heavy. "Since when did the Midnight Inn need to give explanations to anyone about what we do and how we behave? If you want to go save your girl, then there's no need to think so much about it. We'll go save her, restriction or no restriction." Lex was not planning on returning to the Origin Realm until the wedding was over, at the very least, but it seemed like fate had other plans for him. The forces of the universe had done their best to stop the reach of the Midnight Inn, and while that worked for most places, nothing could stop Lex from returning to the Origin Realm if he wanted to, not anymore. "Z, I'll leave things here to you. In case things get out of hand, use this," said Lex, handing Z a go bead. That was not his karmic bead, but a replica of sorts he had made using karmic laws to hold a portion of his strength. As for how big that portion was, it would be big enough no matter what the issue was.